So introduction brief ga vinandamma. You know very well that every organization is required to prepare financial statements at the end of every year. As and when the organization enters into a transaction, the details or particulars of such transaction shall be recorded in a book called as journal. I repeat, as and when the organization enters into any transaction, the details or particulars of such transaction shall be recorded in a book called as journal. Once the transaction is recorded in a journal, later on the transaction will be transferred to another book called as ledger. In other words, the transaction will be posted to ledger. At the end of the year, the ledgers are totaled and the balances of the ledgers will be extracted. The background, black background petagalara dinni meeru. Totals, ledgers are totaled and balances of the ledger will be extracted. From such balances of the ledger, the organization will prepare a trial balance, and if such trial balance agrees, then from such trial balance, organization will prepare different financial statements. I repeat, first of all, the organization will enter into a transaction. Later, the details or particulars of such transaction shall be recorded in a book called as journal. Later, the details of the transactions shall be transferred to another book called as ledger. At the end of the year, the ledgers are totaled. The balances of the ledger will be extracted. From such balances of the ledger, it will prepare a trial balance. And if such trial balance agrees, from such trial balance, the organization will prepare different financial statements. Generally speaking, the term financial statements includes a manufacturing account, a trading account, profit and loss account, profit and loss appropriation account, balance sheet, cash flow statement, etc. So this is the general meaning of the term financial statements. So at the end of every financial year, you know very well that financial year of any organization shall start by 1st April and shall end by 31st March. So at the end of every financial year, every organization is supposed to prepare their financial statements. The term financial statements, as already said, includes the following: manufacturing account, trading account, profit and loss account, profit and loss appropriation account, balance sheet, and cash flow statement. However, as per the provisions of the Companies Act, the term financial statements includes the following. The first one is balance sheet. The second one is profit and loss account. The third one is cash flow statement. The fourth one is statement of changes in equity. I repeat, the general meaning of the term financial statements is different from the definition that is given in the Companies Act. As per the provisions of the Companies Act, the term financial statements includes balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statement, statement of changes in equity, and notes to accounts. These are all technically called as financial statements as per the provisions of the Companies Act. This is about the concept of financial statements. The financial statements so prepared by an organization shall be used by different persons for taking different types of decisions. What you understand till now, every organization shall have to maintain some books of account. At the end of the year, the organization is required to prepare financial statements. The financial statements so prepared by the entity shall be used by different persons for taking different types of decisions. Different persons will make use of financial statements for taking different types of decisions. The primary user or the first user of financial statements prepared by an entity would be its management. If you were the management, you will certainly go through your profit and loss account. If your profit and loss account is reflecting a good amount of profit, you may decide to continue your business. If you find that your profit and loss account contains heavy loss, you may decide to shut down or discontinue your business. By this, you should be able to understand that the primary user or the first user of financial statements prepared by an entity would be its management, and by making use of financial statements, the management will take decisions such as whether to continue the business or to shut down, otherwise called as discontinue the business. If you are getting profits, you may decide to continue your business. If you are suffering with huge losses, you may decide to shut down your business. Not only management, but several other persons shall make use of financial statements prepared by the entity. The other users of financial statements includes shareholders. Now the question is, how shareholders make use of financial statements? If the company in which you are having shares is getting a very good amount of profits, and the company is declaring a very good amount of dividend year after year, obviously the share price of the company in the market would be very, very high. When you are getting dividends and when you are getting capital appreciation, there is no point of selling the shares of the company. In such a case, you may decide to hold the shares of the company. Contrary to this, if you find that the company in which you are having shares is continuously suffering with losses, when the company in which you are having shares is continuously suffering with losses, what is the impact of that on you? When the company is getting losses, you won't get any dividend from the company. Apart from that, the share price of the company in the market will get adversely affected. So there will be a reduction in the share price of the company in the market. There are two problems to you because the company in which you are holding shares is getting losses. One is you are not getting the required dividend, and the other one is the share price of the company in the market is getting depreciated. In such a case, you may decide to sell the shares of the company. In other words, shareholders of a company may make use of financial statements prepared by the company for taking decisions such as whether to hold the shares of the company or to sell the shares of the company. The third set of users of financial statements may be said to be prospective investors. Now the question is, how prospective investors makes use of financial statements? If you want to invest your surplus money, if you want to invest your surplus money in purchasing the shares of a company, what should you do? You need to go through the financial statements of the company. You need to ascertain information relating to the company, such as what is the year of establishment of the company, what is the line of business of the company, who are the directors of the company, what is the qualification of the directors, what is the experience of the directors, whether the company is getting a good amount of profits year after year or not, whether the company has declared any dividend in the past, whether the company has issued any bonus shares in the past. These are all the things that a prospective investor wants to ascertain before making an investment decision. ఒక కంపెనీ షేర్స్లో మనం ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేయాలా వద్దా అని తెలుసుకోవాలంటే మీరేం చేయాలి? యూ నీడ్ టు నో అబౌట్ ద కంపెనీ. For that, you need to gather some information relating to the company. What information would you require as a prospective investor? You need information like year of establishment, the line of business of the company, whether the company declared any dividend in the past, who are the directors of the company, what is their qualification, what is their experience, whether the company got profits in the previous years, whether the company has declared any dividend in the past, whether the company has issued any bonus shares in the past, etc. All this information can be ascertained just by going through financial statements. If you identify all these things and if you satisfy about the profitability of the company, about the dividends that are being declared by the company and other things, you may decide to invest in the shares of the company. If you have not satisfied with these things, you may decide not to invest in the shares of the company. By this, you must be able to understand that even prospective investors shall make use of financial statements in order to take decisions such as whether to invest in the shares of the company or not to invest in the shares of the company. By this, we completed three types of users of financial statements. The first one is management. The second one is shareholders. The third one is prospective investors. How management makes use of financial statements for taking decisions such as whether to continue the business or to shut down the business. How shareholders makes use of financial statements for taking decisions such as whether to hold the shares or to sell the shares. How prospective investors makes use of financial statements for taking decisions such as whether to invest or not to invest. Not only that, sometimes even banks and financial institutions will make use of financial statements prepared by the entity. Now the question is, how banks and financial institutions makes use of financial statements. Supposing that you have approached a banker for a grant of a loan of 1 crore rupees. The banker asked your financial statements. You have provided your financial statements. Banker had gone through your financial statements and identified that you are getting an average profit of say 3 lakh rupees per annum. You are getting an average profit of 3 lakh rupees per annum, but you require a loan of 1 crore. If you were the banker, will you grant a loan of 1 crore, particularly where the borrower or the loan applicant is getting an average profit of only 3 lakh rupees per annum? Certainly not. Why? Why? Because if the loan will carry a rate of interest of 12% per annum, the borrower is expected to pay interest to the tune of 12 lakh rupees per annum. Interest itself is 12 lakh rupees, whereas the borrower is getting a profit of only 3 lakhs. In that case, the borrower will not be able to make the repayment of loan as well as even the payment of interest. That means the borrower is not having repayment capability or creditworthiness. When the borrower is not having repayment capability, there is no point in granting the loan. In that case, as a banker, you may decide not to grant the loan, and this decision has been taken by the banker based on the financial statements of the loan applicant. Now, the loan applicant is asking you a loan of 5 lakh rupees, and the banker had gone through the financial statements, finds that the loan applicant is getting an average profit of 3 lakh rupees per annum. I changed my example. In the previous case, you asked for a loan of 1 crore, but now you are asking for a loan of only 5 lakhs. If you were the banker, would you grant a loan of 5 lakhs to a person who is getting an average profit of 3 lakh rupees per annum? Yes or no? Certainly yes. Why? Why? Because even if 50% of the profits will be utilized to meet their personal expenditure, remaining 50% will be available for making a repayment. So that person would be able to make a repayment of 1,50,000 rupees per annum, and hence it may take not more than 4 to 5 years for that person to make the repayment. So that person is having the capability of making the repayment of the loan within a period of 4 to 5 years. In such case, you may satisfy that, okay, this person is having repayment capability or creditworthiness. When the person is having repayment capability or creditworthiness, obviously you may decide to grant him a loan. By this, you need to understand that banks and financial institutions makes use of the financial statements prepared by an entity for taking decisions such as whether to grant the loan or not to grant the loan. Not only these persons, but several other persons like suppliers of goods and so on, workers, etc. will make use of financial statements. Why suppliers make use of financial statements? For taking decisions such as whether to extend credit or not to extend credit. Supposing that you are my supplier of raw material. Supposing further that we are not having any business relationship in the past, and I am requesting you to supply raw material to me on credit basis worth rupees 2 lakhs. In that case, being a supplier, you need to take a decision about whether to extend credit to me or not to extend credit to me. Emma, are you following my discussion? if you were the supplier, if I asked you to supply some goods worth rupees 2 lakhs on credit basis, assuming that we are not having any business relationship in the past, would you like to provide some credit to me or not? That is a decision to be taken by you, and generally this decision will be taken by the suppliers by going through the financial statements and by calculating a ratio called as current ratio. The supplier asked for my financial statements. I provided a copy of the financial statements to the supplier. By going through the financial statements, supplier calculated my current ratio, which stood at say 5:1. My current ratio is 5:1. What does it mean? I am having a current liability of 1 rupee. And to make the repayment of that current liability of 1 rupee, I am having current assets worth rupees 5. So my position is very good. Hence, supplier may decide to extend credit to me. Contrary to this, if the supplier identified that I am having a current ratio of 1:2 crores, what does it mean? I am having a liability of 2 crore rupees. In order to make the repayment of liability of 2 crores, I am having an asset worth rupees only 1. In that case, if you were the supplier, are you willing to supply the goods to me on credit basis? No, certainly not. So, how suppliers make use of financial statements? By going through financial statements, suppliers may calculate some ratios, and by analyzing such ratios, suppliers would be able to take a decision about whether to extend credit or not to extend credit. Finally, even workers may make use of financial statements. Supposing that you are the workers of a particular organization, the organization has not increased your salaries for the past 10 years. So you want to agitate against the entity for getting higher salaries. In that case, it is expected that you should go through the financial statements of the company first. If the company is getting very good amount of profits but is still denying increase in your salaries, you may decide to agitate against the entity. If the company is not getting profits, how it is possible for the company to raise the salaries? So whether to agitate against the entity or not to agitate against the entity is a decision to be taken by you, purely depending upon whether the company is getting profits or is suffering with losses. That you can know just by going through the financial statements of the company. So where the company in which you are working is getting very good amount of profits but is denying increase in your salaries, you may decide to agitate against the entity. If the company itself is suffering with losses, how it is possible for the company to increase salaries? In such a case, you may decide not to agitate against the entity. So whether to agitate or not to agitate is a decision to be taken by the workers purely based on the financial statements. Now can you list down who are the users of the financial statements? Management, shareholders, prospective investors, suppliers of goods, banks and financial institutions, workers. All these persons are making use of the same set of financial statements for taking different types of decisions. This point is very, very important and you need to listen this point very carefully. All these persons are making use of the same set of financial statements for taking different types of decisions. Let us assume that financial statements have been wrongly prepared or financial statements have been incorrectly prepared. If such financial statements on which the decisions are being taken have been wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared, what may happen? All these persons are making use of financial statements. We now made an assumption that the financial statements have been wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared. If those persons makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements for taking any decisions, what will happen? The decisions taken by them will prove to be wrong. Yes or no? Do you agree with this or not? If financial statements are correctly prepared, any decision taken using such correctly prepared financial statements will prove to be correct. If financial statements are wrongly prepared, any decision taken using such wrongly prepared financial statements will prove to be wrong. In other words, the correctness or otherwise of the decisions would depend upon the correctness or otherwise with which financial statements are prepared. Generally speaking, financial statements may be correctly prepared. If at all, financial statements are wrongly prepared. If at all, financial statements are incorrectly prepared. If at all, anybody makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements for taking any decisions, what will happen? The decisions taken by them will also prove to be wrong. By listening to this, every one of you should get a doubt. The doubt is why the financial statements may be wrongly prepared, why financial statements may be incorrectly prepared. To have an understanding of this point, every one of you must have knowledge about two terms. The first one is fraud and the other one is error. Let us first have a discussion on the concept of fraud, because we are going to have a discussion on essay 240, which exclusively deals with the auditor's fraud and auditor's responsibilities. You know very well about the importance of standards on auditing. I will try to explain the importance of standards on auditing in brief. You know very well that CA Institute has issued two types of standards. The first one is accounting standards. The second one is engagement standards. They are not auditing standards. They are collectively known as engagement standards. Accounting standards primarily focus on issues relating to accounting, whereas engagement standards primarily focus on issues relating to auditing. So engagement standards are relatable to auditing, accounting standards are relatable to accounting. These engagement standards issued by the CA Institute have been classified broadly into 5 categories. The first one is standards on quality control. The second one is standards on auditing, that is what you know. The third one is standards on review engagements. The fourth one is standards on assurance engagements. And the fifth one is standards on related services. For your sake, I will repeat all of them again. Engagement standards issued by the CA Institute have been classified broadly into 5 categories. The first one is standards on quality control. The second one is standards on auditing. The third one is standards on review engagements. The fourth one is standards on assurance engagements. And the last one is standards on related services. Previously, CA final syllabus includes all these things, but recently the last 3 things have been removed even from the CA final syllabus, and these things are there in CA final syllabus. Out of these 2, standards on auditing are very, very important for every auditor. Why? Why? Because if you are carrying out an audit, you are under obligation. If you are carrying out an audit, you are under obligation to follow all standards on auditing issued by the CA Institute. I repeat, if you are carrying out an audit, you are under obligation to follow all standards on auditing issued by the CA Institute. What happens if a chartered accountant fails to follow standards on auditing? When a chartered accountant fails to follow standards on auditing while conducting an independent audit, then it is deemed that the auditor is guilty of professional misconduct, and therefore such an auditor shall have to be punished by the CA Institute accordingly. Simply speaking, if you fail to follow standards on auditing, you will be punished by the CA Institute. Such a punishment to be given by the CA Institute to the erring chartered accountant is ranging from cancellation of certificate of practice for a minimum period of 3 months, and in some cases it may extend to 5 years, and in extreme cases the name of the member may be removed permanently from the register of members. Once the name of the member has been removed permanently from the register of the members, you will no longer be considered as a chartered accountant, and you cannot have your name entered in such a register in your lifetime. That is the severity of punishment that may be given by the CA Institute to the erring chartered accountant. Therefore, keeping this in view, if you are a chartered accountant, if you are carrying out any audit, you are under obligation to follow all standards on auditing. In this discussion, I used 2 important terms. The first one is certificate of practice, and the other one is register of members. Out of these 2, the first one is very important. What is the first one? Certificate of practice. Certificate of practice is very important for those chartered accountants who wants to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. Merely if you are a chartered accountant, that is not sufficient. In order to practice the profession of chartered accountancy, two conditions are required to be fulfilled. First one is you must be a qualified chartered accountant, and second condition to be fulfilled is that you must have a valid certificate of practice. For example, just now you have written your CA final exams. Today is the result date. You are expecting that you are going to complete the CA course. You have already decided to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. So ఎలాగో పాస్ అయిపోతాం కదా అని ఓ బోర్డు కూడా రెడీ చేయించి పెట్టారు. రిజల్ట్స్ వచ్చేసినాయి, పాస్ అయిపోయారు, బోర్డు తగిలిచ్చారు. యూ స్టార్టెడ్ యువర్ ప్రాక్టీస్. ఈజ్ ఇట్ యాక్సెప్టబుల్ ఆర్ నాట్? అంటే ద ఆన్సర్ ఈజ్ నో. Why? Because although you are a chartered accountant, you are supposed to take a certificate from the CA Institute called as certificate of practice. For that, you need to make an application to the CA Institute along with payment of some prescribed fees. Along with payment of some prescribed fees. After scrutiny of such an application, if the CA Institute satisfies with everything provided therein, then the CA Institute may grant you a certificate called as certificate of practice. Then only you are eligible, you are entitled to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. That is the importance of having a certificate of practice. Do you understand the importance of certificate of practice? If you are having any doubt while I am explaining anything to you, please feel free to ask me. మీరు అడగండి, బాబు ఈ పాయింట్ అర్థం కాలేదని అడగండి, మళ్ళీ చెప్పడానికి ట్రై చేస్తా. Then what is register of members? Every chartered accountant's name shall be maintained by the CA Institute in a register called as register of members. If your name is removed from the register, you will no longer be treated as a chartered accountant, and you cannot have your name entered in such a register in your lifetime. That is the severity of punishment given by the CA Institute, particularly where a chartered accountant failed to follow standards on auditing. That is the reason why standards on auditing assumes importance both at CA inter level, at final level, until our last breath. ఎందుకంటే if you are a practicing chartered accountant, you must have to follow all standards on auditing without any exception throughout your life. That is the importance of standards on auditing. Coming back to our original discussion, sometimes the financial statements of an entity may be wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared. Why? Because of the existence of either fraud or error. What is fraud and what is error? I will try to explain the definition of fraud in a simple way first. Later on, I will try to explain the definition of fraud as given under SA 240. ముందర సింపుల్ డెఫినేషన్ చెప్తా, ఆ తర్వాత SA 240లో చెప్పిన డెఫినేషన్ ని చెప్తా. Fraud can be defined as intentional. Fraud can be defined as intentional misstatements. Fraud can be defined as intentional misstatements in financial statements. This is the simplest definition of fraud, which is easily understandable. By this, you may come to know what is the exact meaning of the term misstatements as well. So what is fraud? Fraud can be defined as intentional misstatements in financial statements. Out of these three things, the term financial statements is very well known to you. Yes or no? The term financial statements is very well known to you. According to the provisions of the Companies Act, financial statements includes balance sheet, statement of profit and loss account, cash flow statement, statement of changes in equity, and notes to accounts. These are all technically called as financial statements. So this is very well known to you. In fact, the meaning of intentional is also very well known to you. What is intentional? Deliberately. Intentional means deliberately. Kavalani. Deliberately. In order to deceive the other party. అవతల వాళ్ళని మోసం చేయాలి అనే ఉద్దేశంతో. So intentional means deliberately. That means to deceive the other party. If anybody intentionally includes some misstatements in the financial statements, where intentionally means deliberately in order to deceive the other party, it is said that such a person was involved in fraud. Out of these three things, now you know very well about what is intentional and what is the meaning of the term financial statements. The only thing that you need to learn is about misstatements. What is a misstatement? Misstatement in the financial statements may be either the result of an omission. Misstatement in the financial statements may be either as a result of omission or as a result of wrong statement. First of all, listen to the term omission. I will try to explain this with the help of an example. Later on, we can focus on the term wrong statement. What is omission? You are working as an employee of an organization. Now you are the only person in the shop. Meanwhile, a customer came to the shop. Customer purchased goods worth rupees 100. In other words, you made a cash sale. You made a cash sale of 100 to a customer as an employee, and the fact that you made a sale is known only to you and not to your owner, because your owner is not there in the shop at the time of making the sale. మీరు సేల్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు షాపులో మీరు తప్ప ఇంకెవరు లేరు, మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళే ఉన్నారు. యూ మేడ్ ఎ సేల్ ఆఫ్ 100 rupees. Fortunately, the customer who purchased goods from you had not insisted. The customer who purchased goods from you had not insisted on the issuance of a cash receipt or cash bill. You are not supposed to give any cash bill. So even if you make a sale, nobody knows it, and fortunately customer is not asking you for a cash bill. Had the customer demanded a cash bill, the situation would have been completely different. In the given case, customer is not asking for a cash bill. Whether the customer is asking for a cash bill or not, since you made a cash sale, what should you do? You need to record it in the books of account, debiting cash account with an amount of 100 and creating sales with an amount of 100. But in the given case, you have decided to defalcate. You decided to defalcate this amount of 100 rupees. Immediately, you decided to omit recording this transaction into books of account. నేను మాట్లాడుతుంది అర్థమవుతుందే? అర్థమైతే మీరు ఆన్సర్ చెప్పండి. వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపన్ ఇఫ్ యూ రికార్డ్ దిస్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ ఇన్ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్? ఇఫ్ యూ రికార్డ్ ద సేల్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ ఇన్ టు బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్, యువర్ ఓనర్ మే గో త్రూ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్ అండ్ మే ఐడెంటిఫై దట్ యూ మేడ్ ఎ క్యాష్ సేల్ ఆఫ్ 100 rupees. In that case, you need to hand over that 100 rupees to your owner. In that case, it is not possible for you to defalcate cash. So, in order to achieve your objective, you should not record the transaction into books of account. Hence, you decided to omit the transaction from the books of account. In the given case, a cash sale has taken place, which is required to be recorded into books of account, but which has been omitted to be recorded from the books of account. Such omission may be called as dash. Such omission may be called as dash, misstatement. So misstatement may take either the form of an omission or the form of a wrong statement. Now I explained you what is omission. Omission in simple terms can be defined as transaction has taken place that is required to be recorded into books of account but has not been so recorded into books of account. That is called as omission. Then what about wrong statement? You made a cash sale of 100. You want to defalcate at least an amount of 50 rupees out of that 100. Whereas the customer is insisting on the issuance of a cash bill. The facts of the case are very important to understand the concept. You made a cash sale of how much? 100. You want to defalcate an amount of 50 out of 100. The customer is insisting on the issuance of a cash bill. Now the question is it possible for the employee to defalcate an amount of 50 rupees out of a cash sale of 100, particularly where the customer is insisting on the issuance of a cash bill? The answer is yes. How it is possible? Generally speaking, every important document shall have to be maintained by every organization in duplicate. Every important document is required to be maintained by every organization in duplicate. That means you need to maintain both original as well as duplicate. In between original and duplicate, you are required to insert a carbon paper. That is the reason why duplicate can also be called as a carbon copy. You can call it either as a duplicate or as a carbon copy. Now, what the employee could do is, without inserting a carbon paper, the employee may record the value of the cash sale as 100. This will be teared off and given to the customer. Later on, the employee may put carbon paper on the duplicate. Now the employee has recorded the value of the cash sale not as 100, but as 50. So in the original it has been recorded as 100. In the carbon paper or duplicate it has been recorded as 50. Thereby employee is able to misappropriate or defalcate cash to the tune of 50. If you were the employee, what entry would you record in the books of account now? You made a cash sale of 100, out of which 50 has been defalcated. You are now supposed to record an entry into books of account. What entry would you record in the books of account in this case? Cash account debtor, how much amount will be recorded? 50 to sales 50. What is the actual amount of cash sale? 100. What is the amount recorded in the books of account? 50. Now, can you say that the transaction has been wrongly recorded? The transaction has been wrongly recorded. That is technically called as dash, wrong statement. So, dash may take place either because of dash or because of dash. Misstatements may be either because of the existence of omissions or because of the wrong statement. This is all about the simple explanation for the simple definition of fraud. So what is fraud? Fraud can be defined as intentional misstatements in financial statements. Misstatement may take either the form of an omission or the form of a wrong statement. Now, frauds can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is employee fraud. The second one is management fraud. We can classify frauds into two broad categories. The first one is employee fraud. The other one is management fraud. Generally speaking, employees of the organization may involve in fraud either through defalcation of cash. Employees of the organization may involve in fraud either through defalcation of cash or through misappropriation of assets. These are all technical terms that will be repeated in Essay 240 also. Therefore, you must have knowledge about these two terms. So, employees may involve in fraud either through defalcation of cash or through misappropriation of assets. If you were the employee, if you want to defalcate cash, how it is possible for the employee to defalcate cash? There are four ways. There are four ways that can be followed by the employee for defalcation of cash. The first one is through suppression of cash receipts. The second one is through inflation of cash payments. The third one is through including fictitious payments. And fourth one is by adopting a technique called as teaming and lading. I repeat, if you were the employee, if you want to defalcate cash, what should you do? You need to follow either of the following four ways. The first one is through suppression of cash receipts. The second one is through inflation of cash payments. The third one is including fictitious payments. And the fourth one is by adopting a technique called as teaming and lading. Fortunately, an example for suppression of cash receipts has already been given to you while explaining you the concept of wrong statement. In the example relating to wrong statement, what I said to you, the actual value of sale made by the employee is how much? 100. It has been recorded by the employee as how much? 50. Actual amount received by the employee is 100. It has been suppressed to 50 and the balance of 50 has been defalcated by the employee. That is the way in which employee may involve in fraud. That is technically called now as dash, suppression of cash receipts. This is not what you want to understand. There is another important thing that you need to understand. This point is very easy to understand. There is nothing to explain in that point. But the most important point is yet to be discussed. Asala point idi. Now in the given case, what the employee did, employee of the organization involves in a fraud. When employee of the organization involves in a fraud, it is called as dash, employee fraud. How employee can involve in fraud or how employee perpetrate fraud either through defalcation of cash or through misappropriation of assets. How defalcation of cash can be done? Through suppression of cash receipts. If you were the employee, what entry would you record in the books of account after doing this? Please mention me what entry are you going to record in the books of account after defalcating cash of 50 rupees out of that 100 rupees. Cash account debtor. How much amount? 50. To sales, how much? 50. Now, what is the actual value of sale? What is the value recorded in the books of account? 50. can you now say that the entry recorded by the employee in the books of account a genuine entry? Is it a genuine entry? Is it a fraudulent entry? Yes or no? By this you need to understand that okay, whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, the person who was involved in fraud will certainly try to conceal it. In order to conceal the fraud, the employee will certainly try to record some fraudulent entries into books of account. In the given case, employee recorded a fraudulent entry. Amount to be recorded is 100, whereas the amount actually recorded is 50. That is technically called as a fraudulent entry. When an employee of the organization involves in a fraud, there will be a twofold impact on the organization. This is very, very important. Please listen to this carefully. When an employee of the organization involves in a fraud, there will be a twofold impact on the organization. On one hand, the organization will lose valuable cash that is known to you. In the given case, employee hand over only 50 rupees to the owner. Actual amount received by the employee is 100. Amount handed over to the proprietor is only 50. That means there is a loss of 50 rupees to the proprietor because dash was involved in fraud. Because employee was involved in fraud. So when I say dash, you should try to fill it up. If you are able to fill it up, I can say that you are following my discussion. So when employee handed over only 50 out of 100, it means there is a loss of 50 rupees to the proprietor. That is point number one. And another important impact is that the financial statements of such an organization are said to be wrongly prepared or are said to be incorrectly prepared in that case, because in such case, such financial statements contains mistakes or misstatements. This is a very important point that I am going to prove to you. Assume that this is the only sale transaction. Assume that this is the only sale transaction made by the organization during that particular financial year. Assume further that the organization is in the process of preparation of its trading account. How much amount will be reflected by the organization against the heading sales on the credit side of the trading account? How much amount will be reflected by the organization on the credit side of trading account against the heading sales? 50. Now I want to ask you some questions. What is the actual value of sale? 100. What is the value recorded in the books of account? 50. What is the amount reflected in the financial statements? 50. Is this amount of 50 a correct one or a misstatement? This amount of 50 is a mistake or is a misstatement. Now, can you say that financial trading account is correctly prepared? Can you say that profit and loss account is correctly prepared? Balance sheet is correctly prepared? Financial statements are correctly prepared? What happens if any person makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements? The decisions taken by them will also prove to be wrong. By this, every one of you should be able to understand and should try to remember this point for your lifetime. So whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, there will be a twofold impact on the organization. On one hand, the organization will lose its valuable cash, and on the other hand, the financial statements of such an organization will get adversely affected. In that case, it is said that financial statements contains mistakes or contains misstatements. If anybody makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements for taking any decisions, the decisions will prove to be wrong. This is what you need to understand, right? And the second way, and this point will be proved to you time and again, the second way that can be employed by the employee for a defalcation of cash is through inflation of cash payments. What is meant by inflation of cash payments and how it affects financial statements? I am an employee. I incurred an amount of rupees 50 for meeting local conveyance charges. Local conveyance expenses incurred by the employee is only 50. What is meant by local conveyance? At this point of time, I should not explain what is local conveyance to you. Amount incurred to travel within the city is technically called as local conveyance. So what is the actual amount incurred by the employee towards local conveyance? 50, but it has been reported by the employee to the management as 100. Management has given 100 rupees to the employee. Actual amount spent by the employee is 50. Management has given him 100. By that, employee is able to defalcate cash to the tune of 50. If you were the employee, what entry would you record in the books of account immediately after getting 100 rupees from the management? Please specify the entry that you would pass in the books of account in this case. Local conveyance account debtor 100 to cash 100. Can you call this entry as a genuine entry, or should we call it as a fictitious entry? Is it a genuine entry? Sorry, is it a genuine entry or is it a fraudulent entry? This is a fraudulent entry. So in the given case also, again, there are two losses to the management. Management lost 50 rupees, that is loss number 1. Now, loss number 2. Let us assume that this is the only expenditure incurred by the organization in that particular financial year towards meeting local conveyance. Let us also assume that the organization is in the process of preparation of its financial statements. How much amount will be reflected on the debit side of the profit and loss account against the heading local conveyance? 100. Now I want to ask you some questions. What is the actual amount incurred? 50. What is the amount recorded in the books of account? 100. What is the amount reflected in the profit and loss account? 100. Now can you say that P&L account is correctly prepared? Balance sheet is correctly prepared? Financial statements are correctly prepared? Then if anybody makes use of such wrongly prepared financial statements, what will happen? The decisions taken by them may prove to be wrong. By this, you need to understand that, okay, whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, the financial statements of such an organization gets affected. If anybody makes use of such financial they contain mistakes, they contain misstatements. So misstatements are the results of fraud. What is that? Misstatement is the result of fraud. When there is a fraud, there is a misstatement. When there is an employee fraud, there will be a misstatement. When there is a misstatement, it is said that financial statements are incorrectly prepared. This is point number 2. Way number 2 through which an employee may defalcate cash. The third one is including fictitious payments. This is very easy to explain. As an employee, you have not incurred any expenditure towards meeting local conveyance. Amount incurred by the employee is 0, but the amount reported by the employee to the management is 100. Believing the employee, management paid an amount of 100 rupees to the employee. In the given case, employee defalcated an amount of 100. Immediately, the employee is required to record an entry into books of account. If you were the employee, what entry would you record in the books of account? You need to answer my question. If you were the employee, what entry would you record in this question? In this case, local conveyance account debtor, how much? 100. To cash, how much? 100. Now, can we say that this entry recorded in the books of account a real entry or a fictitious? No, it is not fraudulent entry. It should be called as a fictitious entry. The question is different. In the previous two cases, I asked you whether the entry recorded is a genuine entry or is a fraudulent entry. Now I am asking you whether the entry recorded in the books is a real entry or a fictitious entry. It is certainly a fictitious entry, which is not real. Actual amount incurred is 0, but amount recorded in the books of account is 100. Again, because of this, organization will be put to a loss of 100. And let us assume again that this is the only transaction relating to local conveyance. Also assume that the entity is in the process of preparation of its financial statements, particularly P&L account. How much amount will be debited to the profit and loss account? Please respond. How much is the amount that will be debited to the profit and loss account? 100. What is the actual amount incurred? 0. What is the amount recorded in the books of account? 100. What is the amount reflected in the financial statements? 100. Can you now say that financial statements are correctly prepared? They contain mistakes. They contain misstatements. Hence, it is said that they are not properly prepared. If anybody makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements for taking any decisions, the decisions taken by them will also prove to be wrong. So by this I proved to you that whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, financial statements of such an organization shall contain some mistakes, otherwise called as misstatements. When financial statements contains mistakes or misstatements, it is said that such financial statements have been wrongly prepared or have been incorrectly prepared. And the last one, which is very important, and hence I want to deal that, is teaming, the concept of teaming and leading. This concept of teaming and leading is better understandable with the help of an example. So please listen to the example carefully. Your proprietor is X. Your name is Y. Your proprietor is having 4 customers, A, B, C and D. Let us assume that on a specific day, proprietor made a credit sale of 1 lakh rupees to all of his customers. How many customers are there to your proprietor? 4. On a particular day, proprietor made a credit sale of 1 lakh each to all the customers. Immediately, the customers' accounts were opened in the ledger and the same has been posted to the ledger. On the debit side of the customer's account, it has been posted that a credit sale of 1 lakh has been made. Customers' accounts have been debited with an amount of 1 lakh immediately after making credit sale. Now, every customer has been given a credit period of 2 months. Every customer has been given a credit period of 2 months. What is the meaning of the credit period of 2 months? The customers are supposed to make the repayment of the entire amount to the organization within a span of 2 months from the date of sale. That is the meaning of a credit period of 2 months. Now, on a particular day, A came to the organization. How much is the actual amount payable by A? 1 lakh. Out of 1 lakh, A wants to make a payment of 80,000. Actually, this is not possible because of the requirements of section 40A3 of the Income Tax Act. The maximum amount that you can pay is only 10,000. Only for the sake of example, I am taking it as 80,000. So out of 1 lakh, A wants to pay an amount of 80,000. You are the only person in the shop, and immediately after receiving this 80,000 from the customer, you decided to defalcate an amount of 20,000 out of that 80,000. అంత డబ్బు చూసేప్పటికీ మీ కళ్ళు మెలమెల మెరిసినాయి. వెంటనే మీరు ఏం చేశారంటే you want to defalcate an amount of 20,000 out of 80,000. But whereas the customer is insisting you to provide a cash receipt immediately. On one hand, the customer is insisting you to provide a cash receipt. On the other hand, you want to defalcate an amount of 20,000 out of 1 lakh. In this scenario, is it possible for you as an employee to misappropriate an amount of 20 or to defalcate an amount of 20,000 out of 80,000? Say yes or no. How it is possible for the employee to defalcate an amount of 20,000 out of 80,000, particularly where the customer is insisting on the issuance of a cash receipt? How do you do that? Without inserting the same old procedure that can be followed, without inserting a carbon paper, the original will be recorded at 80,000 rupees. It will be teared off and given to the customer. Later on, a carbon copy will be inserted on the duplicate. The amount received from the customer will be recorded not as dash but as dash. Not as 80,000 but as 60,000. In that process, employee is able to defalcate cash to the tune of 20,000, and immediately that 60,000 has been credited to A's account. Now the employee is having a fear. At one point of time or other, there is every possibility that the customer may communicate with the entity's owner, or the owner himself may communicate with the customer. In that process, they came to know that the balance in the account is 40,000. What is the actual amount? What is the actual balance in the account? It is only 20,000. What is the balance appearing in the books of account? 40,000. Fearing that the employee did the following. The employee did the following. This is very important to understand the concept of teaming and leading. After few days, customer B came to the organization. As usual, the owner of the organization is not there in the organization. You are the only, that is the case wherein you are able to involve in fraud. When the owner is there, it is not possible for you to involve in fraud. That is the reason why in all my examples I am making an assumption that the owner is not there in the shop. You are the only person in the shop. Now customer B came to the shop. He need to make a payment of 1 lakh, out of which he wants to make a payment of 60,000. Now what the employee did? Without inserting carbon paper, employee will record the cash receipt as 60,000. After that, employee will record the value received from B not as 60,000 but as 40,000. I am not elaboratively explaining again. On the original, you will record the amount of cash received as 60. On the duplicate, you will record the amount of cash received as 40. For the remaining 20,000, the employee will prepare a receipt in the name of A. For the remaining 20,000, another receipt, cash receipt, will be prepared in the name of A. You have received the amount from B, but some portion of it is being adjusted to A. Immediately, the amount of 20,000 will be credited to A's account, so that A's account has been adjusted. But there is a difference in B's account. How do you adjust the difference in B account? When you receive money from C. How do you adjust C's account when you receive some money from D? In this case, in this way, the employee keep on doing this thing. This is technically called as dash, teaming and leading. So now you should be able to understand that frauds in an organization may be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is employee fraud, the other one is management fraud. Whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, it is called as employee fraud. When the management itself involves in a fraud, it is called as management fraud. Employees of the organization may try to involve in fraud either through defalcation of cash or through misappropriation of assets. The best example for misappropriation of assets is stealing physical stock. When the employee steals physical stock of the organization, it may be technically called as misappropriation of assets. And defalcation of cash can be done by the employee by following any one of the following four ways: suppression of cash receipts, inflation of cash payments, including fictitious payments, and teaming and leading. The most important aspect that every one of you should be able to understand is that when the employee involves in a fraud, there will be a twofold impact on the organization. On one hand, the organization will lose its valuable cash, and most importantly, on the other hand, the financial statements of such an organization contains mistakes or misstatements, and hence it is said that the financial statements have been wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared. Now, what is about management fraud? Concept of employee fraud is somewhat digestible, somewhat understandable, because the employees get lower amount of salaries to meet their personal needs. There is every possibility that the employee may try to involve in fraud. Then why management involves in a fraud? For various other reasons. Sometimes even management of an entity may try to involve in fraud. In that case, it is technically called as management fraud. Management will generally try to involve in fraud in order to achieve some desired objectives. The first objective may be reduction of tax liability. Reduction of tax liability may be an objective behind involvement of management in fraud. Generally, employees are expected to involve in fraud, but sometimes even management may also involve in fraud. Why management involves in a fraud? In order to achieve some desired objectives. What are the examples for desired objectives? The best example is for reduction of a tax liability. You are a proprietor of a proprietary concern. Your name is X. In the previous financial year, you got a profit of 1 lakh. Since the profit is well within the taxable limit, the tax liability on your part in the previous year is 0. But for the current year, you got a profit of 10 lakhs. Now you need to pay tax of around 1,25,000. You don't want to pay this tax. You want to reduce this tax liability of 1,25,000 to 0. If you want to reduce your tax liability from 1,25,000 to 0, what should you do? Although you got a profit of 10 lakhs, you need to reflect it as 1 lakh. Yes or no? Meeku vachina profit enta current year lo 10 lakhs. Meer enta chupiddam anukuntunnaru? 1 lakh. How to reduce profit from 10 lakhs to 1 lakh? There are several ways you can inflate, you can reduce sales. Undervaluation of closing stock, overvaluation of opening stock, inflation of purchase, inflation of trading expenses, inflation of expenses debited to profit and loss account, providing excessive depreciation. Good debt may be treated as a bad debt. Good debt may be treated as a doubtful debt. Capital expenditure may be treated as revenue expenditure. These are all the ways that are available for the management to reduce their profit from 10 lakhs to 1 lakh. Management decides to reduce this profit by including a fictitious entry into journal. The entry that has been recorded by the management in the journal is salaries account debtor to outstanding salaries. The amount written against it is 9 lakhs. Actually, this is not payable, but management has made an entry into books of account, debiting salaries with an amount of 9 lakhs and creating outstanding salaries with an amount of 9 lakhs. Thereby, the expenditure has been inflated by 9 lakhs. When the expenditure is inflated by 9 lakhs, there will be an impact on the profitability, and now the profit is being reflected it only at 1 lakh. Since the profit is only 1 lakh, the current year's tax liability comes to 0. Amma? Ardhamainde? So, kabatti what the management did by including some fictitious entries in the books of account, even management was involved in fraud. At least by now, you should be able to understand that whenever there is an employee fraud, whenever there is a management fraud, employees or even management will certainly try to record some fraudulent entries or fictitious entries into books of account. So when there is an employee fraud or when there is a management fraud, certainly the persons who were involved in fraud will try to conceal the fraud. Evadaina sare fraud చేసిన వాడు ఏం చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తాడు? The person who was involved in fraud will certainly try to conceal it. In order to conceal the fraud perpetrated by them, they will try to record either fraudulent entries in the books of account or fictitious entries into books of account. When books contains fraudulent entries or fictitious entries, it is said that the financial statements contains mistakes or misstatements. When the financial statements contains mistakes or misstatements, it is said that they are wrongly prepared or are incorrectly prepared. If anybody makes use of such wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared financial statements for taking any decisions, the decisions will prove to be wrong. So when there is a fraud, whether it be dash or it be dash, whether it be an employee fraud or it be a management fraud, financial statements will get adversely affected. Do you agree with this now or not? Then what is error? The only difference between the concept of fraud and error is the intention. If you do it intentionally, it is called as fraud. If you do it unintentionally, it is called as error. So the distinguishing line between fraud and error is the intention. Right? So sometimes employees of the organization may be involved in an error. The unfortunate thing is that the impact of fraud as well as error on the financial statements will be one and the same. For example, while carrying forward a balance in a particular account which is 976 rupees, the accountant has carried forward it as 679. What is the actual balance to be carried forwarded? 976. What is the amount carried forwarded? 679. In that case, there will be some difference in the trial balance. When the employee is unable to identify the difference, what the employee could do? The employee will try to adjust this difference in some other account. If the amount is very minimum amount or nominal amount, you may not consider it as material. But if this difference is say 1 lakh rupees and this difference has been adjusted somewhere else, could you say that financial statements have been correctly prepared? Say there is a difference in rent account, it has been adjusted in stationery account. Could you now say that financial statements are correctly prepared? No. Why? Because nobody has involved in fraud, but there was an error. Because of error, financial statements are getting affected. So by this, you should be able to recollect that the impact of dash and dash on dash is one and the same. The impact of fraud and error on the financial statements would be one and the same. In either case, financial statements gets adversely affected. This is all about the concept of fraud and error. So always there is a possibility that employees would involve in fraud, management would involve in fraud. Because of that, financial statements may get affected. Assume that I am the managing director of a company. Assume further that you are all the shareholders of the company. Just now, I have prepared the financial statements of the company. Copy of the same has been provided to you. You are about to make use of the financial statements for taking some decisions, and you know very well that the correctness or otherwise of the decision to be made by you is dependent upon the correctness or otherwise with which financial statements are prepared. It is చాలా important amma. నేను ఎవరిని మేనేజ్మెంట్, మీరెవరు షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. నేను ఇప్పుడే ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ ప్రిపేర్ చేశా, ఒక కాపీ మీకు ఇచ్చా, మీరు అది వాడుకుని డెసిషన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. మీరు తీసుకునే డెసిషన్ కరెక్ట్ అవుతుందా తప్పు అవుతుందా అనేది దేని మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంది? ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ కరెక్ట్ గా ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తారా తప్పుగా ప్రిపేర్ చేశారా అన్న దాని మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంది. దేర్ఫోర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఈస్ ఆస్కింగ్ shareholders are asking the management about whether financial statements have been correctly prepared. You are asking me, you are posing me a question. Have you prepared these financial statements correctly? I know very well that I was involved in fraud. I know very well that financial statements are wrongly prepared. Sometimes I may not have been involved in fraud, but most of my employees would have involved in fraud. In either case, financial statements may be said to be wrongly prepared. But in either case, management will always say that financial statements have been correctly prepared, although they have been wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared. చెప్పండమ్మా ఈ అమ్మాయి సరిగ్గా వినట్లా, ఏమ్మా వింటున్నావా అన్న ఏమంటుంది, అది ఎస్ అంటుంది అంతే. అట్లాగా మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాడు తప్పుడు ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఊరికే అనుకోమ్మా, మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాడు తప్పుడు ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసినా వాడు ఎప్పుడు ఏమని చెప్తాడు, ఆల్వేస్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ విల్ సే దట్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ కరెక్ట్లీ prepared, and hence the words although they are wrongly prepared, although they are incorrectly prepared, hence the words of the management are not reliable to the users of the financial statements. Therefore users of the financial statements will insist the management to appoint an independent person. Words of the management are not always reliable, hence users will insist the management to appoint an independent person having an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. Such an independent person to be appointed who must have an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing is technically called as dash auditor. So who is asking whom about what? The users of the financial statements are asking the management to appoint an independent person having an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. Only auditors are expected to be having an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. So what the users are asking for? Users are asking the management to appoint an independent person, a chartered accountant, for the purpose of carrying out audit. In that case, there is no other alternative for the management but to appoint such an expert. Such an expert appointed is technically called as auditor. Supposing that you have been appointed as the auditor. Supposing further that you have gone for an audit. When you go for an audit, you will be provided with dash. The financial statements prepared by the management will be provided to you. What will you do as an auditor now? What is your duty as an auditor when financial statements have been provided to you? ఏమన్నా నా మాట అర్థమవుతుందే? పోనీ ఇంకా ఎక్స్టెండ్ చేయనా? ఇందాక యూజర్స్ ఏమడిగారో తెలుసా? Please appoint an independent person having an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. Show the financial statements prepared by you to that independent person. Since that independent person is an expert in accounting and auditing, he will go through the financial statements. He will form an opinion about whether they have been correctly prepared or not. The opinion so formed shall be expressed to us. Since he is independent, since he is expert in accounting and auditing, his words are more reliable than the words of the management. Therefore, there is no other option for the management but to appoint an independent person called as an auditor. You have been appointed as an auditor. When you go for an audit, you will be provided with financial statements. What will you do with that? Mohan Dudusun అక్కడ బారేసి వచ్చేస్తారా ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్? మరి ఏం చేస్తారమ్మా? When you have been appointed as the auditor of an entity and you have been provided with financial statements, what will you do? You need to verify such financial statements. You need to form an opinion about whether they have been correctly prepared or not. And the opinion so formed shall be expressed to the users of the financial statements. నేను ఇందాక ఫస్ట్ లో ఒక మాట అన్నా, ఏమన్నాను వినండి. First of all, the organization will enter into a transaction. Later, the details or particulars of the transaction shall be recorded in a book called as journal. Later, the details will be transferred to a book called as ledger. At the end of the year, ledgers are totaled, ledger balances are extracted. From the balances of the ledger, it will prepare a trial balance. From trial balance, it will prepare different financial statements. Now you have been provided with these financial statements. What is your duty as an auditor? You need to verify whether these financial statements have been correctly prepared or not. Correctness or otherwise of financial statements would depend upon the correctness or otherwise of trial balance. Yes or no? Correctness or otherwise of trial balance would depend upon the correctness or otherwise of ledger. Correctness or otherwise of ledger would depend upon the correctness or otherwise of journal. So when you were appointed as an auditor, when you are made responsible to form and express an opinion on the financial statements, what should you do? You need to check the correctness of journal first. So you need to insist the management to provide books and other related records maintained by them. They will provide you with journal, ledger, subsidiary books if any, along with trial balance and financial statements. First of all, you need to focus on dash the correctness of journal. Journal may contain thousands and lakhs of entries. If all the entries that were recorded in the journal were found to be correct, you can say that journal has been properly prepared. But the unfortunate thing is that sometimes the employees of the organization would have involved in fraud. Sometimes management of the entity would have been involved in fraud. In each of the cases, they may try to record some fraudulent entries or fictitious entries into books of account. When they record fraudulent or fictitious entries into books of account, it is said that books have not been properly prepared. Therefore, it is our responsibility as an auditor to verify the correctness of each and every entry in the journal with the help of supporting documentary evidences, which is generally called as proof. You need to verify each and every transaction for its correctness with proof, otherwise called as supporting documentary evidence. That process of examination of each and every entry made in the journal with the help of supporting documentary evidences is technically called as dash watching. So, by carrying out watching, you will check whether entry recorded in the journal is a genuine entry or is a fraudulent entry, a real entry or is a fictitious entry. That can be done with the help of checking the same with supporting documentary evidences, otherwise called as proof, and hence it is called as watching. You have carried out watching. You satisfied that each and every entry recorded in the journal as correct. Now, can you say that financial statements are correctly recorded? Yes or no? If journal is found to be correct, can you conclude that financial statements have been correctly prepared? No. Why? Because financial statements are not prepared directly from a journal. So just now you concluded about the correctness of a journal. You should also verify the correctness of a ledger. Therefore, entries in the journal should be verified into ledger. That process of checking whether entry in the journal has correctly been transferred to ledger is technically called as posting. You know very well about posting. I don't want to explain it. While checking postings, you will focus on three things: correct head, correct side, and correct amount. Once you satisfy that all the entries recorded in the journal have correctly been posted into ledger, then you are required to check the totals of the ledger. Checking of the totals of the ledger is technically called as verifying the arithmetical accuracy of the ledger. That process is technically called as casting. What is that? Casting. So to check the correctness of the journal, you are carrying out a technique called as watching. To check the correctness of the ledger, you are carrying out a technique of posting and casting. Then you need to verify whether the balances of the ledger, balances extracted from the ledger, are arithmetically accurate. What is meant by arithmetical accuracy? Deducting debit balance from credit balance or credit balance from debit balance and ascertaining whether balance is properly extracted or not. Once you satisfy about the correctness of balances, you can satisfy about trial balance, you can satisfy about the correctness of financial statements. So if you were the auditor, if you need to form an opinion on the correctness or otherwise of financial statements, you need to carry out some techniques like watching, posting, casting, and so on. Okay, ma? So this is about the concept of auditing. This is the origin of auditing. The words of the management are not reliable to the users. So users need an assurance from an expert having expert knowledge of accounting and auditing that everything is good and everything is reliable. That person is technically called as an auditor. You have been appointed as an auditor. What is the basic objective behind your appointment as an auditor? Chapandi? Now you have been appointed as an auditor. What is the basic objective behind your appointment? The basic objective behind appointment of the auditor is to form and to express an opinion on the financial statements, whether such financial statements are correctly prepared or not. That is technically called as whether such financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view or not. I cannot explain you what is true and fair view now. In future, while we are having a discussion in essay 700, 6 conditions were given in essay 700. If all the 6 conditions are satisfied, then you can say that the financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view. We will deal with that later. So the basic objective or primary objective behind appointment of the auditor is to form and to express an opinion on the financial statements, whether they are reflecting a true and fair view. And auditor is also made secondarily responsible for detection of frauds and errors. For detection of frauds and errors. In most of the cases, most of the persons do not accept with this, but I can certainly say that they are wrong in their approach. Although it is not specifically mentioned, it is our responsibility as an auditor at least to detect frauds. That is the reason why CA Institute has issued SA 240. That is the reason why Companies Act has introduced a section called as 143 subsection 12. What section 143 subsection 12 of the Companies Act deals with? Whenever you are carrying out the audit of a company, when you identify any fraud, it is the response, and having a value of 1 crore and above, it is our responsibility to communicate the same to the company within 2 days. Later on, you need to communicate the same to the central government. So when you identify fraud, it is your responsibility to communicate to the central government. So by these things, you can say, I will ask you a question. It's a very good question. I am anticipating an answer from your side. If you are able to provide an answer for this question, you will have better understanding of the subject. The question is, there is an organization in which several frauds have taken place. Several frauds have taken place. You have been appointed as the auditor of that organization. Unfortunately, you failed to detect such frauds. In that case, what happens? Can I repeat the question? You have been appointed as the auditor of an entity. Several frauds have taken place in the organization. Unfortunately, you failed to detect such frauds. In such case, what may happen? That is my question. Frauds have actually taken place. So financial statements contains misstatements. You failed to detect frauds. Hence, auditor may conclude that there are no frauds. There are no frauds. There are no mistakes or misstatements, and hence the financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view. But in fact, in reality, they are not reflecting a true and fair view. That means the opinion given by the auditor will become wrong. The opinion given by the auditor will become inappropriate when the auditor fails to detect frauds. So, if you want to give an appropriate opinion, you must be able to detect frauds and errors, particularly frauds, because fraud is more dangerous than error. Fraud is repetitive in nature. Error is not. Why? People tend to repeat frauds. By involving in fraud, they will get some advantage. If you are getting some advantage, you will try to repeat it. That is the reason why frauds are repetitive in nature, whereas errors are not. So, out of frauds and errors, which is more dangerous? Fraud is more dangerous. Therefore, it is your responsibility as an auditor to detect frauds and errors. So, by now, we can say that the following are said to be the objectives behind appointment of the auditor. The primary objective is to form and to express an opinion on the financial statements, whether they are reflecting a true and fair view or not. And the second, for that only you need to detect frauds and errors. So, detection of frauds and errors is said to be the secondary responsibility of the auditor. When the auditor is made secondarily responsible for detection, somebody should have been made primarily responsible for that. Yes or no? In that case, who is made primarily responsible for frauds? That from management is made. Management is made primarily responsible both for prevention of frauds and errors as well as detection of frauds and errors. Auditor's responsibility is limited only to detection, whereas management's responsibility extends even to prevention. Auditor's responsibility is said to be secondary in nature, whereas management's responsibility is said to be primary in nature. So who is made primarily responsible? Management. For what? For what? For prevention and detection of frauds and errors. If you are the management, if you want to prevent or detect frauds or errors, what should you do? The only alternative available for the management, either to prevent or detect frauds, is to introduce some controls in the organization called as internal controls. Management is responsible to design, implement and maintain. Design, implement and maintain some controls in the organization called as internal controls. What is internal control? This is very well known to you. If there is no fear to an employee, the possibility of such employee's involvement in fraud would be high. If you are able to create fear to the employee, the possibility of involvement of that employee in fraud will be very, very less. I will try to prove this with the help of a single example. I am working as a purchase manager in an organization. the following are my duties. I am made responsible to take a decision about whether to purchase or not to purchase. Whether to purchase or not to purchase. I am also made responsible to decide about the quantity to be purchased. I am also made responsible to decide about the supplier from whom purchases are to be made. I am also made responsible to check the quantity of the goods as well as quality of the goods after they received. Finally, I am made responsible to make the payment to the supplier. These are all said to be the responsibilities of a purchase manager. Can you just go through them and try to understand them? What is the first responsibility of the purchase manager? He need to decide whether to purchase or not to purchase, the quantity to be purchased, the supplier from whom purchases are to be made. After receipt of the goods from the supplier, he is made responsible to verify the quality of the goods as well as the quantity of the goods. And finally, he is made responsible to make the payment. In the given example, it seems that the employee is carrying out several activities. No, which is wrong. The employee in the given case is carrying out only one activity. The activity being carried out by the purchase manager in the given case is purchase. But there are several phases. There are several phases in that purchase activity. I repeat, the employee is carrying out only one activity. Activity is called as purchase. But in that activity, there are several phases. For all the phases, the same person is made responsible. Now, how this purchase manager could involve in fraud? I will try to explain this. I am the purchase manager. I am having a tinge to involve in fraud. When opportunity comes, I won't leave that opportunity. When there is no opportunity, I will try to create it. నేనే ఆ పర్చేజ్ మేనేజర్ని. నేను ఫ్రాడ్ చేసే అవకాశం వస్తే పొరపాటున కూడా వదలను. Now what I did is like this. A particular raw material called as Y is abundantly available. Particular raw material called as Y is abundantly available within the organization. When the material is abundantly available, is it necessary to purchase it? No. But I made a decision to purchase a raw material called as Y. That too, I want to purchase 1000 kgs of raw material. There are 4 suppliers for that raw material. I made a phone call to them. I asked them to provide a quotation wherein they need to specify the rate at which they are willing to supply. The first supplier said that she is willing to supply the item at 70 per kg. Second supplier 80, third supplier 90, and the fourth supplier is 100. Now, let us assume that the quality of the supply is one and the same. When the quality is one and the same, if you were the purchase manager, would you like to purchase the required item from supplier 1 or from supplier 4? Any prudent person, when the quality is one and the same, you will certainly try to purchase from a supplier who is willing to supply the goods at the lowest price. In the given example, the first supplier is willing to supply the material at 70 per kg. But surprisingly, I made a decision to purchase the required raw material not from the first supplier, but from the last supplier at 100 per kg. Now I entered into an agreement with the last supplier. I said to you that the item is readily available in the market for 70, but I am going to pay you 70, but I am going to pay you an amount of 100. An excess amount of 30 is being paid to you. 30 into 1000 kg is 30,000. Keep 15,000 with you and pay back 15,000 to me. There is no need for you to send qualitative material. Please send material having a quality of 60 rupees. 60 minus 70, 10 rupees. 10 into 1000, 10,000. Keep 5,000 with you. Pay 5,000 to me. Don't supply 1000 kgs. Supply only 900 kgs. But I will make payment for 1000 kgs. Difference amount can be distributed by us equally. This is the contract that has been entered by the purchase manager with that particular supplier. Now it is said that purchase manager was involved in fraud. Yes or no? Why the purchase manager in the given example was involved in fraud? Because he is made responsible to carry out different phases. Because he is made responsible to carry out different phases of a purchase transaction. There are several phases in the purchase transaction. One person is made responsible to carry out different phases of a purchase transaction. When one person is made responsible to carry out different phases of a purchase transaction, that person knows very well that everything is being carried on by him. Nobody is going to verify this transaction at a later point of time. When I know that nobody is going to verify the transaction at a later point of time, even if I involve in fraud, since nobody is going to verify this transaction, the fraud will not be identified. no action will be taken on me. So there is no fear for me. Because of lack of fear, I was involved in fraud. Then how to control the employees from involving in fraud, or how to create fear in the mind of the employee? To create fear in the mind of the employee, what you should do is, you need to divide the responsibilities. You need to segregate the responsibilities between more than one person in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. You need to segregate the duties or responsibilities between more than one person in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. If the duties of the employees were so arranged, the possibility of occurrence of fraud will certainly come down. Yes or no? Why? Why? Because every employee in that case knows very well that the work carried out by him will be verified by another person at a later point of time. If I involve in fraud, somebody is going to verify it. Somebody is going to identify that. Somebody is going to report the same to the management, and management may take severe action. Fearing the action from the management, the possibility of involvement of employee in the fraud would certainly get reduced. So how do you create a fear in the mind of the employee? By dividing the responsibilities between or among more than one person in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. So when the management is able to create fear in the mind of the employee, the possibility of occurrence of frauds and errors will certainly get reduced. That creating fear is nothing but technically called as internal controls, for which duties are required to be segregated in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. That is what internal control actually means. So if you were the management, if you want to prevent occurrence of frauds, if you want to detect the occurred frauds, then it is the responsibility of the management to introduce some controls called as internal controls. The next topic or concept that we need to focus is about the concept of independence. What is that? The concept of independence. As I already said to you, users of the financial statements insisted management to appoint an independent person having an expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. Why the term independent has been used? For example, I am the managing director of a company. She is my sister. She is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. You are all the shareholders of that company. You insisted me to appoint an auditor. I appointed my own sister, who is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice, as the auditor. She started conducting audit. She identified that financial statements have been wrongly prepared or incorrectly prepared. She wants to report the same to the shareholders. Now I influenced my sister. I directed my sister not to do that. Although financial statements are wrong, you need to say that financial statements have been correctly prepared, because I am her brother. By following my instructions, although she knows very well that the financial statements have been wrongly prepared, she has expressed an opinion that the financial statements have been correctly prepared, and hence reflecting a true and fair view. In the given case, the very purpose for which the auditor is appointed gets defeated. Why the purpose of appointment of auditor gets defeated? Because the auditor in the given case is said to be not independent. The auditor in the given case is not independent. Then what is meant by independence? Independence doesn't mean 15th August 1947. Then what is independence of the auditor? While taking decisions or judgments, about the truthness and fairness of the financial statements. As an auditor, you are supposed to take a decision. You are supposed to judge whether financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view or not. While doing so, while taking decisions or judgments about the truthness and fairness of the financial statements, the auditor should not be subordinate to the wishes or directions of any other person or to his own self-interest. If the auditor is listening to the words of the management, if the auditor is acting in accordance with the directions or instructions given by the management, it is said that the auditor is not independent. When the auditor is not independent, when the auditor is listening to the words of the management, when the auditor is dancing to the tunes of the management, then the purpose of appointment of auditor gets defeated. Therefore, to use the work of the auditor is always expected to be independent. So whenever you have been appointed as an auditor, you must always try to be independent. Don't listen to the words of the management. Don't try to listen to the words of the management. Don't try to follow the instructions or directions given by the management. In other words, the auditor should be like Setaya. ఎవరి మాట వినడు. అంటే అక్కడ మనం ఆడిట్కి వెళ్ళేప్పుడు చెవుల్లో 2 దూదులు పెట్టుకుని వెళ్ళాలా, లేకపోతే అది కాదు. You may listen to the words of the management. Ultimately, whether financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view or not is a decision to be taken by you without being influenced by others. You need to take decision based on your audit, not based on the directions given by some other person, not as per the wishes of some other person. Then only you are said to be independent. So, మనం అపాయింట్ అయిన రీజన్ సర్వ్ అవ్వాలంటే, పర్పస్ సర్వ్ అవ్వాలంటే, యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్ వీ షుడ్ ఆల్వేస్ బీ ఇండిపెండెంట్. డోంట్ లిసన్ టు ద వర్డ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద మేనేజ్మెంట్, డోంట్ యాక్ట్ ఇన్ అకార్డెన్స్ విత్ ద డైరెక్షన్స్ ఆర్ ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ గివెన్ బై ద మేనేజ్మెంట్. దిస్ ఈస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్. కెన్ యూ డిఫైన్ వాట్ ఈస్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్? While taking decisions or judgments about the truthness and fairness of the financial statements, the auditor should not be subordinate to the wishes or directions of any other person or to his own self-interest. Then only auditor is said to be independent. Then only the opinion given by the auditor is more reliable to the users of the financial statements. Then only the objective behind appointment of the auditor won't get defeated. So, to be useful, the auditor should always be independent. If the auditor's report is to be used, the auditor should always be independent. Then there is another concept which is required to be introduced to you, which is very well known to you, called as the concept of materiality. Supposing that you have been appointed as the auditor of an entity, you have carried out audit. Finally, you find a mistake or misstatement of just 1 rupee in the financial statements. You are able to identify a mistake of just 1 rupee in the financial statements. Now, as an auditor, can you say that such financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view or not? You are able to identify a mistake or misstatement of just 1 rupee. In that case, can you say that the financial statements have been correctly prepared or are reflecting a true and fair view? Yes. So, although there is a mistake, although there is a misstatement of 1 rupee, you are saying that the financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view, for the simple reason that the mistake or misstatement identified by you is very, very small, negligible, very, very small, negligible, and it is considered as immaterial. Contrary to that, after carrying out the audit, if you are able to identify a mistake of 1 crore rupees, can you ignore this mistake of 1 crore rupees just like the misstatement of 1 rupee? 1 rupee వదిలేస్తారు కదా, అలాగే 1 crore కూడా వదిలేస్తారా? వదిలేసి now can you say that financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view? Certainly not. So if the mistake or misstatement found by you is very, very small, you can simply ignore it. You can still say that financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view. If the mistake or misstatement identified by you as an auditor is material in nature, if it is very important, you must consider it while expressing your opinion on the financial statements. In other words, in layman's language, materiality means important. But SA 320 has given a very good definition for materiality. According to SA 320, material items can be defined as those items. Material items can be defined as those items that will influence, those items that will influence the decisions of users of financial statements. This is the definition given for material items in SA 320. Can you please repeat it? What is material or material item? According to SA 320, material items can be defined as those items that will influence the decisions of users of financial statements. What is meant by financial statements? Meaning of the term financial statements is well known to you. Users of financial statements are also well known to you. How users make use of financial statements is also well known to you. What type of decisions would they take is also well known to you. Then what is the only thing that you need to understand? The term influence. I will try to explain this with the help of an example. You are having a surplus money of 1 lakh rupees. You want to purchase some shares in a company with the surplus money. Initially, you have selected 4 companies called ABCD. Now you have gone through the financial statements of all such companies. Out of those 4 companies, company D attracted you a lot. Why? Because that company started its commercial operations only 1 month back with a capital of 1 lakh rupees. With a capital of 1 lakh, that too by carrying out business for 1 month, the company is able to get a profit of 40 lakh rupees. These are all the facts relating to company D. So this company D is looking to be very much attractive to you. Therefore, you have decided to invest your surplus money of 1 lakh rupees in purchasing the shares of D Limited. And in fact, you executed your decision. You purchased some shares in D Limited with this amount of 1 lakh. So based on the financial statements of D Limited, you made a decision to invest your surplus money in purchasing the shares of D Limited. The company has started its commercial operations only 1 month back with a mere capital of 1 lakh, but the company is able to get a profit of 40 lakhs, which is considered as exorbitant, and hence you decided to make investment in the shares of the company. You executed the decision. After execution of this decision, you came to know that the accountant of the company has treated an expenditure of 8 rupees as capital expenditure instead of treating it as revenue expenditure. The actual nature of the expenditure is revenue. It should have been debited to profit and loss account, but it has been treated as capital expenditure. Hence, it has been reflected in the balance sheet. In that case, if you come to know this is a wrong treatment given by the accountant. Yes or no? Would this influence or impact the decision that you have already made? Would you feel painful after listening to this? అయ్యో అకౌంటెంట్ 8 రూపాయల క్యాపిటల్ రెవెన్యూ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ని క్యాపిటల్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్గా ట్రీట్ చేశాడు, అనవసరంగా ఈ కంపెనీలో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసామే అని మీరు ఏమన్నా ఫీల్ అవుతారా? మాట్లాడాలి, మాట్లాడండి అమ్మా. No. Why? Because even if the amount has been correctly treated, there would be a reduction in the profit to the tune of only 8 rupees. Out of 40 lakhs, there is a reduction of only 8 rupees. That cannot be considered as material. If it is 80 rupees, would you treat this item as material? Would it influence your decision? The accountant treated a revenue expenditure of 80 rupees not as such, but as a capital expenditure. You came to know about this after purchase of shares in the company. Would this item of 80 rupees influence your decision? Yes or no? If it is 800, if it is 8,000, if it is 80,000, no. If I were in your place, I won't treat even 80,000 as material. Why? Because still the company is having a profit of 39,20,000. If it is 8 lakhs, no, still there is a profit of 32 lakhs. If it is 80 lakhs, కింద పడి దొల్లుతారు ఏడుస్తూ. ఎందుకంటే if this 80 lakhs has correctly been treated, the company should have suffered with a loss of 40 lakhs. By having an in-depth analysis, you made an investment in a company which suffered with a loss of 40 lakh rupees, that too with a mere capital of 1 lakh, that too by carrying out business only for 1 month. Would it influence your decision? ఏ ఐటమ్ అయితే మీ డెసిషన్ని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేయగలుగుతుందో అలాంటి ఐటమ్ని టెక్నికల్గా డాష్ అన్నారు, మెటీరియల్ ఐటమ్ అన్నారు. So, as an auditor, we are not concerned with misstatements. We are concerned more with material misstatements. If you identify some mistakes or misstatements which are not so material, you can simply ignore them. But if you find out material misstatements, you need to consider them while forming and expressing an opinion on the financial statements. Of course, for one, it may be material. For other, it may not be material. Materiality is purely subjective. It is not objective. For one person, he may treat it as material. The other person may not treat it as material. For example, for persons living in Vijayawada or Guntur, we use 1 bucket of water for cleaning 1 foot. 1 bucket of water is not so material for us because we are living adjacent to Krishna River. Whereas the same bucket of water is so material for people living in Hyderabad or in particularly in Chennai. They use the same bucket of water for several things which some can be explained, some cannot be explained. ఒక బకెట్ అంటారు వాళ్ళు, మనం ఒక బకెట్ను ఒక కాలు కడగటానికి వాడతాం. మనకి మెటీరియల్ కాదు, వాళ్ళకి మెటీరియల్. ఒకటికి మెటీరియల్ అనిపించింది, ఇంకోటికి మెటీరియల్ అనిపించక పోవచ్చు. ఐ విల్ I will use this point when I am explaining you the concept of branch audit. The items that have been treated as material by the branch auditor may not have been considered as material by the head office auditor. In that case, head office auditor can simply ignore the qualificatory remarks made by the branch auditor in finalizing his report. So materiality is purely subjective in nature. Now I need to explain you the concept of AFRF, applicable financial reporting framework. And there is a separate definition given by CA Institute for fraud. According to the CA Institute, or according to SA 240, fraud can be defined as an intentional act by one or more individuals. An intentional act by one or more individuals among employees, management, those charged with governance, or third parties. Sometimes even third parties may be involved in fraud. In my example, my supplier is said to be the third party who was involved in fraud. I am the employee. Supplier was also involved. So sometimes employees may be involved in fraud. That's what we call as employee fraud. Sometimes management or those charged with governance may involve in fraud. That has been called by us as management fraud. And with the help of other parties also, fraud may have been done. That is called as collusion. Employees of the organization may collude with third parties. Management may collude with third parties to involve in fraud through the use of deception to get an unjust or illegal advantage. That is the reason why I said to you that intentional means deliberately in order to deceive the other party. That is called as deception in the definition given under SA 240. Now I am repeating the definition of SA 240 again. Listen it carefully. Fraud can be defined as intentional act by one or more individuals among management, those charged with governance, employees or third parties through use of or involving deception to get an unjust or illegal advantage. This is the actual definition given for fraud in SA 240. Now what is AFRF? You know very well about AFRF. A means applicable, F means financial, R means reporting, F means framework. So AFRF means applicable financial reporting framework. Financial reporting is having some easy meaning to understand. Preparation of financial statements and reporting of same is technically called as dash. Financial reporting. I repeat, preparation of financial statements and reporting of the same is technically called as financial reporting. Who is made responsible for preparation and reporting on financial statements? Management. So management is made responsible for preparation of financial statements and reporting the same to the users. Therefore, it is technically called as financial reporting. Financial reporting cannot be done by the management as per their whims and fancies, as per their views. They need to prepare financial statements and they need to prepare financial statements in a report financial statements in a particular way. The way to be followed by the management for preparation and reporting of their financial statements is technically called as framework. In other words, simply speaking, framework is nothing but a set of some rules and regulations. Framework is nothing but a set of some rules and regulations. So some rules and regulations are specified for the purpose of preparing the financial statements as well as for reporting the financial statements. Such rules and regulations are technically called as dash framework. And for some types of entities, some rules are applicable. For some other types of entities, some other rules are made applicable. For all the organizations, same set of rules cannot be made applicable. Those rules and regulations that are made applicable, those rules and regulations that are made applicable to an entity for preparation and reporting of financial statements is technically called as dash applicable financial reporting framework. ఎలా పడితే అలా ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ ప్రిపేర్ చేయడానికి వీల్లేదు. ఫర్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎ బెటర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఐ విల్ ట్రై టు ఆస్క్ యూ సమ్ క్వశ్చన్స్. యూ నీడ్ టు సే ఎస్ ఆర్ నో ఫర్ దోస్ క్వశ్చన్స్. యు నో వెరీ వెల్ that if a company wants to prepare financial statements, the company is required to follow the provisions of the Companies Act. If a banking company is required to prepare financial statements, it needs to follow Banking Regulation Act. Banking Regulation Act. When an insurance company wants to prepare their financial statements, they need to follow Insurance Act. When an electricity generating company wants to prepare their financial statements, they need to follow Electricity Act. Yes or no? Now I am a company. I want to prepare my financial statements not by following the provisions of the Companies Act. Is it acceptable to you or not? Yes or no? Matandi. I am a banking company. I want to prepare my financial statements not by following the provisions of the Banking Regulation Act, but by following the provisions of Companies Act. Is it acceptable to you or not? I am an insurance company. I want to prepare my financial statements not by following Insurance Act, but by following Banking Regulation Act. Is it acceptable to you or not? Yes or no? I am an electricity generating company. I want to prepare my financial statements by following Insurance Act and not by following the Electricity Companies Act. Yes or no? Do you accept for that or not? ఈ మాట చూస్తుంది తెలుసా? అంటే నువ్వు నీ ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు ఎట్ట పడితే అట్ట ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తావా? I am a company. I am not having an objective of getting profit. I want to prepare a trading account, profit and loss account and balance sheet as a part of my financial statements. Is it acceptable to you or not? I am a company or I am an entity having profit objective. I want to prepare receipts and payments account and income and expenditure account. Is it acceptable to you or not? You cannot prepare your financial statements as per your wishes. There is a particular way that is required to be followed by you for preparation of your financial statements. A set of rules and regulations would have been provided to you. You must have to follow such rules and regulations while preparing your financial statements. Those rules that are made applicable to you is technically called as applicable financial reporting framework. Simply speaking, for a company form of organization, the applicable financial reporting framework is Companies Act and accounting standards. Of course, accounting standards were also mentioned in Companies Act. There is no need to mention specifically about accounting standards. A company had to follow or prepare their financial statements and report their financial statements by following Companies Act, particularly Schedule 3 to the Companies Act. Yes or no? What is Schedule 3? Can you explain briefly the importance of Schedule 3? How many divisions are there in Schedule 3? I know very well that most of you people do not know that there are 3 divisions in Schedule 3, Division 1, Division 2 and Division 3. Division 1 is made applicable to those companies which are required to follow original accounting standards issued by the CA Institute. Original accounting standards issued by the CA Institute. Those companies are not required to follow Ind AS for preparation and presentation of financial statements. They are supposed to follow the original accounting standards issued by the CA Institute for the purpose of preparation of their financial statements. Such companies must have to follow dash. Division 1. Some companies are required to follow Ind AS for the purpose of preparation and presentation of financial statements. Such companies must have to follow Division 2. And there are some companies called as NBFCs which are well known to you. You should have some knowledge about NBFCs from your foundation days. NBFC, they need to prepare their financial statements only by following Division 3. So companies which are required to prepare and present their financial statements by following original accounting standards are required to follow Division 1. Companies which are required to prepare their financial statements by following NDAs are required to follow Division 2. And non-banking financial companies are required to follow Division 3 of Schedule 3 to the Companies Act. And each division is having several parts. Every division will have 2 parts. Every division will have a minimum of 2 parts. Part 1 deals with balance sheet and part 2 deals with profit and loss account, otherwise called a statement of profit and loss account. Whatever you call, they mean one and the same. There is nothing specific that you should call it as statement of profit and loss account. Statement of profit and loss account ane pilavalani rule emi ledu. P&L account ani pilavachu, tappemi ledu. So balance sheet is specified in part 1 and profit and loss account is specified in part 2. What is specified? The form. What is that? Very good. The form, content and disclosure requirements. The form, content and disclosure requirements of balance sheet were mentioned in part 1. The form, content and disclosure requirements of profit and loss account have been mentioned in part 2. Form means you need to prepare a company's balance sheet and profit and loss account only in a vertical form. Content means on the liability, equity and liability side, you need to reflect these things. On the asset side, you need to reflect these things. That is called as content. Disclosure requirements is the way in which a particular item is required to be shown or disclosed in the financial statements. Everything is mentioned in part 1 and part 2 of schedule, part 1 and part 2 of either division 1 or division 2 or division 3 of schedule 3. So if you are a company, if you want to prepare and present your financial statements, you must have to follow Schedule 3 to the Companies Act. In the given example, Schedule 3 is technically said to be dash applicable financial reporting framework. Applicable financial reporting framework. And financial statements prepared by a company can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is general purpose financial statements. The second one is special purpose financial statements. These are all the things that will be helpful for you a lot to understand SA 700 and SA 705, particularly SA 705. అందుకని మీకు ఎంత తెలుసో నాకు తెలియదు. నేను చెప్తే విన్నవాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, గుర్తున్న వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, గుర్తులేని వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, అసలు విన్ని వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. అందుకని చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది. వాట్ ఈస్ జనరల్ పర్పస్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ స్పెషల్ పర్పస్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్. నౌ ద టైమ్ ఇస్ 10:30. ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ యూ హ్యావ్ టు కమ్ బ్యాక్ బై 11 o'clock. We will continue the discussion at 11 and up to 1, 1:30 na 1 up to 1 to 2:30 is the break. తర్వాత మిగతావి చూద్దాం. వెళ్ళండి తొందరగా. ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 11 కల్లా ఒక్క ల్యాప్ అయినా నేను స్టార్ట్ చేసేస్తా. మీరు వచ్చేప్పటికి ఇది అయిపోతుంది కూడా. ఇది అయిపోగానే ఐ విల్ స్టార్ట్ కంపెనీ ఆడిట్. రాకెట్ ఎప్పుడన్నా చూసారా? ఇవాళ చూద్దరు కానీ కాసేపట్లో మెరుపుతే కానీ. డన్. What is the difference between general purpose financial statements and special purpose financial statements? If the financial statements are prepared keeping in view the requirements of a particular person, keeping in view the requirements of a particular person, then such financial statements prepared may be technically called as special purpose financial statements. I will try to provide you with an example for this. You'll have a better understanding of the term special purpose financial statements after listening to the example. Assume that you are a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern. Your name is X. You are a borrower. You have taken a loan from State Bank of India. SBI is the lender in the given example. Now SBI, the lender, is insisting the borrower to provide a set of financial statements. You know very well that audit is actually not mandatory either for a sole proprietary concern or for a partnership firm. However, the lender is asking the borrower to provide a set of financial statements, and such financial statements are required to be prepared by the sole proprietor only in the format provided by the bank. Bank వాళ్ళు ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన ఫార్మాట్ ఇచ్చారు, and X, the sole proprietor, is expected to prepare the financial statements not generally but only in the format provided by the banker, and such format provided by the banker contains information that is required for the banker. Information that is required for the banker. Now assume that X prepared the financial statements not generally but by following the format given by the banker, and the information that has been provided by X to the banker in that format will be used for exclusively by dash. Will be used exclusively by the lender. So you are providing some information only for the use of a particular person. In that case, the financial statements prepared by you shall be technically called as dash special purpose financial statements. Whereas general purpose financial statements are those financial statements that are prepared keeping in view the requirements of a wide range of users. What is that? Keeping in view the requirements of wide range of users, wherein all the information required by all those users shall have to be included. If you include all the information required by the wide range of users in our financial statements, and if you accordingly prepare your financial statements, then it is said that the financial statements prepared by you are general purpose financial statements. So what is the only difference between the terms general purpose financial statements and special purpose financial statements? General purpose financial statements are meant to be used by wide range of users, and hence it contains all the information required by different users, whereas special purpose financial statements are expected to be used only by one person, and hence information required by that person alone will be included in the financial statements. That is called as special purpose financial statements. Probably every one of you may have some knowledge about two types of frameworks called as compliance framework and fair presentation framework. Have you ever heard about the terms compliance framework and fair presentation framework? Then what is the difference? You know very well about what is a framework. As already said to you, framework means nothing but a set of rules and regulations. Such frameworks can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is compliance, the second one is fair presentation framework. You will come to know the importance of these terms in SA 700 and SA 705. That is the reason why I am trying to explain the concept of compliance and fair presentation framework. What is compliance framework? You are an organization, you are an entity. For you, a particular law is made applicable. A particular law is made applicable. You need to prepare your financial statements by following that law. The law clearly mentions that while preparing financial statements, you should never deviate from what is specified in law. What the law says? You need to prepare your financial statements strictly by following what we specify. Don't try to deviate from the provisions of the law. Don't try to prepare your financial statements by deviating from the law. So, నేనేం చెప్తే నువ్వు అదే చేయాలి. దాన్ని deviate చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. You need to prepare your financial statements strictly by following the provisions of law. You are not expected to deviate from what is mentioned in law. In that way, if you prepare your financial statements, since you are strictly in compliance, since you are strictly in compliance with what is specified in law, that framework followed by you is technically called as dash framework, compliance framework, wherein you are not expected to deviate from what is specified in law. You need to strictly adhere to the law. Then what is about fair presentation framework? If you are allowed to prepare your financial statements by following a fair presentation framework, in such case also you are required to comply with the law which is made applicable to you. When a law is made applicable to you, you are expected to follow that law. Strictly you need to follow the law. Apart from complying with the law, you have been given a liberty. Apart from complying with law, you have been given a liberty to make some additional disclosures. So in the previous case, you have not been given any liberty. What is specified by law must have to be followed by you. There should not be any deviation while preparing financial statements under compliance framework. Under fair presentation framework also, you are expected to comply with the law. Apart from complying with the law, you are allowed, you are having a liberty to make some additional disclosures. Example, in the law made applicable to you, you are required to make 10 disclosures. Now, if you are following fair presentation framework, you can make some more additional disclosures. You have been given a liberty to make some more disclosures. And most importantly, in some exceptional cases, what is that? In some exceptional cases, you are permitted even to deviate from the law. You are permitted to deviate from the law. So what is the only difference between compliance framework and fair presentation framework? What is the only difference between compliance framework and fair presentation framework? in a compliance framework, you cannot deviate from applicable financial reporting framework. You need to strictly comply with it. You cannot deviate. Whereas in a fair presentation framework, in extreme situations, in exceptional cases, there is no need for you to follow the law. You can deviate from the law as well. That is called as fair presentation framework. Generally, in India, we follow fair generally in India we follow fair presentation framework. Generally in India we follow fair presentation framework. That is the reason why as an auditor we are supposed to form and to express an opinion on the financial statements whether they are reflecting a true and fair view or not. Why you are using the term fair view? Because we are following a fair presentation framework. This is all about compliance framework and fair presentation framework. With this, I can say that. And another important aspect which is useful to you in future is the concept of engagement partner and the concept of engagement team. Engagement partner, engagement team. Ante enti. For example, there is a partnership firm of chartered accountants. Before explaining this, I will try to explain some other point which is very much useful to you in understanding company audit. Company audit చెప్పేటప్పుడు ఈ పాయింట్ గ్యారంటీగా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. అందుకని ఇంకొంచెం డీటెయిల్డ్గా చెప్తాం ముందర దీన్ని. Let us assume that just now you have passed CA. There are only two options left for you after passing CA. What are they? మీరు ఇప్పుడే CA పాస్ అయ్యారు. ఇప్పుడు మీకు ప్రొఫెషనల్గా there are only two opportunities left for you. What are they? The first one is you may decide to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. The second one is you may prefer an employment. Most of the people do prefer an employment in today's environment. That is better. But some people may decide to practice the profession of chartered accountancy as well. If you want to practice the profession of chartered accountancy, there are four ways available to you. మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ అన్నా చేయొచ్చు, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్లో కన్నా వెళ్ళొచ్చు. ఒకవేళ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేద్దాం అని అనుకుంటే there are four ways available for you. The first one is you can practice the profession of chartered accountancy on individually. You can practice the profession of chartered accountancy individually. That is on your own name. మీ పేరు మీద మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ ఆప్షన్ నెంబర్ 1. ఆప్షన్ నెంబర్ 2, యూ కెన్ ప్రాక్టీస్ యాజ్ ఎ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ ప్రొప్రైటరీ కన్సర్న్. ఆప్షన్ నెంబర్ 3, యూ కెన్ బికమ్ ఎ పార్ట్నర్. You can become a partner in a partnership firm of chartered accountants. And option number 4, on one hand, you can either practice individually or as a sole proprietary concern, and on the other hand, you can become a partner in any number of partnership firms of chartered accountants. వినంగానే అర్థం అవదు, అయితే సంతోషమే. ఏంటది? If you pass a CA, there are two options left for you. The first one is you can decide to practice the profession, or else you could prefer an employment. If you want to practice the profession of chartered accountancy, four ways are available. You can practice individually, or as a sole proprietary concern, or as a partner of a partnership firm, or on one hand you can practice individually or as a sole proprietor, and on the other hand you can become a partner in any number of partnership firms of chartered accountants. Supposing that I want to practice the profession of chartered accountancy individually on my own name. In that case, my name is CV Sharma and my practice name is also the same. There is no difference between my personal name and the name of my practice, otherwise called as a trade name. If there is no difference between your own name, your personal name and the trade name, it is said that you are practicing individually. నా పేరు సివి శర్మే, నా ప్రాక్టీస్ పేరు కూడా సివి శర్మే, రెండింటికి డిఫరెన్స్ లేదు. అలా రెండు డిఫరెన్స్ లేకుండా ఉంటే అలాంటి ప్రాక్టీస్ని ఏమనంటారమ్మా? ఇట్ ఈస్ సెడ్ దట్ యు ఆర్ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇండివిజువల్లీ. అలాగే if I want to practice as a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern, the major difference between practicing individually and as a sole proprietor is that in case of sole proprietary concern, my name, my personal name is different from my trade name. In the given example, let us assume that I am practicing in the name and style of CVS and Associates. My trade name is CVS and Associates, whereas my personal name is CV Sharma. నా పేరు సివి శర్మ, కానీ నా ప్రాక్టీస్ పేరు సివి శర్మ కాదు. నా ప్రాక్టీస్ పేరేంటి? సివిఎస్ అండ్ అసోసియేట్స్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటరీ కన్సర్న్ wherein I am the proprietor. In fact, I am practicing in the form of a sole proprietary concern. My sole proprietary concern's name is CVS and Associates. My name is CV Sharma. If you do this, it is said that you are practicing as a sole proprietary concern. Have you understood the difference between practicing individually and as a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern? Yes or no? Yes. So, in the first case, your personal name and your trade name are one and the same. In the second case, your personal name is different from your trade name. The third one is very easy to understand. If you want to practice either individually or as a sole proprietor, it takes some time to establish. Yes or no? ఏమో మనం పెట్టంగానే మీరే కావాలి, మీరే మాకు రిటర్న్ వేయాలని అందరూ మనకు వెనకాల క్యూలు కట్టరుగా. టైం పడుతుంది, 10 ఏళ్ళలో 15 ఏళ్ళలో పడుతుంది ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అవటానికి. అంత టైం ఎక్కడ వెయిట్ చేస్తానులే అని అనుకుంటే అప్పుడు మీరు ఏం చేయొచ్చో తెలుసా? You can, on a safer side, you can become a partner in a partnership firm. ఎవరో బాగా ఆల్రెడీ there is a partnership firm of chartered accountants which is earning good amounts. You can just become a partner therein so that you can get your share from the partnership firm. In that case, it is said that you are practicing as a partnership firm. And the last one is nothing but a combination of all the three. On one hand, you can marry as a kuvidiki. On one hand, you can practice individually or as a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern. And on the other hand, you can become a partner in any number of partnership firms of chartered accountants. నేను ఇండివిజువల్ గా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నా, వీళ్ళ ఫరంలో పార్ట్నర్ని, వీళ్ళ ఫరంలో పార్ట్నర్ని, వాళ్ళ ఫరంలో పార్ట్నర్ని, వాళ్ళ ఫరంలో పార్ట్నర్ని. యూ కెన్ బికమ్ ఏ పార్ట్నర్ ఇన్ ఎనీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. These are all said to be the ways that you can follow to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. ఈ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందమ్మా? ఇదంతా ఎందుకు చెప్పాల్సి వచ్చింది అని అంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, there is a partnership firm called as AB and Co. Generally, the names of partnership, as per the rules of the institute, the names of the partnership firms of chartered accountants shall end either with the words and co or with the words and associates, or at least you should use the term and in between the names. Names మధ్యలో అన్నా ఎండ్ ఉండాలి, లేకపోతే చివర్లో ఎండ్కు అనే మాట అన్నా ఉండాలి, లేకపోతే చివర్లో ఎండ్ అసోసియేట్స్ అనే మాట అన్నా ఉండాలి. ఇది సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ రూల్. కాబట్టి పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్స్ నేమ్ ఎట్లా ఎండ్ అవుతుంది? ద నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ విల్ ఎండ్ either with the term and co or with the term and associates, or you need to use the term and in between two names, Maruti and Sridhar. And annanga M and S, A and B, let AB and co, AB and associates. This is the way in which the name, na maata ardham avutunda, this is the way in which you need to fix the name of your partnership firm. Now there are three partners in AB and Co. The partners are A, B and C. Assume that there is a company called as XYZ Limited. This XYZ Limited appointed AB and Co. a partnership firm as their auditor. Now, it is not necessary that each and every partner shall attend for carrying out audit of XYZ Limited. The partnership firm decided that audit of XYZ Limited shall be carried out by Mr. C, one of the partners. AB and company అని ఒక పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ ఉంది. దాంట్లో మొత్తం 3 పార్ట్నర్లు ఉన్నారు, ABC. వీళ్ళ ఫర్మ్ని XYZ లిమిటెడ్ అనే ఒక కంపెనీ వాడు ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకున్నాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఆడిట్కి 3 వెళ్ళాలని రూల్ ఏమీ లేదు, ఎవరో ఒకళ్ళు వెళ్ళినా సరిపోతుంది. నా మాట మీకు అర్థమైందా? ఎవరో ఒకళ్ళు వెళ్ళినా సరిపోతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఫర్మ్ డిసైడెడ్ టు సెండ్ మిస్టర్ సి, వన్ ఆఫ్ ద పార్ట్నర్స్, ఫర్ కండక్టింగ్ ఆడిట్ ఆఫ్ XYZ లిమిటెడ్. ఇన్ దట్ కేస్, సి ఈస్ technically called as an engagement partner. C in the given example is technically called as engagement partner. For carrying out audit, he requires some assistants or staff. So he has been provided with 4 articled students. In the given example, C is called as dash, engagement partner. He has been provided with how many articled students? 4. This engagement partner plus articled students will carry out the audit collectively by coordinating with one another. And the entire thing is technically called as engagement team. Engagement team should consist of engagement partner as well as assistants who are required to carry out the audit engagement. This is all about engagement partner and engagement team. నా మాట అర్థమైందే? ఏ పార్ట్నర్ నైతే ఆడిట్ చేయడానికి రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ చేస్తారో ఆ పార్ట్నర్ ని ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ పార్ట్నర్ ని, వాడితో పాటు ఎవరికైతే అసిస్టెంట్లను ఇస్తారో ఆ పార్ట్నర్ ని ప్లస్ అసిస్టెంట్లని కలిపి ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ టీమ్ అని పిలుస్తారు. ఇక్కడ ఒక వెరైటీ పాయింట్ చెప్పేస్తా అమ్మా, కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి. ఇందాక నేను ఏమన్నాను? ఇన్ ద గివెన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ XYZ లిమిటెడ్ అపాయింటెడ్ AB and company a partnership firm as their auditor. There are 3 partners in AB and company ABC, and it is not necessary that all the partners should attend audit of XYZ limited అని అన్నా కదా. But sometimes it may so happen that the shareholders of the company, it may so happen that the shareholders this is applicable particularly where a partnership firm has been appointed as an auditor. ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్తున్న లాంటిది ఎప్పుడు అప్లై అవుతుందంటే ఒక పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ ని ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేసినప్పుడు అప్లై అవుతుంది. ఒక పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ ని ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు, కంపెనీలో షేర్ హోల్డర్లు ఉన్నారుగా, వాళ్ళు ఒక రిజల్యూషన్ ని పాస్ చేశారు. ఏమన్నా తెలుసా? ఇన్ దట్ రిజల్యూషన్ ద షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ హ్యాడ్ స్పెసిఫైడ్ దట్ more than one partner, what is that? More than one partner shall attend for audit. More than one partner shall attend for audit and carry out the audit. ఒకే ఒక్క పార్ట్నర్ మా audit కి రావటానికి వీలు లేదు, కనీసం ఇద్దరు అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువ మందో మా audit కి రావాలి అని డాష్ ని పాస్ చేయొచ్చు. షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఒక రెజల్యూషన్ ని పాస్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ it is a necessity on the part of the firm to send 2 or more partners for conducting audit. Generally speaking, there is no rule that all the partners must participate in conducting the audit. But if the shareholders of the company had passed a resolution specifying that audit is required to be carried out by at least 2 partners, in that case 2 partners must have to attend for the audit. ఈ మొక్క మీకు అర్థమైందా? మాట్లాడాలి. Done. దాంతో పాటే షేర్ హోల్డర్లు ఏమనొచ్చో తెలుసా? సమ్టైమ్స్ ద షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ మే ఆల్సో ఇంపోజ్ ఎ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్. దిస్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఎ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్ బీయింగ్ ఇంపోజ్డ్ బై by the shareholders on the partnership firm. Restriction being imposed by the shareholders on a partnership firm that for conducting audit more than one partner shall attend. And sometimes shareholders may also say that the auditing partner and audit team, the auditing partner and audit team must be rotated. Auditing partner and auditing team must be rotated at periodical intervals. What is meant by rotation of auditing partner and audit team at periodical intervals? For first 2 years, at least 2 partners with 4 staff must attend the audit. For example, partner A and partner B attended audit of first 2 years along with 4 staff members. Now for the next 2 years, the shareholders may specify that the partners of the firm must be rotated. So for the next 2 years, B and C may have to attend the audit, and these audit staff should also be changed. That is technically called as rotation. So for first 2 years, 2 partners must attend the firm and 4 article students must attend the audit, whereas for the next 2 years, auditing partners must be rotated as well as audit team must also be rotated. This is a condition or restriction that can be imposed. This is a condition or restriction that can be imposed by the shareholders of the company through passing a resolution on a partnership form. ఇదంతా విన్న తర్వాత మీలో ఎవరికన్నా ఒక్కడికన్నా సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 అనే మాట గుర్తొస్తే నాకన్నా అదృష్టవంతుడు ఈ ప్రపంచంలో ఇంకోడు ఉండడు. దేవుడి దయ వల్ల ఏం గుర్తురాదు. 139 subsection 3 of the Companies Act deals with further restrictions. 139 subsection 3 of the Companies Act deals with further restrictions. What I explained to you just now are those restrictions that are allowed and that can be imposed, by the shareholders of the company on the partnership firm of chartered accountants through passing a resolution. This is nothing but section 139 subsection 3. ఏదో అవకాశం వచ్చింది కాబట్టి 139 subsection 3ని దాంట్లో కలిపేసి కొట్టేశా. ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకీ కవి హృదయం అన్న మీకు అర్థమైందే, నేనేం మాట్లాడుతున్నానో మీకు అర్థం అవుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకీ ఏం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం మనం? This is the way in which you can practice the profession of chartered accountancy. By this, I completed the discussion on the concept of engagement partner and engagement team, along with the concept of further restrictions, which is mentioned under section 139 subsection 3 of the Companies Act. Now, by this, I can say that I completed discussion on introduction relating to auditing. Now let us focus on the most important chapter called as company audit. మీకు తెలుసో లేదో, company audit is not only important at CA inter level but also at CA final level. You can expect at least 12 to 16 marks. 16 is a higher band, but at least you can expect a minimum of 12 marks questions in the exam paper from company audit. There may be some theory questions, sometimes there may be some practical questions, and generally practical questions will be given from company audit. You can expect a very less number of theory questions from company audit. In most of the cases they will be in the form of practical questions or true or false questions, or sometimes the other 30 marks multiple choice questions, MCQs లో కూడా అడగచ్చు. మొత్తం కలిపితే కనీసం 12 మార్క్స్ క్వశ్చన్స్ కంపెనీ ఆడిట్ లోంచి గ్యారంటీ. మీరు కావాలంటే లెక్క పెట్టుకోండి, రేపొద్దున ఎగ్జామ్కి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఇది చెప్పింది నిజమా కాదా అని లెక్క పెట్టుకోండి. యూ విల్ ఫైండ్ దట్ ఎ మినిమమ్ ఆఫ్ 12 మార్క్స్ క్వశ్చన్స్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ గివెన్ ఫ్రమ్ కంపెనీ ఆడిట్. వాట్ ఎవర్ బి ద సెక్షన్, యూ విల్ గెట్ ఎ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆఫ్ 12 మార్క్స్ ఫ్రమ్ కంపెనీ ఆడిట్. సో దిస్ ఈస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్, అండ్ మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్లీ దిస్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఇన్ ఆడిటింగ్ బట్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ లా. In law, there are 148 sections which are made applicable to you at intermediate level. Section 138 to section 148 are covered both under law as well as under auditing. So under company audit, we are going to have a discussion on 11 sections, that is 138 to 148. I will try to explain only few important sections. It is not possible to explain every section in detail. What are all the sections that are very much important in examination point of view will be dealt with. Most of the sections will be dealt with. Few sections may be left from our discussion. ఉన్న వాటిలో అన్ని ఆల్మోస్ట్ చెప్పేస్తా, ఏవో 1-2 సెక్షన్లు. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ I won't deal with section 147 even in regular classes. Why? Because 147 nothing but deals with the penalties. There is nothing to explain under the heading penalties. What is mentioned in law is required to be reproduced. Penalties ఏం గుర్తుపెట్టుకుంటామమ్మా, రాసిన వాడికే గుర్తుండవు పెనాల్టీస్. కాబట్టి ఇదైతే ఇంత పెనాల్టీ, అదైతే అంత పెనాల్టీ, దాంట్లో చెప్పుకోవటానికి ఏమీ ఉండదు. అందుకని 147 నేను చెప్పను. సో 11 సెక్షన్స్లో మిగిలింది ఎంత, 10 సెక్షన్సేగా. వాటిల్లో మనం ఇప్పుడు ఏం మొదలు పెట్టుకుందామంటే సెక్షన్ కొంచెం స్పీడ్గా చెప్తా. అండ్ I give preference for Caro. Why? Because there are 21 clauses in Caro. Along with some other side points, Caro will have almost 34 to 35 points. And this Caro has been introduced in the year 2020. and there are only 4 attempts completed from 2020. So if you make an assumption that 2 points or 2 questions are being given from Caro in each and every attempt, already 8 points would have been covered. Out of 36 points, 8 points were covered, and there is every possibility that questions from Caro will be included in our question paper for the coming 8 years. రాబోయే 8 ఏళ్ల పాటు మీ క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్లో కారో మించి క్వశ్చన్ లేకుండా అసలు క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ ఉండే అవకాశమే లేదు. కాబట్టి కారో ఈజ్ దట్ మచ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫర్ యూ ఇన్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ పాయింట్. So first of all, I will try to explain section 143 subsection 1 in brief. Later on we can focus on other things. Right, what is section 143? Section 143 of the Companies Act deals with both the rights of the auditor as well as the duties of the auditor. There are 12 subsections in it. పెద్దది కాబట్టి ముందర బండది ఇది. ఈ బండను కొట్టేస్తే చిన్నవి ఈజీగా కొట్టేయచ్చు, అందుకని బండ మీద ఫోకస్ చేస్తున్నా. ఇప్పుడు చెప్తున్న సెక్షన్ నెంబర్ ఏంటమ్మా? సెక్షన్ 143. దాంట్లో ఏమేం చెప్పారు? వాట్ ఆర్ ద రైట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద డ్యూటీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్. బోత్ ద రైట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ డ్యూటీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ వర్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 143, అండ్ దెర్ ఆర్ 12 సబ్సెక్షన్స్ ఇన్ సెక్షన్ 143. Section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act deals with rights as well as duties. So this section is a unique section in the sense that it contains both the rights of the auditor as well as the ఏదన్నా సెక్షన్ లో ఒకటే చెప్తారమ్మా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 143 subsection 2 subsection 3 subsection 4 deals with duties of the auditor. 143 subsection 2 subsection 3 subsection 4 deals only with the duties of the auditor. 143 subsection 5 subsection 6 and subsection 7 is relatable to government audit, and 143 subsection 8 deals with branch audit. 143 subsection 9 and subsection 10 deals with auditor should follow auditing standards. Auditor should have to follow auditing standards while conducting audit. 143 subsection 11, which is hero in our discussion, is Caro, and 143 subsection 12 deals with the duty of the auditor to report fraud. So every other subsection deals with only one concept, whereas 143 subsection 1 deals both with the dash and dash of the auditor, both with the rights of the auditor as well as with the duties of the auditor. Let us now first focus on the rights of the auditor in brief. According to section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, the auditor of a company shall have 2 rights. Right number 1, right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. I repeat, what is the first duty, first right of the auditor under section 143? Emma, if you do not give any rights, you cannot carry out your audit. In order to carry out your audit, you must be given some rights. So for carrying out the audit, some rights have been given to the auditor of the company under section 143 subsection 1. The number of rights given by 143 subsection 1 are 2. The first one is right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. Other relevant records at all times. Here all times implies only during business hours, that too during working days. In working days, during business hours, at any time you can have an access to books, vouchers and other relevant records. So on any working day, the auditor may insist the management to provide any books, vouchers or other relevant records, because you are having a right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. That means if a Sunday is not a working day to the company, if a Sunday is not a working day to the company, there would not be any business hours because it is a holiday. When Sunday is not a working day, there would not be any business hours. Therefore, as an auditor, you cannot exercise this right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records. Emma Sunday రోజు హాలిడే రోజున అది బిజినెస్ అవర్స్ ఉండవుగా. వర్కింగ్ డేలో బిజినెస్ అవర్స్లో ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే అప్పుడు ఏ బుక్ కావాలంటే ఆ బుక్ని, ఏ రికార్డు కావాలంటే ఆ రికార్డ్ని, ఏ ఓచర్ కావాలంటే ఆ ఓచర్ని చెక్ చేసే రైట్ ఆడిటర్గా మీకు ఉంటుంది. వై దిస్ రైట్ ఈస్ గివెన్ టు ద ఆడిటర్? ఓన్లీ ఆఫ్టర్ చెకింగ్ ఆల్ దిస్ థింగ్స్ యూ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు ఫార్మ్ an opinion about whether financial. That is the reason why I started my discussion with watching. When you have been appointed as the auditor of a company, you will be provided with financial statements. You are required to form and express an opinion on the financial statements. Correctness or otherwise of financial statements would depend upon correctness or otherwise of the financial the journal. You need to verify each and every journal to verify whether the entry is genuine or fraudulent, real or fictitious, with the help of supporting documentary evidences. That examination of each and every entry in the journal with the help of supporting documentary evidences is technically called as watching. Watching kabatti anduke ikkada watchers annaru. Watching cheyalante ఓచర్స్ని చెక్ చేసే రైట్ మనకు ఉండాలిగా. ఓచింగ్ చేయటం అంటే ఏంటి? బుక్స్లో ఉన్న ఎంట్రీని సపోర్టింగ్ డాక్యుమెంటరీ ఎవిడెన్సెస్తో చెక్ చేయటం, బుక్స్ని వెరిఫై చేసే రైట్ ఉండాలిగా. అందుకే రైట్ ఇచ్చారు. ఏంటా రైటు? Right number 1, right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. At all times implies only during working days, that too during business hours. The most important point under this is the term books includes all types of books, whether such books are statutory books or statistical books or memoranda records. Any book which is maintained by the company statutorily, any book which is maintained by the company statutorily is technically called a statutory book, and all such statutory books can be accessed by the auditor. లా ప్రకారం మెయింటైన్ చేసిన, లాని స్టాట్యూట్ అని కూడా అనొచ్చమ్మా కదా. కాబట్టి లా ప్రకారం మెయింటైన్ చేసిన ఏ బుక్ అయినా కూడా స్టాట్యూటరీ బుక్కే. ఎనీ స్టాట్యూటరీ బుక్ మెయింటైన్ బై ద కంపెనీ కెన్ బి వెరిఫైడ్ ఆర్ యాక్సెస్డ్ బై ది ఆడిటర్. అలాగే మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్స్. ద టర్మ్ మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్స్ ఆల్సో ఇంక్లూడ్స్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్. స్టాక్ రికార్డ్, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్ ఎట్సెట్రా మే బి టెక్నికల్లీ కాల్డ్ ఆర్ టర్మ్డ్ యాజ్ మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్. నేను కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ అనగానే మీలో ఎవరికన్నా ఏమన్నా గుర్తొచ్చిందా? ఆల్రెడీ చదువు ఉంటారు కదా కొంచెం అన్న ఆడిటింగ్. సెక్షన్ 148 of the Companies Act deals with cost audit. Section 148 of the Companies Act deals with cost audit. 148 subsection 1 specifies that sometimes central government may direct a company to make and maintain cost accounting records. Apart from maintaining financial records. In such case, company is under obligation to maintain both financial records as well as cost accounting records. Such cost accounting records, if any, being maintained by the company as per the directions given by the central government under section 148 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, are covered under the heading memoranda records. Simply speaking, although you are a chartered accountant, although you are a financial auditor, if the company under your audit is maintaining some cost accounting records, you are having an authority to verify not only financial records but also cost accounting records, if any, maintained by the company. Statutory auditor మీరు or company auditor, cost auditor కాదు. కానీ మీరు ఆడిట్ చేస్తున్న కంపెనీ వాడు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తుంటే, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ అనేది మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్స్లో పార్ట్ కాబట్టి, మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్స్ అనేది బుక్స్లో పార్ట్ కాబట్టి, సిన్స్ యు ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ అన్ అథారిటీ టు వెరిఫై ఆల్ ద బుక్స్ మెయింటైన్డ్ బై ద కంపెనీ, సిన్స్ బుక్స్ ఇంక్లూడ్స్ మెమోరాండా రికార్డ్స్, since memoranda records includes cost accounting records, if the company under your audit is maintaining cost accounting records, you are having an authority to verify even such cost accounting records apart from verifying financial records. Adi meaning of memoranda records and cost accounting records. Edi ippudu cheppandi, what is the first right given to the auditor of the company under section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act? Right of access or right to access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. And right number 2 is right to obtain information and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. కంపెనీ నుంచి కానీ కంపెనీలో పనిచేసే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి కానీ మీకు కావాల్సిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషను మీకు కావాల్సిన ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ని తీసుకునే రైట్ మీకు ఉంది. రైట్ టు అబ్టెయిన్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్. నేను ఒక కీ క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతా, ఎవరన్నా ఆలోచించగలిగితే ఆలోచించి ఆన్సర్ చెప్పండి అమ్మా. మీరు ఆడిట్కి వెళ్ళారు, బుక్స్ అన్ని మీ మొహాన కొట్టారు. Everything that is maintained by the company has been provided to you. When all the books and other related records were provided to the auditor, when any information required by the auditor is available in the books of account, why the auditor of the company has been given another right called as right to obtain information and explanations. మన ఆడిట్ కడితే బుక్స్ అన్ని మన మొహాన కొడతారుగా, మనకు కావాల్సినంత బుక్స్ లోనే ఉంటుందిగా, ఇంకా అలాంటప్పుడు మళ్ళీ ఈ రైట్ ఎందుకు ఇచ్చారు? If you require some information, you can obtain such information and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. Why this right has been given to the auditor of the company when the first right, which is more important for the auditor, has been given? You have been given an authority to verify everything maintained by the company. When everything is provided to you, why another right has been given called as right to obtain information and explanations? మీ అందరికీ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్ 13 గుర్తుందిగా. వాల్యుయేషన్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ అమ్మా. వాల్యుయేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఈజ్ డిపెండెంట్ అపాన్ క్లాసిఫికేషన్. Classification is dependent upon objective. If the objective behind purchase of investment is a long-term objective, then such investments are required to be classified as long-term investments and they are required to be valued at cost. If the objective behind purchase of investment is a short-term objective, such investments are required to be classified as current investments. They are required to be valued either at cost or at fair market value, whichever is lower. Yes or no? So you have been appointed as the auditor of a company. The company is having some investments. Investments are being reflected in the balance sheet. మీరు ఒక కంపెనీకి ఆడిటరు, మీరు ఆడిట్కి వెళ్ళారు, బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్ మీ మొహాన కొట్టాడు, బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లో ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఎదురకుండా వాల్యూ ఉంది, ఆ వాల్యూ కరెక్టో కాదో మీరు వెరిఫై చేయాలి. వాల్యుయేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇస్ డిపెండెంట్ అపాన్ వాట్? Classification. Classification is dependent upon what? Objective. So to ascertain the correctness of valuation of investment, first of all you need to verify the correctness of classification. To ascertain the correctness of classification of investment, first of all you need to obtain information relating to objective behind purchase of investments. Objective behind purchase of investment is always not in writing. Is always not in right. Objective ekkana rastara amma. సిఏలో ఎందుకు చేరావమ్మా? వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ బిహైండ్ జాయినింగ్ సిఏ? ఎక్కడన్నా పేపర్ మీద రాసావా నేను సిఏలో ఎందుకు చేరానంటే అని రాసావా? ఎక్కడన్నా ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ బుర్రలో ఉంటుందమ్మా, పేపర్ మీద ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది? మొత్తం బుక్స్ అన్ని మీకు ఇచ్చేశారు, కానీ ఆ బుక్స్లో ఎక్కడా కూడా ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ తెలియక పోవచ్చు. ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ తెలియకపోతే క్లాసిఫికేషన్ కరెక్టో కాదో తెలియదు, క్లాసిఫికేషన్ కరెక్టో కాదో తెలియకపోతే వాల్యుయేషన్ కరెక్టో కాదో తెలియదు. మరి ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ తెలుసుకోవాలంటే అడిగి తెలుసుకునే రైట్ ఇవ్వాలిగా. ఏమి ఇవ్వాలి? అడిగి తెలుసుకునే రైట్. అందుకని ఆడిటర్కి అడుక్కునే రైట్ ఇచ్చారు. ఎవరిని అడుక్కుంటారు? కంపెనీనో మేనేజ్మెంట్నో ఆడెవడు ఆఫీసర్స్నో అడుక్కుంటారు. ఏం అడుక్కుంటారు? మాకు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కావాలి, మాకు ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ కావాలి, ప్లీజ్ ప్రొవైడ్ ఇట్ అని ఆడిటర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ని అడగచ్చు. చెప్పండి, వాట్ ఈస్ ద సెకండ్ రైట్ గివెన్ టు ద ఆడిటర్? రైట్ టు అబ్టెయిన్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. Why should the auditor require information and explanations? Although all the books and other related records maintained by the company were provided to the auditor, sometimes information required by the auditor may not be readily available from the books of account. When the information required by the auditor is not readily available from the books of account, what the auditor should do? The auditor should be able to ask the management to provide required information. To ask the management, the auditor should be given a right. That is the reason why the auditor has been given a right to obtain information and explanations. If it is a right to the auditor, it is a duty on the part of the company. So when the auditor requires some information from the company, it is the responsibility on the part of the company to provide such information to the auditor. నాకు రైట్ అయితే నీకు అది డ్యూటీ అవుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఆడిటర్కి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ అడగటం రైట్. కాబట్టి it becomes a duty on the part of the company to provide such information and explanations. Generally, such information and explanations shall be provided by the company to the auditor in writing. ఓరల్గా చెప్తే యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయరు ఆడిటర్స్. ఎందుకంటే నేనేదో ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అడిగా ఆవిడ ఓరల్గా చెప్పింది, నేను ఓకే అన్నా, రేపొద్దున నేను ఎక్కడ చెప్పా అంది, నేను దాన్ని ప్రూవ్ చేయలేనుగా. అందుకని నేనేం చేస్తా, అమ్మా నువ్వు చెప్పదలుచుకుంది ఏదో పేపర్ మీద రాసి ఇవ్వు అంట. అప్పుడు మేనేజ్మెంట్ విల్ ప్రొవైడ్ సచ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ టు ద ఆడిటర్ to the auditor in the form of writing. Such information and explanations provided by the management to the auditor in writing are technically called as written representations, which has been dealt with by SA 580. అలా మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాడు ఆడిటర్కి రైటింగ్లో ప్రొవైడ్ చేసిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ని టెక్నికల్గా మనం ఏమని పిలుస్తాం, రిటర్న్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్స్. సో రిటర్న్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్స్ ఆర్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ ప్రొవైడెడ్ by the management to the auditor in writing. This is right number 2. Remember, these two rights were given to the auditor under section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act. Can you please repeat the rights given to the auditor under section 143 subsection 1? Right number 1, right to access books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. Right number 2, right to obtain information and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. Apart from these rights, some more rights are given to the auditors of the company under different other sections of the Companies Act. For example, section 146 is the best example. ఈ రెండు రైట్స్ మాత్రం 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1లో ఇచ్చారు. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పిన రెండు రైట్స్ ఏ సెక్షన్లో ఇచ్చారమ్మా, 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1 ప్రకారం ఇచ్చారు. 146 ప్రకారం ఇంకో రైట్ ఇచ్చారు. మీ అందరికీ నోటీస్ అంటే తెలుసు కదమ్మా. when the company wants to hold a meeting of its shareholders, whether it be an annual general meeting or it be an extraordinary general meeting, an intimation to that effect shall be given by the company to the shareholders. Such an intimation to be given by the company to the shareholders saying that on so and so date the company is holding either an annual general meeting or an extraordinary general meeting along with date, place, time and business to be transacted is technically called as notice. Are babu falana రోజున ఫలానా ప్లేస్లో ఫలానా టైంలో మీ మీటింగ్ పెడుతున్నాం, మీరు ఆ మీటింగ్లో ఈ పాయింట్లు డిస్కస్ చేయబోతున్నాం, దయచేసి మీరంతా మీటింగ్కి రండి, వచ్చి పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసి ఆ బిజినెస్ని ట్రాన్సాక్ట్ చేయండి అని కంపెనీ వాడు షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు ఇచ్చే ఇంటిమేషన్ని టెక్నికల్గా డాష్ అంటారు, నోటీస్ అని అంటారు. దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ వై ఇట్ ఈస్ సెడ్ దట్ నోటీస్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ అన్ ఇంటిమేషన్. Notice is nothing but an intimation given by whom to whom? By the company to the shareholders, specifying the date of the meeting, place of the meeting, time of the meeting, as well as business to be transacted at the meeting. According to section 146 of the Companies Act, the auditor of the company, the statutory auditor of the company, you can call him as company auditor also. Previously we used to call him as statutory auditor. Now he is being called as company auditor. There is no difference between the terms statutory auditor and company auditor. Statutory auditor of the company will have a right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders. Statutory auditor of the company will have a right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders. షేర్హోల్డర్ల మీటింగుల నోటీసులు మాత్రమే రిసీవ్ చేసుకోగలరు. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్ మీటింగ్ నోటీసులను రిసీవ్ చేసుకోలేరు. ద స్టాట్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ షెల్ హ్యావ్ ఎ రైట్ టు రిసీవ్ ద నోటీసెస్ ఆఫ్ ద మీటింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద షేర్హోల్డర్స్, వెదర్ ఇట్ బి అన్ యాన్యువల్ జనరల్ మీటింగ్ or it be an extraordinary general meeting, and to attend such meetings. In this right, there is one right and there is one duty. The right is you can receive, you are having a right to receive the ఇంకెంతకన్నా స్లోగా చెప్పలేనమ్మా ఈ టైంలో. The statutory auditor of the company will have a right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders, whether it be the notice of annual general meeting or it be the notice of extraordinary general meeting, and to attend such meetings. Receiving notice is a right. Attending the meeting is a duty. Once you receive notice, you are under obligation to attend the meeting, whether it be an annual general meeting or it be an extraordinary general meeting. Whatever be the business being transacted at the meeting. నీకు నోటీస్ వచ్చిందా? నువ్వు ఆడిటర్వా? అవునానండమ్మా. నీకు నోటీస్ వచ్చిందా? ఏమొచ్చింది? ఏం నోటీస్ వచ్చింది? ఏజిఎం నోటీస్ కానీ ఈజిఎం నోటీస్ కానీ వచ్చిందా? వస్తే నీకు ఇష్టం ఉన్నా ఇష్టం లేకపోయినా ఆ మీటింగ్కి అటెండ్ అయ్యి తీరాలి. అది ఏజిఎం అయినా అటెండ్ అవ్వాలి, ఈజిఎం అన్న అటెండ్ అవ్వాలి. ఆ మీటింగ్ లో ఏం బిజినెస్ ట్రాన్సాక్ట్ చేస్తారనే దాంతో నీకు సంబంధం లేదు. యు మస్ట్ అటెండ్ ది మీటింగ్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్ ఫర్ ద ఆడిటర్ టు అటెండ్ ద మీటింగ్, then the auditor may send his authorized representative to attend the meeting. Such an authorized representative must also be a chartered accountant. మీలాగానే ఇంకో సిఏని మీరు మీ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్గా పంపచ్చు. Where it is not possible either for you to attend the meeting physically or to send your authorized representative, then it is necessary for the auditor to take leave of absence from the company. మీకు కుదరట్లేదు వెళ్ళటం మీటింగ్కి, ఎవరిని రిప్రజెంటేటివ్ని కూడా పంపించలేకపోతున్నారు. అప్పుడు మీరు జస్ట్ లైక్ దట్ ఎక్కొడితే కుదరదు. కంపెనీ నుంచి లీవ్ తీసుకోవాలి. అంటే కంపెనీకి రిక్వెస్ట్ పెట్టాలి. ఏమంటే నేను మీటింగ్కి రాలేకపోతున్నాను, నా రిప్రజెంటేటివ్ను కూడా పంపించలేకపోతున్నా, ఫర్ సో అండ్ సో రీజన్స్ ప్లీజ్ అలౌ అస్ అని చెప్పి యూ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ అన్ అప్లికేషన్ టు ది కంపెనీ, రిక్వెస్ట్ టు ద కంపెనీ. దెన్ ద కంపెనీ మే గ్రాంట్ యూ ఎ లీవ్ ఆఫ్ absence. When you get leave of absence from the company, there is no need for you to attend either AGM or EGM, either personally or through your authorized representative. ఏమర్థమైంది చెప్పండి? What is right number 3 given to the auditor? According to section 146 of the Companies Act, the auditor of the company is having a right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders, not the board of directors, and to attend such meetings. Receiving the notice is a right, attending to the meeting is a duty. Without getting leave of absence, without getting leave of absence, the auditor should not fail in attending the meeting. Leave of absence unte fail aina parla, leave of absence లేకపోతే మీరన్నా వెళ్ళాలి, మీ ఆథరైజ్డ్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్ అన్నా వెళ్ళి తీరాలి. ఇది రైట్ నెంబర్ 3. అర్థమవుతుందా? బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్ మీటింగ్స్ కి నోటీస్ ఇస్తారు. ఆ నోటీస్ ఆడిటర్ కూడా ఇవ్వాలా? నో, ఆడిటర్ ఇస్ హ్యావింగ్ అ రైట్ టు రిసీవ్ ద నోటీసెస్ ఆఫ్ ద మీటింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఓన్లీ. హీ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ రైట్ టు రిసీవ్ ద నోటీసెస్ ఆఫ్ ద మీటింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్. దట్ మీన్స్ యూ కెనాట్ అటెండ్ బోర్డ్ మీటింగ్స్. యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్ యూ కెనాట్ అటెండ్ బోర్డ్ మీటింగ్స్. యూ కెన్ సర్టన్లీ గో త్రూ మినిట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద బోర్డ్, but you cannot attend the board meeting. You can attend the meetings of the shareholders, whether it be an annual general meeting or it be you must attend the meetings of the shareholders. It may be either AGM or EGM once you receive a notice. This is 146. Under 143 subsection 1, auditor of the company has been given how many rights? 2 rights. And of course the right anu తొందరలో డ్యూటీ కూడా అవుతుంది. అలాగే అండర్ సెక్షన్ 146 you have been given another right called as right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders and to attend such meetings. And under section 143 subsection 8 of the Companies Act, one more right has been given to you as an auditor. There is a company called as ABC Limited. There is a company called as ABC Limited, and the company is having a head office. The company is also having a branch office. Mr. X has been appointed both as the auditor of head office as well as the auditor of branch office. Mr. X has been appointed both as the auditor of head office as well as the auditor of branch office. Intavaraku facts of the case ardhamainaya. Now I will try to explain you what is section 143 subsection 8. Right to visit branch. Right to visit the branch. Sometimes you may be appointed both as the auditor of head office as well as the auditor of branch office, in which case you will naturally have a right to visit both head office as well as branch office. పర్టికులర్గా నీకు రైట్ ఉందని చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఎందుకంటే నువ్వే డాష్, నువ్వే ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ హెడ్ ఆఫీసు, నువ్వే ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ బ్రాంచ్ ఆఫీస్, ఇద్దరు ఒకటే అయినప్పుడు నువ్వు హెడ్ ఆఫీస్ నైనా విజిట్ చేయొచ్చు, బ్రాంచ్ నైనా విజిట్ చేయొచ్చు. నథింగ్ రాంగ్ ఇన్ ఇట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ న్యాచురల్ రైట్ గివెన్ టు యూ. కానీ ఒక్కోసారి ఇట్ మే సో హ్యాపెన్ దట్ Mr. X has been appointed as the auditor of head office. Another person called as Y, he is also a chartered accountant. He has been appointed as the auditor of branch. What is the difference between first example and the second example? In the first case, the same person is appointed both as the auditor of head office as well as the auditor of branch office. Whereas in the second case, one person has been appointed as the auditor of head office and another person has been appointed as the auditor of branch office. Now, X, the auditor of head office, wants to visit the branch, wants to verify the books and other related records maintained therein. ఈ ఎక్స్ గాడి కోరిక పుట్టింది. ఏం కోరిక అంటే, ఏమంటే నేను మీ బ్రాంచ్కి వెడతా, మీ బ్రాంచ్లో ఉన్న బుక్స్ని వెరిఫై చేస్తా, మీ బ్రాంచ్ పీపుల్ నుంచి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ అబ్టైన్ చేస్తా అని డాష్తో అన్నాడు. హెడ్ ఆఫీస్ ఆడిటర్ బ్రాంచ్ అదే కంపెనీతో మేనేజ్మెంట్తో అన్నాడు. Now management is saying that, sorry sir, you cannot visit the branch for the simple reason that somebody else has been appointed as the branch auditor. He will look after audit of branch and allied matters. So you are not having any right to visit the branch. This was the answer given by the management. Do you agree with the contention of the management? Your answer should be no. Why? Because once you have been appointed as the statutory auditor, although some other person has been appointed as the auditor of a branch, you will always have a right to visit the branch, to verify the books and other related records maintained therein, and even by sitting at head office, you can call for the books and other related records of the branch to head office and you can verify the same. నేను బ్రాంచ్కి రాను, బ్రాంచ్ బుక్స్ నా దగ్గరికి తీసుకురా, నేను వెరిఫై చేస్తాను అడిగే రైట్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. నా మాట మీకు ఏమన్నా అర్థమైందే? మీరే డాష్కి ఆడిటర్ అయితే అసలు ఈ పాయింట్కి అర్థమే లేదు. If you are the auditor of both the head office and branch, you will naturally have a right to visit the branch. If somebody else has been appointed as the branch auditor and you are the head office auditor, you are always having a right to visit the branch. అంటే బ్రాంచ్కి ఆడిటర్ ఉన్నా మీరు వెళ్ళొచ్చు, అక్కడ పనులను అక్కడ బుక్స్ని వెరిఫై చేయొచ్చు, అక్కడ పీపుల్ నుంచి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ తీసుకోవచ్చు. అవసరమైతే యూ కెన్ కాల్ ఫర్ ద బుక్స్ అండ్ అదర్ రిలేటెడ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద బ్రాంచ్ టు హెడ్ ఆఫీస్ అండ్ యూ కెన్ వెరిఫై ది సేమ్. ఎందుకో ఫ్యూచర్లో బ్రాంచ్ ఐడి చెప్పేటప్పుడు చెప్తా, 143(8) చెప్తానుగా, అప్పుడు చెప్తా దీని లాజిక్ ఎందుకో చెప్తా. ఊరికే చెప్తాం కదా, లాజిక్ కూడా చెప్తా. అర్థమవుతుందమ్మా? ఇది రైట్ నెంబర్ 4. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, కెన్ యూ లిస్ట్ డౌన్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద రైట్స్ గివెన్ టు ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ అండర్ డిఫరెంట్ సెక్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్? 143(1) has given 2 rights. 146 has given 1 right. 143(8) has given 1 more right. What are the rights given to the auditor under section 143(1)? Right to access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. Right to obtain information and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. 146 has given another right to receive the notices of the meetings of the shareholders and to attend such meetings. ఇక్కడ మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ కేసులా ఉందమ్మా. ఇది నేను చెప్పాను, మీరు పట్టుకోలేరేమో అని భయంగా ఉంది, అందుకని మళ్ళీ చెప్తా. ఐఎమ్ అపాయింటెడ్ as the auditor of ABC Limited. ABC Limited is holding an extraordinary general meeting very soon. And in that extraordinary general meeting, they are not going to have any discussions about audit and accounts. There is no discussion to be going on in the extraordinary general meeting relating to audit and accounts. Accounts సంబంధించి ఏ డిస్కషన్లు జరగవు, audit related discussions ఏవి జరగవు. అది extraordinary general meeting. Notice of the meeting has been given to me. I failed to attend the meeting. And in support of my view, I started saying like this: I failed to attend EGM. Yes, I have done that. Why? Because I know very well that in the extraordinary general meeting, the company is not going to have any discussion about audit and accounts or other allied matters. That is the reason why I failed to attend the meeting. There is nothing wrong in it. This is the contention of the auditor. Do you agree with the contention of the auditor? Yes or no? No. నీ ఎందుకే అక్కడ ఏం డిస్కస్ చేస్తే నోటీస్ వచ్చిందా లేదా? వచ్చింది, వెళ్ళి తీరాలి. అక్కడ అకౌంట్స్ ఆడిటింగ్ రిలేటెడ్ పాయింట్స్ అని డిస్కస్ చేసినా చెయ్యకపోయినా నువ్వన్నా వెళ్ళాలి, నీ ఆథరైజ్డ్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్ అన్నా పంపించాలి. రెండు కుదరకపోతే లీవ్ ఆఫ్ యాబ్సెన్స్ అన్నా తీసుకోవాలి. జస్ట్ లైక్ దట్ ఎక్కొడితే కుదరదు. ఈ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందే? డన్. దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ ద 4 rights and another right is given. Another right is given to the auditor. That right is a general right given to the auditor called as right of lien. Right of lien. You know very well about general lien, particular lien, which you must have studied in your corporate and other laws subject. Lien అనే మాట చదివి ఉంటారు కదమ్మా, తెలుసుగా మీకు, సర్వం బొచ్చుగా లీన్ గురించి. సో కాబట్టి జనరల్ రైట్ ఉంది ఆడిటర్కి. What is the general right given to the auditor? Right of lien. What is meant by right of lien? Sometimes you may have been appointed as the auditor of a company. You may have carried out the audit. You may have submitted your report as well. Generally speaking, auditor's remuneration, is payable only after completion. Of the entire audit assignment and after submission of the report. Generally speaking, auditor's remuneration is payable only after completion of the audit and after submission of auditor's report. You have completed your audit, you have submitted your report, you started expecting fees from the management. Management failed to make the payment of fees. In that case, what is the remedy or recourse available to the auditor? మిమ్మల్ని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు, ఆడిట్కి వెళ్ళారు, ఆడిట్ అంతా కంప్లీట్ చేశారు, ఆడిట్ రిపోర్ట్ కూడా ప్రిపేర్ చేశారు, వాళ్ళకి సబ్మిట్ కూడా చేశారు. న్యాచురల్గా ఫీజుని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఫీజు వాడు ఇవ్వట్ల కంపెనీ వాడు. ఇప్పుడు కంపెనీ నుంచి ఆ ఫీజుని ఎలా రాబట్టుకోవాలి ఆడిటరు? హౌ ద ఆడిటర్ కెన్ రికవర్ హిస్ ఫీ? కొడతావా? కొట్టని కుదరదమ్మ, వాడు కొడతాడు మన్య. వాడు మరి how the auditor is able to recover the fees? In that case, the auditor has been given additional right called as right of lien. If the books and other related records are available with the auditor, if the books and other related records of the company for which you have conducted audit are available with you, you can exercise a general lien on such books of account. You can exercise right of lien on such books of account. What is meant by right of lien? Right to possess one's property for non-payment of fees. In the given case, you carried out the audit, you concluded the audit, you submitted the audit report, you are entitled to get remuneration from the company, but the company failed to make the payment of fees. In that case, what is your right as an auditor? You can exercise right of lien on the books and other related records that you have. Company books ఏమన్నా పొరపాటున మీ దగ్గర ఉంటే అప్పుడు you can start threatening the company, saying that if you pay fees to us, then only we will return these books to you. నువ్వు ఫీజు పే చేసేదాకా ఈ బుక్స్ని మేము రిటర్న్ చెయ్యము, ఈ బుక్స్ని మా దగ్గరే హోల్డ్ చేస్తాం అని నువ్వు ఫీజు ఇస్తావా, బుక్స్ నా దగ్గర అట్టి పెట్టుకోమంటావా అని ఆడిటర్ బెదిరించవచ్చు కంపెనీని. అప్పుడు కంపెనీ వాడు భయంతో వణికిపోతూ అలాగే సార్ ఫీజు ఇస్తాం అని ఫీజు ఇచ్చేస్తాడట. ఇదంతా వినటానికి బాగుంటుంది కానీ ప్రాక్టికల్లీ ఇట్ ఈస్ టూ డిఫికల్ట్ ఫర్ ద ఆడిటర్ టు ఎక్సర్సైజ్ రైట్ ఆఫ్ లీన్. అసలు ఇంతకీ రైట్ ఆఫ్ లీన్ అంటే ఏంటో ఏమర్థమైందో చెప్పండి. సమ్ టైమ్స్ ద కంపెనీ for which you have conducted audit and submitted your report may have failed in making payment of fees to the auditor. In that case, the auditor has been given another right called as right of lien. What is meant by right of lien? The auditor can start threatening the company, saying that if the company fails to make the payment of fees, the auditor will never return the books and other related records of the company. This is called as right of lien. అప్పుడు కంపెనీ వాడు భయపడిపోయి ఇచ్చేస్తాట. వినటానికి బాగుంది కానీ ప్రాక్టికల్లీ దిస్ ఇస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్. ఎందుకు పాసిబుల్ కాదంటే యు నో వెరీ వెల్ అబౌట్ ద ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 128 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్. వాట్ సెక్షన్ 128 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ సేస్? every company is required to maintain books of account only at its registered office. Where any company wants to maintain the books of account at a place other than the registered office, or where the company wants to move the books out of its registered office, the board of directors of the company had to pass a resolution to that effect, and a copy of such resolution shall be filed with register of companies. ఏ కంపెనీ అయినా సరే బుక్స్ని రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆఫీస్లోనే మెయింటైన్ చెయ్యాలి. రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆఫీస్లో కాకుండా వేరే చోట ఎక్కడన్నా బుక్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి అని అనుకున్నా, లేకపోతే రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆఫీస్లో మెయింటైన్ చేసిన బుక్స్ని వేరే చోటకి మూవ్ చేయాలి అని అనుకున్నా, బోర్డు రిజల్యూషన్ పాస్ చేయాలి, దాన్ని ఆర్ఓసితో ఫైల్ చేయాలి. అప్పుడే కంపెనీ కెన్ డూ దట్. So generally companies won't try to move the books out of their registered office. నా కర్మకాలి ఈవిడే ఆ కంపెనీ, నేనేమో ఆ కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్ని. కంపెనీ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆఫీస్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. ఐ ఆస్క్డ్ ద కంపెనీ టు సెండ్ ఆల్ ద బుక్స్ అండ్ అదర్ రిలేటెడ్ రికార్డ్స్ టు మై ఆఫీస్ ఇన్ గుంటూరు. నా ఆఫీస్ ఏమో గుంటూరులో ఉంది, కంపెనీ ఏమో హైదరాబాద్లో ఉంది. మీ బుక్స్ అన్ని మా గుంటూరు ఆఫీసుకు పంపించండి, నేను చెక్ చేస్తా, ఆడిట్ చేస్తా అని నేను అన్నా. ఆవిడంది, ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నారు సార్ మీరు? మైన్ ఈస్ ఎ కంపెనీ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్. యూ నో వెరీ వెల్ దట్ అకార్డింగ్ టు సెక్షన్ 128 of the Companies Act, a company cannot move books out of its registered office. If the company wants to move the books out of registered office, the board of directors of the company had to pass a resolution to that effect. ఇప్పుడు ఇదంతా మేము పడలేమండి, మీరే ఓపెన్ చేయండి, మీరే హైదరాబాద్ వచ్చేయండి. We will provide residential facilities for you in Hyderabad. You can stay there. We will book a hotel for you. You can stay there for any number of days. You carry out audit, conclude audit, submit your report, then we will make the payment of that amount అని కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు చెప్పారు. ఇదేదో బాగుంది కదా అని నేను ఎగేసుకుంటూ హైదరాబాద్ పోయా. కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు నాకు హోటల్ రూమ్ బుక్ చేశారు. 3 నెలల పాటు అక్కడ ఉన్నా. ఐ స్టేడ్ దేర్ ఫర్ ఎ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 3 months. ఐ కంప్లీటెడ్ ఆడిట్, ఐ సబ్మిటెడ్ మై రిపోర్ట్, దెన్ ఐ కమ్ బ్యాక్ టు గుంటూరు. And I started expecting receipt of money from the company. Unfortunately, company failed to make the payment. In that case, what is the recourse available to the auditor? ఎంత పని చేసావమ్మా, ఎంత కష్టపడి ఆడిట్ చేసి రిపోర్ట్ ఇస్తే డబ్బులు ఇవ్వేంటమ్మా, ఇప్పుడు వీడి దగ్గర నుంచి డబ్బులు కలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలంటే నేనేం చేయాలి? మాట్లాడండి. The only option available for the auditor is to exercise right of lien. On which things the auditor can exercise right of lien? On the books and other related records. And I am not having books and other related records with me. Those books and other related records are held by the company itself in their registered office. Those books have not been sent to the auditor. Auditor has carried out the audit at the registered office by visiting the registered office physically. So unfortunately, auditor is not having books and other related records of the company. When you are not in the physical possession of the books of account of the company, how do you exercise right of lien? It is not at all. బుక్స్ ఉంటే కదమ్మా లీన్ ఎక్సైజ్ చేసేది. బుక్స్ లేకుండా దీని మీద ఎక్సైజ్ చేస్తావు లీను? ఎంత పని చేసావమ్మా? ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. అదిగో ఆయన నాకు బాగా తెలిసిన ఆయన ఒక మంచి దొంగ, గజ దొంగ. పైగా అమ్మా ఈ చేత్తో దొంగతనం చేస్తే ఈ చేతికి కూడా తెలియదు అలాంటి దొంగ. ఆయన్ని నేను కమ్యూనికేట్ చేశా. సార్ ఎంత అన్యాయం జరిగిపోయిందో చూడండి సార్, ఈ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు ఫీజు ఇవ్వకుండా ఎక్కొట్టారండి. I want to exercise right of lien on the books of account of the company, but unfortunately books are not with me. Books are in the registered office of the company. Please bring the books of account from the registered office to my location. అని ఆయన అడిగా. మీ పేరు ప్రతిష్టలు విన్నానండి, మీరు ఎంతో పెద్ద గజ దొంగని విన్నాను, మీరు ఈ చేతితో దొంగతనం చేస్తే ఈ చేతికి కూడా తెలియదని విన్నాను, కాస్త చిన్న హెల్ప్ చేయండి సార్. ఒక్కసారి హైదరాబాద్ వెళ్ళండి, కంపెనీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళండి, వాళ్ళ బుక్స్ అన్ని లాక్కొచ్చి నా ముందర పడేయండి. దెన్ ఐ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు ఎక్సర్సైజ్ రైట్ ఆఫ్ లీన్ అని ఆయనతో చెప్పారు. ఆయన పాప మంచి దొంగగా, హృదయం మంచిది. రాత్రిపూట కొబ్బరి నూనె రాచుకుని ఒంటికి హైదరాబాద్ పోయాడు. వెళ్ళి కంపెనీ తలుపులు బదలు కొట్టాడు, బుక్స్ తీసుకొచ్చాడు. వస్తూ ఆయనకు కావాల్సినవి కూడా ఆయనేవో తెచ్చుకున్నాడు. తెల్లారేపటికల్లా బుక్స్ అన్ని తీసుకొచ్చి నా ముందర కొట్టాడు. పొద్దున 10 అయింది, నేను ఫోన్ చేశా కంపెనీకి. నీ బుక్స్ అన్ని నా దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి, ఫీజు పే చేసి బుక్స్ తీసుకో అన్న. ఆవిడ ఉందా తెలుసా, నీ దగ్గరే ఉంచుకో అని ఫోన్ పెట్టేసింది. ఇదేంటమ్మా? The company is saying that you can exercise right of lien, no problem at all. Why the company is saying like that? Why? Because there is a rule. When the auditor wants to exercise lien and right of lien on the books of account of the company, such books on which the auditor wants to exercise right of lien should have come to the possession of the auditor through legal means and not through illegal means. In the given example, the auditor received such books not legally from the company but illegally. Illegal ga vachina books meeda right of lien exercise cheyadaniki veelu ledu. In fact, there are 4 conditions attached for exercising right of lien. What are those conditions? మాట్లాడండి మీరు ప్రిపేర్ కూడా అయిపోయారు కదా. కండిషన్ నెంబర్ 1, సమ్ ఫీజ్ మస్ట్ బి డ్యూ టు ద ఆడిటర్ ఫ్రమ్ ది కంపెనీ. కండిషన్ నెంబర్ 2, సమ్ వర్క్ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ క్యారీడ్ అవుట్. సమ్ వర్క్ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ if the auditor wants to exercise right of lien on a book, some work should have been carried out by the auditor on such books of account. Such books of account on which the auditor wants to exercise right of lien should have come to the possession of the auditor through legal means and not through illegal means. Can you repeat the conditions that are required to be fulfilled or complied with by the auditor before exercising right of lien? Condition number 1, some fees must be due from the company. Condition number 2, some work should have been carried out by the auditor on those books of account. Condition number 3, those books should have come to the possession of the auditor only through legal means and not through illegal means. అర్థమవుతుంది? ఇలాంటివి ఉంటే అప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఆడిటర్ డాష్ని ఎక్సర్సైజ్ చేయొచ్చు రైట్ ఆఫ్ లీన్. ఇది అబౌట్ సెక్షన్ 128 along with right of lien. Right of lien is not mentioned in 128. Right of lien can be linked to section 128 where it is mentioned about the provisions relating to books of account, maintenance of books of account. So by this I can say that I completed a discussion on the rights of the auditor. 5 rights have been discussed till now. What are they? Right number 1, right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records at all times. Right number 2, right to obtain information and explanations. These 2 rights were given under section 143 subsection 1. Right number 3, right to receive notices of meetings of shareholders and to attend such meetings. This is given under section 146. The next one is right to visit branches. This is given under section 143 subsection 8. The next one is a general right called as a right of lien. It is about rights of the auditor. As already said to you, 143 subsection 1 is a unique section in the sense that it contains both the rights of the auditor as well as the duties of the auditor. I know very well that most of you people do not know what are the duties of the auditor under section 143 subsection 1. So I will try to explain them in a very brief manner. మీకు చెప్పరని నాకు తెలుసు, అది మీరు ఎక్కడ వినుండరు. 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1లో ఆడిటర్ డ్యూటీస్ నేను చెప్తాను, జాగ్రత్తగా వినండి. చాలా టైం టేకింగ్. ఐ టేక్ నాట్ లెస్ దెన్ 1.5 hours, 1 hour 15 minutes time to explain these duties, but now I am going to explain it within 10 minutes. అంటే అంత తక్కువ టైంలో చెప్తా కాబట్టి యూ షుడ్ బి మోర్ కేర్ఫుల్ వైల్ లిజనింగ్ టు ఇట్. బట్ దే ఆర్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండ్ దీస్ ఆర్ యూస్ఫుల్ టు యూ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ఆడిట్ ఆఫ్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్. దీస్ పాయింట్స్ ఆర్ రిపీటెడ్ అండర్ ఆడిట్ ఆఫ్ మల్టీ-స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీస్ యాజ్ వెల్. సో ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్, ఇట్ విల్ బికమ్ ఈజియర్ టు రైట్ సమ్ ఆన్సర్స్ ఫర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆన్ మల్టీ-స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ సొసైటీ ఆడిట్. అందుకని చెప్తున్నా, లేకపోతే చెప్పను. Under section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, whenever you were appointed as the auditor of a company, మీరు ఎప్పుడన్నా ఒక కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ అయితే మీకు ఇష్టం ఉన్నా ఇష్టం లేకపోయినా you are required to inquire. The auditor is required to inquire into 6 points mentioned under section 143 subsection 1. There are 6 clauses in section 143 subsection 1. 143 subsection 1 clause A, B, C, D, E and F. 6 క్లాజులు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 6 క్లాజుల్లోకి ఆడిటర్గా మీరు ఏం చేయాలి? ఎంక్వైరీ చేయాలి. So whenever you were appointed as the auditor of a company, the auditor is under obligation to inquire into 6 aspects that were mentioned under section 143 subsection 1. After having an inquiry into these 6 points, if the auditor satisfies with all those points, then there is no reporting responsibility to the auditor. And that you have inquired and that you have satisfied is not required to be reported. నేను ఎంక్వైరీ చేశా, సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యా, అన్ని బానే ఉన్నాయి అని చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. నోరు మూసు కూర్చోవటం అంతే. ఇఫ్ యు కీప్ క్వైట్, the readers of the financial statements or users of the financial statements will make an assumption that probably the auditor may have inquired into all those 6 aspects and had satisfied with those aspects. అంతేగాని మనమేమి నేను ఎంక్వైరీ చేసా, సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యా, అన్ని బాగానే ఉన్నాయి, మీరంతా బాగా వింటున్నారు అనుకో అమ్మా, మీరంతా నేను చెప్తుంది మీకు అర్థమవుతుందా అని అడిగా. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ సాటిస్ఫైయింగ్ విత్ వాట్ ఈస్ బీయింగ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్డ్ బై మీ, కీప్ క్వైట్. అర్థమవుతుందని కూడా చెప్పద్దు, కామ్గా ఉండండి. అది రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1. దాంట్లో ఎన్ని పాయింట్లకు ఎంక్వైరీ చేయాలి ఆడిటరు? 6 పాయింట్స్. ఆ పాయింట్లో పాయింట్ నెంబర్ 1, లోన్స్ అండ్ అడ్వాన్సెస్. వాట్ ఈస్ దట్? లోన్స్ అండ్ అడ్వాన్సెస్. I will limit my discussion only to loans because of the time constraint. Once loan is understandable to you, advance is also understandable to you automatically. Where the company under your audit has sanctioned, some secured loans, where the company under your audit has given or has granted or has sanctioned some secured loans, it is the responsibility of you as an auditor to verify whether the terms and the conditions on the basis of which such loans have been granted are prejudicial. Whether the terms and conditions on the basis of which such loans have been granted are prejudicial either to the interests of the company or to the interests of its shareholders. This point is better understandable with the help of an example, but before giving you that example, I will try to repeat the provision again. Where the company under your audit has granted or sanctioned some secured loans. This point is not applicable for unsecured loans. If the company under your audit has given some secured loans, it is your responsibility as an auditor to verify the terms and conditions on the basis of which such loans are given. You will find the terms and conditions of the loan in an agreement called as dash. లోన్ అగ్రిమెంట్. ఇది కూడా ఎక్కడ చెప్పనమ్మా మీకు, లోన్ అగ్రిమెంట్లో టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ అగ్రిమెంట్ని మీరు జాగ్రత్తగా చదవాలి. చదివి ఏం చేయాలి? అసెస్ చేయాలి. ఏం అసెస్ చేయాలి? యూ నీడ్ టు అసెస్ whether the terms and conditions on the basis of which such loans are sanctioned are prejudicial either to the interests of the company or to the interests of its shareholders. A simple example will be given to you. You were appointed as the auditor of A Limited. A Limited has given a secured loan amounting to 1 crore. At the time of grant of the loan, the then prevailing market rate of interest is 24%. So in the market, 24% of interest is being charged. But on that loan, the company has charged only 1% rate of interest. Entamma? The company has charged only 1% rate of interest. In the market, 24% of interest is being charged, but the company has granted a loan wherein the company charged a rate of interest of 1%. So rate of interest is nothing but terms, a part of terms of the loan. Loan terms ante entamma? Name of the borrower, name of the lender, date of loan, amount of loan, rate of interest, repayment period, mode of repayment, security, వీటినన్నిటిని టర్మ్స్ అని అంటారు. సో రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో ఏ టర్మ్. సో 24% బయట మార్కెట్లో నడుస్తుంటే వీడు 1%కి లోన్ ఇచ్చాడు. దీనివల్ల కంపెనీకి కానీ షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు కానీ ఏమైనా నష్టం కలుగుతుందా? కాసేపు మీరే షేర్ హోల్డర్ అనుకోండి అమ్మా, దీనివల్ల మీకు నష్టం కలుగుతుందా కలగదా? ఎందుకు కలగదమ్మా? ఇఫ్ ద కంపెనీ హ్యాస్ గివెన్ దిస్ 1 crore loan at a rate of interest of 24% per annum, the company would have earned an interest of 24 lakhs per annum. But whereas the company has given that loan only at a rate of interest of 1%. Now the company is getting an interest of only 1 lakh. What is the loss to the company? 23 lakhs per annum. Because of this, company is getting affected. To that extent, dividend of the shareholders will also get affected. So because of this term of the loan, both the interests of the company as well as the interests of the shareholders are getting affected. This term is prejudicial. Prejudicial means against. This term is against the interests of the company as well as the interests of the shareholders. Being the auditor of the company, you should always try to protect the interests of the shareholders. Here you find that because of the terms on which the company has granted loan, it is not beneficial to the company as well as it is not beneficial to the shareholder. In fact, there is a loss to the shareholder because you are required to protect the interests of the shareholders. Since you observed that there is a loss to the company or there is a loss to the shareholder, the same must be reported by the auditor. Are babu, మీ కంపెనీ వాడు పెద్ద మాయగాడు, ఆడు బయట మార్కెట్లో 24% రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే 1%గా లోన్ ఇచ్చాడు, దానివల్ల కంపెనీకి నష్టం కలిగింది, షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు కూడా నష్టం కలిగింది అని చెప్పి రిపోర్ట్ చేయాలి. అదే ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్డ్ దట్ ది రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చార్జ్డ్ బై ద కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో 24%, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ అగెన్స్ట్ ఎదర్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఆర్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. వెన్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్ వెల్, దెర్ ఇస్ నో నీడ్ టు రిపోర్ట్. When everything is going on well, there is no need to report. When something is wrong, there is a need to report. అర్థమవుతుందే? అన్ని బాగానే ఉంటే అన్ని మీరందరూ వింటున్నారు అనుకో, బాగా వింటున్నారు అని చెప్పక్కర్లా. వినట్లేదు అనుకో, అదిగో నువ్వు వినట్లేదు అని చెప్పాలి. అంటే అన్ని బాగుంటే కామ్గా ఉండండి, ఏదన్నా తేడా వస్తే రిపోర్ట్ చేయండి. దట్ ఈస్ సెక్షన్ 143 subsection 1. So what is the first duty of the auditor? Where the company under your audit has granted certain secured loans, it is your responsibility as an auditor to verify whether the terms and conditions on the basis of which such loans have been granted were prejudicial, were against either to the interests of the company or to the interests of its members. If the auditor is satisfied that they are not prejudicial, leave it. There is no need to report. If the auditor identified that they are prejudicial, report the matter to the shareholders. This is about clause A. Clause B, whether transactions represented merely by book entries were prejudicial either to the interests of the company or to the interests of its members. This point is very difficult to understand, but I will try to explain it very briefly. What is meant by transactions represented merely? Merely means only by book entries. నేను ఈ మాట అనగానే మీలో ఇంతకు ముందర నా క్లాస్ విన్నవాళ్ళు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వద్దు. ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ రిప్రజెంటెడ్ మియర్లీ బై బుక్ ఎంట్రీస్ అనగానే మీకేం అర్థమైంది? వాట్ ఈస్ ద లిటరల్ మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ దట్? బుక్లో ఎంట్రీ ఉంది కాబట్టి ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ జరిగిందని అనుకోవటమే కానీ transaction has not actually taken place, but it has been recorded in the books of accounts saying that transaction has taken place. Such type of entries are called by us as dash. అది మీ అంతటా మీకు వెలగాలి, నేనేం వెలిగించలేను ఆ లైట్ని. ఫిక్టీషియస్ ఎంట్రీస్. ఫిక్టీషియస్ అమ్మా ఏంటి, ఎవరు స్పందించరు? ఎంప్లాయీ ఫ్రాడ్ చేసినప్పుడు జెన్యూన్ ఎంట్రీస్, ఫ్రాడ్యులెంట్ ఎంట్రీస్, రియల్ ఎంట్రీస్, ఫిక్టీషియస్ ఎంట్రీస్. ఇఫ్ దెర్ ఆర్ ఫిక్టీషియస్ ఎంట్రీస్ ఇన్ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్, ఈజ్ ఇట్ డిట్రిమెంటల్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఆర్ నాట్? ఈజ్ ఇట్ డిట్రిమెంటల్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ నాట్? మాట్లాడమ్మా. వెన్ ఫిక్టీషియస్ ఎంట్రీస్ ఆర్ రికార్డెడ్ ఇన్ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్, విల్ ఇట్ బి ప్రెజుడిషియల్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ? ఎస్. విల్ ఇట్ బి ప్రెజుడిషియల్ టు ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ మెంబర్స్? ఎస్. ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ యూ నీడ్ టు రిపోర్ట్. సో వెన్ యూ సాటిస్ఫై, when the auditor satisfies that there are no transactions, there are no fictitious entries, or there are no transactions represented merely by book entries, there is no need to report. అంటే అందుకే మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా, what is the motto? If everything is good, there is no need to report. If something is going on wrong, there is a need to report. అన్ని బాగుంటే చెప్పక్కర్లా, బాగుండకపోతే రిపోర్ట్ చేయాలి. ఫస్ట్ దేంటి లోన్స్ అండ్ అడ్వాన్సెస్, రెండోదేంటి ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ రిప్రజెంటెడ్ మియర్లీ బై బుక్ ఎంట్రీస్. ద థర్డ్ వన్, సేల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్. సేల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్. ఇఫ్ ద సేల్ ప్రైస్ ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ద కాస్ట్ ప్రైస్, ఇఫ్ ద సేల్ ప్రైస్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు కాస్ట్ ప్రైస్, ఇఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ satisfies that sale price is greater than cost price. What is meant by sale price is greater than cost price? Organization got a profit. What is meant by sale price equivalent to cost price? No profit, no loss. If the auditor satisfies that sale price of investments held by the company is greater than cost price or is at least equal to cost price, leave that matter. If the auditor finds that sale price is less than the cost price, If the auditor identifies that sale price is less than the cost price, that means the company suffered with a loss, then it is the responsibility of the auditor to check whether that sale price recorded in the books of account is genuine or is fraudulent. Okavela adi genuine anukondi, there is no problem at all. If it is fraudulent, you need to make a report. మీరు లాజిక్ అర్థం చేసుకుంటే పాయింట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. ఇఫ్ యూ ఫెయిల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద లాజిక్, యూ విల్ ఫెయిల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ది పాయింట్. అంటే బై మేకింగ్ సేల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ద కంపెనీ మే either get a profit or there may not be any profit or loss. The company may even suffer with loss. There would not be any problem to the auditor even if the company suffers with a loss. But that loss may be should be because of a genuine transaction. It should not be because of a fraudulent transaction. So తప్పుడు సేల్ ప్రైస్ రికార్డ్ చేశారనుకో, రిపోర్ట్ చేయండి. సేల్ ప్రైస్ నిజంగానే తక్కువ, కాస్ట్ ప్రైస్ ఎక్కువ, నిజంగానే లాస్ వచ్చింది, ఎవడేం చేయగలడు? ఎవడేమీ చేయలేడు. అంటే 3 సిచ్యువేషన్స్లో రిపోర్ట్ చేయక్కర్లా, ఒక్క సిచ్యువేషన్లో రిపోర్ట్ చేయాలి. ఎవరన్నా వినని వాళ్ళు, ఇంతకు ముందర వినని వాళ్ళు ఉంటే చెప్పండి. In what situations there is no need to report? In what situation there is a need to report? If the sale price is, if you satisfy that sale price is more than the cost price, if you satisfy that sale price is equivalent to cost price, if you satisfy that sale price is less than cost price but the sale price is genuine, leave it. If you identify that sale price is less than the cost price but it is ungenuine, report the matter to the shareholders. And the fourth one is, sometimes the entity may have granted loans but they may have been shown as deposits. Why an entity grant loans and why should they be treated as deposits? Loans granted is an asset. Deposit made is also an asset. Yes or no? Company వాడు లోన్ ఇస్తే అది కంపెనీకి అసెట్టా, లైబిలిటీనా? మీరు ఆడిట్ చేస్తున్న కంపెనీ వాడు లోన్ ఇచ్చాడమ్మా, అది అసెట్టా, లైబిలిటీనా? అసెట్. డిపాజిట్ చేశాడమ్మా ఏదో బ్యాంకుతో, అది అసెట్టా, లైబిలిటీనా? అంటే లోన్ గ్రాంటెడ్ అసెట్టే, డిపాజిట్ మేడ్ కూడా అసెట్టే. Sometimes some companies may follow a tendency of reflecting loans not as loans but as deposits. నా క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటో తెలుసా? What benefit will the company get by reflecting loans not as loans but as deposits? If you treat it as a loan, your auditor will start probing into it. Your auditor will start probing into it, asking you whether the loan is secured loan or is unsecured loan. If it is a secured loan, give me the loan agreement. Then the auditor will try to assess whether the terms are prejudicial or not. So auditor will focus more when you say that you have given a loan. If you say that you are giving a deposit or you made a deposit, the auditor may try to focus less. So to reduce the attention of the auditor, sometimes some companies do follow the tendency of reflecting loans granted not as loans but as deposits. So you need to verify whether loans granted by the company are disclosed as loans only and not as deposits. If loans granted by the company have been shown as deposits, report the matter to the shareholders. If you satisfy that loans were not shown as deposits, ignore it. లోన్స్ అని వేటిని కూడా డిపాజిట్స్ గా చూపించలేదు. లోన్స్ ను లోన్స్ గానే చూపించారు, డిపాజిట్స్ గా చూపించలేదు అని ఐడెంటిఫై చేస్తే వదిలేయండి. లోన్స్ ని డిపాజిట్స్ గా చూపించారు అని మీరు అని సాటిస్ఫై అయితే వదిలేయండి. లోన్స్ ని డిపాజిట్స్ గా చూపించారు అని ఐడెంటిఫై చేస్తే రిపోర్ట్ చేయండి. ఇది క్లాస్ డి. క్లాస్ ఈ ఇంతవరకు చాలే. వెదర్ ఎనీ పర్సనల్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్, ఇది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. Whether any personal expenses have been charged to revenue account. కంపెనీ మేనేజింగ్ డైరెక్టర్ గారు వాళ్ళ అమ్మాయి పెళ్లి చేశాడు. పెళ్లికి వచ్చిన గెస్ట్లను ఎంటర్టైన్ చేయడానికి 40 lakhs ఖర్చు పెట్టారు. ఖర్చు కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు పెట్టారు. పెట్టి తీసుకెళ్లి దాని ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ అకౌంట్లో డెబిట్ చేశారు. ఏంటమ్మా ఇది? ఎవడ సొమ్ము ఎవడు ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నాడమ్మా? ది మనీ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఈస్ బీయింగ్ స్పెంట్ ఫర్ ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ మ్యారేజ్ ఆఫ్ ద డాటర్ ఆఫ్ ద మేనేజింగ్ డైరెక్టర్. ఈజ్ ఇట్ an expenditure? Is it a personal expenditure of the managing director or should it be spent by the company?
It is not the expenditure of the company. It is the personal expenditure of the managing director. Managing director should be expected to spend such money out of his own pocket. But unfortunately, the company spends money on behalf of the managing director. Now, for whose interest this is detrimental? ఇలా చేయటం వల్ల ఎవడన్నా నష్టపోతాడా? అమ్మా ఎవడ సొమ్ము ఎవడ ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నారమ్మా? కంపెనీ సొమ్ముని మేనేజింగ్ డైరెక్టర్కి ఖర్చు పెడుతుంటే ఇంకా అప్పుడు కంపెనీకి నష్టమా కాదా, షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు నష్టమా కాదా? ఇలాంటివి ఏమన్నా ఉంటే మీరు రిపోర్ట్ చేయాలి. దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ 143 subsection 1. By this I completed a discussion on 143 subsection 1. Now let us have a discussion on section 139 of the Companies Act. What is that? Section 139. Section 139 of the Companies Act deals with provisions relating to appointment of auditors. Provisions relating to appointment of auditors. For the sake of appointment of auditors, companies can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is government companies or government controlled companies. The first one is first category. For the sake of appointment of auditors, companies can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is government companies. The second one is other than government companies. For the sake of simplicity, we call them as non-government companies. Other than government companies అనే బదులు non-government companies అంటే బాగుంటుంది. మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా, section 139 of the Companies Act deals with provisions relating to appointment of auditors. And for the sake of appointment of auditors, companies can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is government companies. The second one is non-government companies. In respect of appointment of auditor of government companies, it is again divided into two broad categories. The first one is how to appoint the first auditor of a government company and how to appoint the subsequent auditor, otherwise called as regular auditor of a government company. Similar to that, in case of non-government companies also, it was divided again into two broad categories. That is how to appoint first auditor of a government non-government company and how to appoint subsequent auditor or regular auditor of a non-government company. For this, section 139 subsection 7 is given. For this, section 139 subsection 5 is given. For this, section 139 subsection 6 is given. For this, section 139 subsection 1 is given. అంటే దాని మీనింగ్ ఏంటో తెలుసా? Section 139 subsection 7 of the Companies Act deals with provisions relating to appointment of first auditor of a government company. Section 139 subsection 5 deals with provisions relating to appointment of subsequent auditor or regular auditor of a government company. Similarly, 139 subsection 6 deals with appointment of first auditor of non-government companies. Subsection 1 deals with appointment of subsequent auditor or regular auditor of a non-government company. Now, what is a government company? You know very well about what is a government company. If in a company 51% or more of the paid up share capital is held by central government or by any state government or partly by central government and partly by one or more state governments, that company shall be called as a government company. The best three examples are like this. There is a company called as A Limited. The paid up capital of A Limited is 1 lakh, out of which central government is holding 52,000 rupees paid up capital. Now, can you call A Limited as a government company? Obviously, yes. Why? Because 52% of the paid up capital of A Limited is held by central government and hence it is called as a government company. Central government is not holding anything, but Andhra Pradesh state government is holding exactly 51,000 rupees paid up capital of A Limited. Now, can you call A Limited as a government company? Government company definition malli cheppanamma. If in a company 50, it is not holding and subsidiary company. If it is holding and subsidiary company, you should say that if in a company more than 1/2 of the total voting power, more than 1/2 is different from 51% or more. More than 1/2 means 50.01 is also said to be more than 1/2. 51 or more is a government company. If in a company 51% or more of the paid up share capital is held by central government, comma, any state government, comma, partly by central government and partly by one or more state governments, then that company is called as a government company. In the given example, first example, central government is holding 52%. In the second example, Andhra Pradesh state government is holding 51%. Now, central government is holding 26,000. Andhra Pradesh state government is holding 25,000. Can you call this company as a government company? Yes or no? Yes, central government is holding 26,000 rupees share capital, and all the states in India are cumulatively holding 28,000 rupees of the capital of A Limited. Now, can you call A Limited as a government company? Yes or no? Now, central government is not holding any stake, but all the state governments in India are holding 52,000 rupees paid up capital of A Limited. Can you call A Limited as a government company? Yes. Please repeat the definition of a government company. If in a company 51% or more of the paid up share capital is held by central government, comma, one or more state governments, comma, partly by central government, partly by one or more state governments, that company is a government company. And the definition of a government company also includes a subsidiary of a government company as thus defined. So, government company's definition also includes a subsidiary of a government company. Government company subsidiary shall also be called as a government company. Now, the question is, what is a subsidiary company? Chapandi, what is a subsidiary company? If in a company more than one half of, if in a company more than one half of the total voting power is held by another company, the company holding the voting power is called as holding company, and the other company is called as a subsidiary company. So, the term government company also includes a subsidiary of a government company. I will try to provide you with a best example for this. There is a company called as A Limited. Central government is holding 52% of paid up capital of 51% paid up capital of A Limited. Now, can you call A Limited as a government company? Yes or no? There is another company called as B Limited. This B Limited is not a government company. The paid up capital of B Limited is, say, 1 lakh rupees. Out of 1 lakh rupees paid up capital of B Limited, central government is holding, central government is, sorry. Kadu. A Limited is holding. The definition of a government company also includes subsidiary of a government company. So, A Limited lo central government ki undi kabatti it is a government company. A Limited is holding 50,001 rupee paid up capital of B Limited. 50,001 rupee paid up capital of B Limited. What is the relationship between A Limited and B Limited in the given case? Since more than one half of the total voting power, ante differential voting rights unte paid up capital ki voting power ki difference vastundamma. If there is no differential voting rights ante ఏంటనండి అని అడగండి, రెండు జేబుల్లో చేతులు పెట్టుకుని వెళ్ళిపోతా. సో అలాంటివి లేనప్పుడు డాష్ రెండు ఒకటేగా, పేడప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఓటింగ్ పవర్ రెండు ఒకటేగా. సో ఏ లిమిటెడ్ ఈస్ హోల్డింగ్ జస్ట్ 50,001 రూపీ పేడప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆఫ్ బి లిమిటెడ్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్ ఏ లిమిటెడ్ అండ్ బి లిమిటెడ్? A Limited is the holding company and B Limited is the subsidiary company. In the given example, A Limited is a government company, and as per the definition of, as per section 2 subsection 45 of the Companies Act, the definition of a government company also includes a subsidiary of a government company. Now, B Limited is a subsidiary of a government company. Therefore, both dash and dash shall be called as dash. Both A Limited and B Limited shall be called as government companies. Ardhamaindamma? Done. So, we are going to have a discussion about how to appoint the first auditor of a government company. దీనికోసం చించుకోవటం అవసరం. జస్ట్ ఒక ఫ్లో చార్ట్ లాంటి చూపించేస్తా. అది అయిపోయిందనుకో ఆ దెబ్బతో మనకి చూడండి టపటప అయిపోతుంది. ఇది Section 139 subsection 1 appointment of auditors. For the sake of appointment of auditors, companies can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is government company and the other one is other than government company. How to appoint first auditor of a government company, how to appoint subsequent auditor of a government company, how to appoint first auditor of a non-government company, how to appoint subsequent auditor of a non-government company. Now, what is holding company and subsidiary company is explained. What is government company is explained. Let us go through section 139 subsection 7, first auditor of a government company. The first auditor of a government company shall have to be appointed by comptroller and auditor general within 60 days from that. 60 30 60 అమ్మ బండగొట్టుడు 60 30 60 అలా చెప్తే అర్థం కాదని మళ్ళీ చూపిస్తున్నా. The first auditor of a government company shall have to be appointed by comptroller and auditor general the auditor of a government company shall be appointed by a person called as Comptroller and Auditor General. And I know very well that you are having an idea about who is a Comptroller and Auditor General, what are his duties, because you learnt it under the heading Government Audit. Government Audit అని చదువుకున్నారు కదా. ఎస్ అన్నాలంటే భయం, ఏం అడుగుతాడు అని. నో అంటే అది కూడా చదవలేదా అంటాడేమో అని భయం. ఏమో అందుకని ఈ అమ్మాయి అంటోంది గవర్నమెంట్ ఆడిట్ అమ్మా. గవర్నమెంట్ ఆడిట్లో C&AG గురించి చదువుకున్నారు కదా. దట్ C&AG is made responsible to appoint the first auditor of a government company. Within how many days? Within 60 days. That 60 days is required to be calculated from the date of registration of the company. Here date of registration is date of incorporation. This point number 1 repeat cheyandi. The first auditor of a government company according to section 139 subsection 7 of the Companies Act, the first auditor of a government company shall be appointed by Comptroller and Auditor General within 60 days from the date of registration of the company. Here date of registration means date of incorporation. Point number 2, where C&AG fails to appoint the first auditor within the period stipulated above, then the board of directors of such company shall have to appoint the first auditor within next 30 days. Next 30 days ante 60 నుంచి 30 అంటే by the 90th day the board of directors of the company had to appoint the first auditor, provided C&AG fails to appoint the first auditor. So prerogative right has been given to whom? C&AG. C&AG fail అయితే right ఎవరికి ఇచ్చారు? Board of directors. Sometimes it may so happen that even board of directors of the company may have failed in appointing the first auditor. In such case, it is required to be informed to the shareholders, and thereupon the shareholders of the company shall have to appoint the first auditor within 60 days. Unfortunately, from where these 60 days are required to be calculated has not been given in the act. మీరు observe చేయండి, first 60 days ఎక్కడి నుంచి calculate చేయాలి? From the date of registration of the company. Here date of registration means date of incorporation. Next 30 days ఎక్కడి నుంచి క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాలి? After the end of 60 days. ఇక్కడ వర్డింగ్ లో తేడా ఉంది, మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేశారు లేదో. If the board also fails to appoint the first auditor of a government company or a government controlled company, the same must be informed to the shareholders. Thereupon the shareholders of the company had to appoint the first auditor in an extraordinary general meeting within 60 days. From where these 60 days are required to be calculated is not mentioned in the Companies Act. నేను చెప్తా మీకు ఇప్పటిదాకా మీ చరిత్రలో ఎప్పుడు ఎవరు చెప్పుండరు. ఎప్పటి నుంచి అమ్మా? అయితే నేను క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతా. షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తారు కదా, 60 + 30 90 నుంచి 60నా షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేసినప్పుడు రీచ్ అవుతుంది కదా షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు, అక్కడి నుంచి 60నా 90 + 60 అనాలా, రీచ్ అయిన తర్వాత +60 అనాలా? దీనికి యాక్ట్లో ఎక్కడా చెప్పాలా. ICSI ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు క్లారిఫికేషన్ ఇచ్చాడు. Company Secretaries of India has given a clarification saying that these 60 days are required to be these 60 days time is required to be calculated from the date of intimation by the company to the shareholders. అంటే షేర్ హోల్డర్లకి చెప్పిన తర్వాత అక్కడి నుంచి 60 డేస్. ఇదంతా ఎగ్జామ్లో ఎక్కడ అడగడు, పొరపాటున ఎవడన్నా పిల్లలు లేనివాడు అడుగుతాడేమో అనే భయంతో మీకు చెప్తున్నా అంతే. ఏమ్మా? And now what is the tenure of office of the auditor so appointed? This is important. What is the tenure of office of the auditor so appointed? అలా ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేస్తే ఆయన ఎప్పటిదాకా ఆడిటర్గా ఉంటాడు? Till the conclusion of the first annual general meeting. That's it. This is the end of the discussion on section 139 subsection 7. ఏది మీరు అంటున్నట్టు యాక్షన్ చేయండి, నేను రిపీట్ చేస్తూ ఉంటా. Section 139 subsection 7 of the Companies Act deals with the appointment of first auditor of a government company or a government controlled company. According to this section, the first auditor of a government company or a government controlled company shall have to be appointed by Comptroller and Auditor General within 60 days from the date of registration of the company. Here date of registration is date of incorporation. Where the Comptroller and Auditor General fails to appoint the first auditor, the board of directors of such company shall have to appoint the first auditors within next 30 days. Where the board also fails to appoint the first auditor, then the same must be informed to the shareholders. Thereupon the shareholders of the company shall have to appoint the auditor within 60 days in an extraordinary general meeting. Whatever be the appointing authority. అయిపోయింది అనుకుంటారు. Whatever be the appointing authority. Whatever be the appointing authority అంటే వాడు అపాయింట్ చేసిన వాడు C&AG అయినా, board of directors అయినా, లేకపోతే షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ అయినా, the auditor so appointed shall hold office till the conclusion of the first annual general meeting. First AGM అయిపోతే వాడి టర్మ్ అయిపోతుంది, వాడు బయటికి పోతాడు. This is about section 139 subsection 7. Then what about section 139 subsection 5, which deals with provisions relating to appointment of subsequent auditor or regular auditor of a government company or a government controlled company. In the first case, some options are given. because that is the case of appointment of the first auditor. అప్పుడే పుట్టింది కదా కంపెనీ, పొరపాటున C&IG ఫెయిల్ అవ్వచ్చు, పొరపాటున బోర్డు ఫెయిల్ అవ్వచ్చు. అందుకని రకరకాల ఆప్షన్స్ ఇచ్చారు. వీడు చేయాలి, వీడు ఫెయిల్ అయితే వీడు చేయాలి, వీడు ఫెయిల్ అయితే వాడు చేయాలి. Such options were not given in case of appointment of subsequent auditor of a government company. The subsequent auditor of a government company shall have to be appointed only by Comptroller and Auditor General. None other than Comptroller and Auditor General will have a right to appoint the subsequent auditor of a government company. First auditor అయితే ముగ్గురులో ఎవరైనా చేయొచ్చు. C&IG, తర్వాత బోర్డు, తర్వాత షేర్ హోల్డర్లు. కానీ సబ్సిక్వెంట్ ఆడిటర్ ని C&IG తప్ప ఇంకెవరో అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. విత్ ఇన్ హౌ మెనీ డేస్? విత్ ఇన్ 180 days ఫ్రమ్ ద డేట్ ఆఫ్ commencement of the relevant financial year. ఎలా పడితే అలా చదివితే అవదమ్మోయ్. From the date of commencement of the relevant financial year. For example, the government company was established in the year 21-22. Now the next financial year is 22-23. For the financial year 22-23, you need to appoint the auditor within 180 days from the date of commencement of the relevant financial year. What is the date on which 2023 will commence? 1/4/2022. అక్కడి నుంచి 180 days లోపల ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయాలి. అండ్ ద ఆడిటర్ అక్కడి నుంచి 180 days లోపల సబ్సిక్వెంట్ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయాలి. ద ఆడిటర్ సో అపాయింటెడ్ షెల్ హోల్డ్ ఆఫీస్ టిల్ ద కంక్లూషన్ ఆఫ్ ది యాన్యువల్ జనరల్ మీటింగ్. చాలా మంది పిల్లలు ఇక్కడ నెక్స్ట్ అనే మాట వాడతారు, బట్ యాక్ట్ లో ద టర్మ్ నెక్స్ట్ ఈస్ నాట్ దేర్. టిల్ ద కంక్లూషన్ ఆఫ్ AGM అనే ఉంది, అంతేగాని నెక్స్ట్ అనే మాట యాక్ట్ లో లేదు. బట్ ఫర్ ద సేక్ ఆఫ్ బెటర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ యూ కెన్ కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ నెక్స్ట్ AGM. కావాలంటే మీకు యాక్ట్ కూడా చూపిస్తా టైంను బట్టి. అంటే నేను చెప్పింది నిజమని ప్రూవ్ చేసుకోవాలిగా, అందుకని ద టర్మ్ నెక్స్ట్ హ్యాస్ నాట్ బీన్ యూజ్డ్ ఇన్ ది యాక్ట్. యాక్ట్ సేస్ ఇట్ యాజ్ AGM ఓన్లీ. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ టెన్యూర్ అయితే ఎప్పటిదాకా? టిల్ ద కంక్లూషన్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ యాన్యువల్ జనరల్ మీటింగ్. సబ్సిక్వెంట్ ఆడిటర్ టెన్యూర్ ఎప్పటిదాకా? టిల్ annual general meeting. This is about section 139 subsection 5. Please go through it. 139 subsection 5 deals with subsequent auditor of a government company. It should be the subsequent auditor of a government company shall be appointed only by Comptroller and Auditor General within 180 days from the date of commencement of the relevant financial year. Tenure of office till the conclusion of the annual general meeting. Tarvata. The next one is section 139 subsection 6. Appointment of first auditor of a company other than a government company or a non-government company. ఇందాక 60-30-60 కదమ్మా, 60 ఎత్తేయండి, 30 అలాగే ఉంచండి. ఇందాక 30 ఎవరికి అప్లికబుల్? బోర్డుకి. ఇక్కడ కూడా 30 ఎవరికి అప్లికబుల్ అంటే బోర్డుకి. ఇందాక 60 ఇప్పుడు ఎత్తేసాం, 30 అలాగే ఉంచాం, తర్వాత 60 అన్నాం కదా, దాన్ని 90 చేయండి. అర్థం కాలేదా? 30-90 అంటే రూల్ 30-90. అక్కడేమో 60-30-60, ఇక్కడేమో 30-90. 30 is relatable to board of directors, 90 is relatable to shareholders. ఏదో మీరు చెప్పినట్టు యాక్షన్ చేయండి. సెక్షన్ 1 పిల్లలకి చెప్పినట్టు చెప్పమంటే మళ్ళీ చెప్తా. సెక్షన్ 139 subsection 6 of the Companies Act contains provisions relating to appointment of first auditor of a non-government company. The first auditor of a non-government company shall have to be appointed by board of directors within 30 days from the date of registration of the company. Here date of registration means date of incorporation. Company incorporate అయిన దగ్గర నుంచి 30 రోజుల లోపల board appoint చేయాలి. If the board fails to appoint the auditor, the same must be intimated to the shareholders. Thereupon the shareholders had to appoint the first auditor in an extraordinary general meeting within 90 days. ఇక్కడ కూడా మళ్ళీ ఆ జబ్బు కంటిన్యూ అయింది. 90 days ఎప్పటి నుంచో చెప్పలా. ద సేమ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ హోల్డ్స్ గుడ్ ఫర్ దిస్ ఆల్సో. ఇంటిమేషన్ దగ్గర నుంచి 90 days. అర్థమైందా? నౌ వాట్ ఈస్ ద టెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ జాగ్రత్త. వాట్ ఈస్ ద టెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ సచ్ ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ నాన్ గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ? Same as the first auditor of a government company. Now you need to understand that tenure of office of the first auditor, whether it be the first auditor of a government company or it be government company first auditor అయినా non-government company first auditor అయినా, వాడి టెన్యూర్ ఎప్పటితో కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది? ఫస్ట్ AGM దాకానే వాడు ఆడిటర్. ఫస్ట్ AGM కంక్లూడ్ అయిపోతే వాడు బయటికి పోతాడు. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, the tenure of office of the first auditor of a government company as well as the first auditor of a non-government company will end by the conclusion of the first annual general meeting. This is about 139 subsection 6. Appointment of first auditor of a company other than a government company, it should be done by board of directors within 30 days from the date of registration. If the board fails, then it must be informed to the shareholders. Thereupon the shareholders shall appoint the auditor within 90 days in an extraordinary general meeting. Tenure of office, whatever be the appointing authority. What is meant by whatever be the appointing authority? Whether first auditors were appointed by the board or appointed by the shareholders in an extraordinary general meeting, the tenure of office of such first auditors of a non-government company will be till the conclusion of the first annual general meeting. అయిపోయింది. దిస్ ఇస్ అబౌట్ అయిపోయిందని నేను అనేసుకోవటమేనా, మీకు ఏమన్నా గుర్తొస్తుందా, అర్థం అవుతుందని నేను అడగట్లా, నేనేమని చెప్పడానికి అర్థం అవుతుందని ఆల్రెడీ మీకు తెలుసా? సరే, అయితే ఇది 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 6. ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1. ఇది కొంచెం చికాకైనా తప్పదుగా. Section 139 subsection 1 of the Companies Act deals with appointment of subsequent auditor or regular auditor of a non-government company. This is completely different from what we have discussed till now. ఇప్పటిదాకా మనం మాట్లాడుకున్నది వేరు, ఇక్కడి నుంచి మనం మాట్లాడుకోబోయేది వేరు. Be careful. Every company at its first annual general meeting. Every company at its first annual general meeting. Till then, who should be the auditor? Till then, అసలు మీరు వినట్లా, ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు తిందామా అని చూస్తున్నారు. మీరు కష్టపడట్లా, నేను ఒక్కడనే కష్టపడుతున్నా. మీరు వింటున్నట్టు యాక్షన్ చేయగలరు, నేను చెప్పినట్టు అని యాక్షన్ చేయలేను. కాబట్టి మీకన్నా ఎక్కువ ఓపిక నాకే నశించిపోవాలి. నేను అట్టాగే ఉన్నా కాబట్టి ఎప్పుడు తిందాం అనకండి. జీవితాంతం తింటూనే ఉంటాం పుట్టిన దగ్గర నుంచి. ఒక 2 నిమిషాల్లో వదులుతా, ఒక 2 నిమిషాలు అటు ఇటుగా వదులుతా. సరే, ఎక్కడున్నా? Every company, the term every company includes all types of companies, whether it be a private company, public company, profit-making company, loss-making company, profit-oriented company, non-profit-oriented company, Indian company, foreign company having a place of business in India, listed company, unlisted company, whatever be the company having a share capital, company not having a share capital, whatever be the company, every company is under obligation to appoint an auditor in their first annual general meeting. ప్రతి కంపెనీ వాడు వాళ్ళ ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎంలో ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేసి తీరాలి. ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎం దాకా ఎవడు ఉంటాడు? ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఉంటాడు. అండ్ ద ఆడిటర్ సో అపాయింటెడ్ షెల్ హోల్డ్ ఆఫీస్ ఫ్రమ్ ద కంక్లూజన్ ఆఫ్ దట్ మీటింగ్. ఫ్రమ్ ద కంక్లూజన్ ఆఫ్ దట్, నేను మామూలుగా కంక్లూజన్ అని అనగలను, కంక్లూజన్ అని ఎందుకన్నానంటే దాంట్లో చాలా మీనింగ్ ఉంది, టైంని బట్టి చెప్తా. ద ఆడిటర్ సో అపాయింటెడ్ షెల్ హోల్డ్ ఆఫీస్ ఫ్రమ్ ద కంక్లూజన్ ఆఫ్ ద మీటింగ్ ఇన్ విచ్ ఈస్ అపాయింటెడ్ టిల్ ద కంక్లూజన్ ఆఫ్ ద 6th annual general meeting. ఒక్క దెబ్బతో 5 ఏళ్ల పాటు ఉంటాడు. ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎంలో మిమ్మల్ని అపాయింట్ చేస్తే అది అయిపోయిన దగ్గర నుంచి 6th ఏజిఎం అయిపోయేదాకా, ఫస్ట్ టు సెకండ్, సెకండ్ టు థర్డ్, థర్డ్ టు ఫోర్త్, ఫోర్త్ టు ఫిఫ్త్, ఫిఫ్త్ టు 6th. దట్ మీన్స్ ఎట్ ఏ టైమ్ యూ హ్యావ్ బీన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఫర్ ఎ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 5 years. రిమెంబర్, దిస్ ఈస్ అప్లికబుల్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ది రెగ్యులర్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ నాన్ గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ. ఫర్ ఆల్ అదర్ కేసెస్ దిస్ పాయింట్ ఇస్ నాట్ అప్లికబుల్. ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ ఇట్ ఈస్ అప్ టు ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎం. In case of subsequent auditor, it is up to AGM. In case of first auditor of a non-government company, it is up to first AGM. But ఇది ఒక్కటే different. From the conclusion of that meeting in which he is appointed till the conclusion of the 6th annual general meeting, and thereafter till the conclusion of every 6th annual general meeting. Simply speaking, auditor is required to be appointed for a consecutive period of 5 years at a time. అర్థమవుతుందా? So every company at its first annual general meeting shall appoint an individual or a partnership firm, otherwise called as a person or persons, for conducting audit. ఇక్కడ person or persons అనే మాట అన్నాడు కాబట్టి ఓ చిన్న పాయింట్ చెప్తా. ఆ పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే, నేను ఇందాకే చెప్పా అదృష్టవశాత్తు. ఏం చెప్పానమ్మా? అదృష్టం ఏంటి? అదృష్టం ఏంటి ఇంతకీ? అదృష్టం ఏంటి చెప్పండి. You can practice the profession of chartered accountancy either as an individual, either as an individual or as a sole proprietor of, or as a part, or as an individual or as a partner of a partnership firm. Avuna kada? So an individually practicing chartered accountant is called as a person. A sole proprietor is also called as a person. A partnership firm is also called as a person. Ardhamavutunda? Now large companies, big companies do follow the practice of appointing more than one person. Who is person? Individual is a person, sole proprietor is a person, partnership firm is a person, but very big companies do follow the practice of appointing more than one person for conducting audit. When more than one person is appointed for conducting audit, the persons so appointed are called as joint auditors, and the audit carried out by them is technically called as joint audit. I have given several examples for that. There is a company called as XYZ Limited. There is a person called as A. A is an individually practicing chartered accountant. A is an individually practicing chartered accountant. There is another chartered accountant called as B. B is also practicing individually. There is no relation between A and B. Both are independently practicing chartered accountants. Now both A and B have been appointed as the auditors of XYZ Limited. So A is a person, B is a person, more than one person has been appointed as the auditor by a company, and hence when more than one person is appointed as an auditor, the auditors so appointed are technically called as dash joint auditors, and the audit carried out by them is technically called as dash joint audit. The next one. There is a company called as XYZ Limited, and there is a person called as A. A is either practicing individually or as a sole proprietor, and there is another thing called as BC & Co, which is a partnership firm. In the given case, A is a person, BC & Company is a partnership firm. Irrespective of the number of partners in the firm, it is also treated as a person. If the firm is having 20 partners, can you call it as persons? No. Firm is a person. In the given case, an individual and a partnership firm has been appointed. What is the difference between example number 1 and example number 2? In example number 1, one individual and another individual has been appointed. In example number 2, one individual or one sole proprietor and one partnership firm has been appointed. Now also it is said that they have been called as joint auditors, and the audit conducted by them is technically called as joint audit. The next example, there are two companies. AB & Company is a partnership firm, CD & Company is another partnership firm. Both are AB & Company is a person, CD & Company is a person. They both have been appointed as the auditors of XYZ Limited. Since more than one person is appointed, they are called as joint auditors, and the audit carried out by them is called as joint audit. That is the reason why it is mentioned that a person may be appointed or persons may be appointed. So what section 139 subsection 1 says? Every company at its first annual general meeting shall appoint an individual or a partnership firm, person or persons, for conducting audit. Now, the auditor so, next point, the auditor so appointed shall hold office from the conclusion of the meeting in which is appointed till the conclusion of the 6th annual general meeting, and thereafter till the conclusion of every 6th meeting. There is another requirement on the part of the company in this case. The requirement is the fact that the auditor is appointed shall be intimated by the company both to the appointed auditor as well as to the registrar of companies. I repeat, company is under obligation to intimate about the appointment of the auditor to the auditor as well as to registrar of companies. Within how many days the company should intimate the same? Within 15 days from the date of appointment. Within 15 days from the date of appointment. For example, today a meeting is held. In that meeting I have been appointed as the auditor, but the meeting is not yet concluded. It has been postponed to a later date. After 1 month the meeting is adjourned and held after 1 month. On that date the meeting is concluded. In the given example there are 2 dates. Today is the date on which the meeting has started, and after 1 month the meeting is completed. I have been appointed as the auditor today. Now within how many days the company should intimate about my appointment to ROC? Within 15 days. From 15 days are required to be calculated from where? From the date of appointment. What is date of appointment? Is it today or on the date of conclusion of AGM? Today is the date of appointment. Within 15 days from today. మీటింగ్ అయిందా లేదా అనే దాంతో సంబంధం లేదు. మిమ్మల్ని ఏ మీటింగ్లో అయితే అపాయింట్ చేశారో ఆ మీటింగ్ కంక్లూడ్ అయిన దగ్గర నుంచి 15 డేస్ కాదు. మిమ్మల్ని ఏ మీటింగ్లో అయితే అపాయింట్ చేశారో అక్కడి నుంచి 15 డేస్ లోపల మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా ఆడిటర్కి ఇంటిమేట్ చేయాలి, ఆర్ఓసికి ఇంటిమేట్ చేయాలి. ఫలానా వాడిని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకున్నామని. ఎలా ఇంటిమేట్ చేయాలి? బై ఫైలింగ్ ఏ ఫార్మ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ADT1. సో ఇంటిమేషన్ షుడ్ బి గివెన్ టు ద ఆడిటర్, రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ షుడ్ బి డన్ విత్ ROC. దాన్ని notifying ROC అంటారు. And the other one is the most important one is there are some more conditions to be satisfied. These conditions are not understandable unless you have knowledge of, or unless you are able to recollect section 141 of the Companies Act. So first of all, I will try to explain you section 141 in detail. After completion of section 141 of the Companies Act, I will come back to this point. Then only you will be 141, 139 subsection 2 ఆ రెండు చెప్తే గాని ఈ అదర్ కండిషన్స్ అనే పాయింట్లు మీకు అర్థం కావు. కాబట్టి ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ఐ విల్ ట్రై టు డీల్ విత్ సెక్షన్ 141. Then I will try to complete section 139 subsection 2 so that you will be able to understand other conditions required to be complied with in case of appointment of auditor under section 139 subsection 1. Kabatti let us go through section 141 now. What is section 141? What is section 141 and its importance? Section 141 of the Companies Act deals with qualifications and disqualifications. There are four subsections in section 141. 141 subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 3 and subsection 4. 1 and 2 deals with qualifications, 3 and 4 deals with disqualifications. To be appointed as the auditor of a company, you must have qualifications. At the same point of time, you should not suffer with disqualifications. మీరు ఒక కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్ అవ్వాలంటే మీకు డాష్ ఉండాలి, డాష్ ఉండకూడదు. క్వాలిఫికేషన్లు ఉండాలి, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్లు ఉండకూడదు. వాట్ ఆర్ ద క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బికమ్ ద ఆడిటర్స్ అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ దానయ్య గారిని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయకూడదు. అందుకే చెప్పా, he must be independent. At the same point of time, you must have expert knowledge of accounting and auditing. Only those persons having expert knowledge of accounting and auditing are considered to be appointed as the auditors of the company, because they are the persons who are having a knowledge to form and express an opinion. ఎవరిని పడితే వాడిని అపాయింట్ చేస్తే they cannot form and express an opinion. Therefore, to be appointed as the auditors of a company, you must have qualifications. At the same point of time, you should not suffer with any disqualifications. You are having qualifications, you are also having disqualifications. In that case, you cannot be appointed as the auditor. You are not having qualifications, you are also not having disqualifications, you cannot be appointed as the auditor. When you are having qualifications but are not having disqualifications, then only you are appointed as an auditor. What are the qualifications that were mentioned under section 141 subsection 1 and 141 subsection 2? What are the disqualifications? 3 and 4. 141 subsection 1, according to that section, a company is having a choice either to appoint an individual or to appoint a partnership firm as its auditor. In case where the company wants to appoint an individual as its auditor, such a company has to comply with the following two conditions. Only if the following two conditions are satisfied, then only an individual can be appointed as the auditor of a company. Condition number 1, he must be a chartered accountant. That individual must, where a company wants to appoint an individual as its auditor, such an individual must satisfy two conditions. What are they? Condition number 1, he must be a chartered, he or she లేకపోతే వీళ్ళు ఎవరన్నా ఉంటారమ్మా ఇక్కడ క్లాసులో వినటానికి, కాబట్టి షీ అనే మాట లేకపోయినా ఉన్నట్టే. కాబట్టి he must be a chartered accountant within the meaning of ICAI Act 1949. The point called ICAI Act presumes more importance. Why? Because, for example, she is a chartered accountant, she is also holding a valid certificate of practice, but she is not an Indian person of Indian origin. She is not a person of Indian origin. She is a national of Sri Lanka. She is a Sri Lankan national. There she passed CA. There she got certificate of practice. My name is A Limited. I am an Indian company. An Indian company wants to appoint a chartered accountant of Sri Lanka as their auditor. Is it possible for an Indian company to appoint chartered accountant of Sri Lanka, chartered accountant of Bangladesh, Pakistan, chartered accountant of Australia as its auditor? No. Only an Indian chartered accountant. That is the reason why the term within the meaning of ICA Act has been used. ఎవరిని పెడితే వాడిని అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. Only Indian chartered accountant should be appointed as an auditor. ఏ చెప్పండి, according to section 141 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, a company can appoint either an individual or a partnership firm as its auditor. In case where the company wants to appoint an individual as its auditor, such an individual must satisfy two conditions. Condition number 1, he must be a chartered accountant within the meaning of ICA Act 1949, and condition number 2, which is well known to you, he must hold a valid certificate of practice. Without holding a వెళ్ళిపోవా పో, మరి ఓవర్ యాక్షన్. ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగలేకపోతున్నావా, సన్నగానే ఉన్నావుగా బానే, నాలాంటివాడికైతే ఆకలి ఎక్కువ వేస్తుంది, నీకేం పోయే అంటే నన్ను మానసికంగా ప్రెషర్ పెట్టాను అనమాట. నేను లేస్తుంటే అసలు అట్టంటి వాళ్ళు కనపడితే అసలు వదలను, నా సంగతి నీకు తెలుసుగా. ఎక్కడున్నావు, వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చమ్మా, నేను ఇంకో 2 minutes చెప్తాను, ఎవరన్నా వెళ్ళిపోతే వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు, నో ప్రాబ్లం. నాకు ఏ రకమైన నష్టం లేదు, మీరు నన్ను బెదిరించడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేయకండి, నాకు ఊడేది ఏమీ లేదు, ఉన్నదంతా ఊడైపోయింది ఆల్రెడీ. ఏమ్మా, నన్ను ఎవడు ఇప్పుడు సీఏ కాదని అనలేడు, అన్నా కూడా నేనేం పట్టించుకోను, అర్థమవుతుందే. ఎప్పుడో భూమి పుట్టినప్పుడు పాస్ అయ్యా సీఏ. ఐ పాస్డ్ మై సీఏ ఇన్ ద ఇయర్ 1998. ఏమ్మా, యూ హర్డ్ ఇట్ రైట్, ఇన్ ద ఇయర్ 1998. 24 ఏళ్ళు, ఇంకో సంవత్సరం అయితే దండం పెడతారు సీఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాళ్ళు, 25 ఏళ్ళు అయినందుకు. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ ఇండివిజువల్. మరి ఓ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చా? చేయొచ్చు. Even a partnership firm can be appointed as an auditor, provided such a partnership firm satisfies 2 conditions. ఆ కండిషన్స్ మన లంచ్ బ్రేక్ తర్వాత ఏడుస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి ఇవి వదిలేస్తున్నా, లంచ్ బ్రేక్ తర్వాత చూద్దాం. ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా by 2:30 I will be here. You should also be here. ఉన్నా లేకపోయినా ఒకళ్ళున్నా చాలా అలాగే చెప్పేసుకుంటా, వాళ్ళు లేకపోతే బెంచ్లోకి చెప్పేసి అయిపోయింది కంపెనీ ఐట్ అంతా మీరు వచ్చేప్పటికి. ఏమ్మా, సెక్షన్ 141 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ అది చెప్దాం అనుకున్నా కదమ్మా. 141 ఆల్రెడీ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే దెర్ ఆర్ 4 subsections ఇన్ సెక్షన్ 141. 141 1 and 2 deals with qualifications, 3 and 4 deals with disqualifications. According to section 141 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, a company can appoint either an individual or a partnership firm as its auditor. In case where the company wants to appoint an individual as its auditor, such an individual must satisfy 2 conditions. Condition number 1, he must be a chartered accountant within the meaning of ICA Act 1949. And condition number 2, he must hold a valid certificate of practice. If these 2 conditions are satisfied, an individual can be appointed as the auditor of a company. The second option available for the company is to appoint a partnership firm. ఒక కంపెనీ వాడు ఒక ఇండివిజువల్ అన్న ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఒక పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ అన్న ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇన్ కేస్ వేర్ the company wants to appoint a partnership firm as its auditor, again the company is required to comply with the following 2 conditions. These conditions are somewhat difficult to understand, so be careful while listening to it. Condition number 1, majority of the partners of the firm practicing in India. Entama, majority of the partners of the firm practicing in India must be qualified for appointment, and such an appointment should be made in the name of the firm and not in the name of individual partners. Condition number 2 is somewhat easier to understand. For example, there is a partnership firm called as AB and Co. There are 4 partners in it called as A, B, C and D. There is a company called as XYZ Limited. నేను మాట్లాడుతున్న మాట మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ పేరేంటి? వాట్ ఈస్ the name of the partnership firm? The name of the partnership firm is AB and Co. How many partners are there in the partnership firm? There are 4 partners, namely ABCD. There is a company called as XYZ Limited. Now, this XYZ Limited wants to appoint AB and Company a partnership firm as its auditor. In order to appoint an auditor, the shareholders of the company had to pass a resolution for that. And resolution has been passed by the shareholders in the following manner. You need to specify whether that resolution passed by the shareholders a valid resolution for appointment of the auditor. Facts of the case మీకు అర్థమైనాయని అనుకుంటున్నా. ఈ XYZ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ షేర్ హోల్డర్లు రిజల్యూషన్ ఇలా పాస్ చేశారు. ఇది వ్యాలిడ్ అపాయింట్మెంటో కాదో చెప్పాలి. రిజాల్వ్డ్ దట్ మిస్టర్ ఏ కామా మిస్టర్ బి కామా మిస్టర్ సి కామా మిస్టర్ డి have been appointed as the auditors of our company at a remuneration of so and so. This was the resolution passed by the shareholders of XYZ Limited. Remember, the company wants to appoint a partnership firm. The name of the partnership firm is AB & Co. Names of the partners are ABCD. Now the resolution has been passed mentioning not the name of the firm but the names of the partners. The question is this resolution passed by the company a valid resolution? Yes or no? No. No అని ఎందుకన్నారు? ఇందాకే చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఒక పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ ని ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేయాలంటే ఆ ఫర్మ్ రెండు కండిషన్స్ సాటిస్ఫై చేయాలి. కండిషన్ నెంబర్ 1, మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద పార్ట్నర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫర్మ్ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా must be qualified for appointment. That was not yet discussed. Condition number 2, such an appointment should be made in the name of the firm and not in the name of individual partners. In the given case, it is said that appointment has been made in the name of the individual partners and not in the name of the firm, and hence this type of appointment cannot be considered as a valid appointment. So out of two conditions, condition number 2 is already explained. The first condition is very important, somewhat difficult. Be careful. The wording is very important. Try to understand the wording first. Majority of the partners of the firm practicing in India must be qualified for appointment. To understand this, you should also know that if you are a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice, you are permitted not only to reside in India, but you are also permitted to reside outside India while holding a valid certificate of practice. She is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice and she is residing in India. The other person is also a chartered accountant. She is also holding a valid certificate of practice, but she is residing outside India. అంటే సిఓపి ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఇండియాలోనే ఉండాలని రూల్ ఏమీ లేదు. అవుట్ సైడ్ ఇండియా కూడా ఉండటానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉంది. కానీ ఈ పాయింట్లో ఎవరిని కవర్ చేస్తున్నాడు? మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద పార్ట్నర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫర్మ్ practicing in India must be qualified for appointment. In order to explain this point, you should also have some knowledge about the term multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants. Do you know the meaning of the term multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants? Yes or no? Multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants. Do you know the meaning of the term multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants? తెలియదు అనుకుందాం. అలాగే చెప్తే పోలా. జాగ్రత్తగా వినండి. సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఎథిక్స్ అని కొన్నిటిని ఇష్యూ చేశాడు. ఆల్ దీస్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఎథిక్స్ ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి ఫాలోడ్ బై ఆల్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. If a chartered accountant failed to follow professional ethics, then such a chartered accountant shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, and he will be guilty of professional misconduct and he will be punished by the CA Institute accordingly. This need not be elaborated. ఎందుకో తెలుసా? పొద్దున నేను మీతో అన్నా, ఎవడన్నా చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ ఆడిట్ చేసేటప్పుడు స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఆన్ ఆడిటింగ్ ఫాలో అవ్వకపోతే దట్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ షల్ బి డీమ్డ్ టు బి గిల్టీ ఆఫ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కాండక్ట్ అండ్ హీ విల్ బి పనిష్డ్ బై ద ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ అకార్డింగ్లీ అని అన్నా కదమ్మా. అదే పాయింట్ నిజానికి నేను చెప్పింది ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఎథిక్స్లోంచే చెప్పా. ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఎథిక్స్లో ఫస్ట్ షెడ్యూల్, సెకండ్ షెడ్యూల్ అని 2 షెడ్యూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ షెడ్యూల్ is having 4 parts. Second schedule is having 3 parts. In all, if I remember it correctly, there are 34 clauses. So every chartered accountant is required to comply with all these clauses. Otherwise, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct and you will be punished by the institute accordingly. Part 1 of first schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act. Part 1 of first schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act. దాంట్లో clause 4 అని ఒక క్లాజ్ ఉంది. అంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్తోంది ఏంటంటే clause 4 of part 1 of first schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act. That clause says that a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed, a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he enters into a partnership with any person other than a chartered accountant in practice. In other words, a chartered accountant in practice is permitted to enter into a partnership only with another chartered accountant in practice. I am a chartered accountant in practice. She is also a chartered accountant in practice. I can enter into a partnership with her. I am a chartered accountant in practice. She is a chartered accountant, but she is not in practice. Can I enter into partnership with her? No. a chartered accountant in practice can enter into partnership only with another chartered accountant in practice. If you violate this, you will be deemed to be guilty and you will be punished by the CA Institute accordingly. I am a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. My father is not a chartered accountant. I want to enter into a partnership with my father. Is it possible for me to enter into partnership with my father? No, because he is not a chartered accountant and is not holding a valid certificate of practice. అంటే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్న చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ తో తప్ప ఇంకెవరితోనూ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ లోకి ఎంటర్ అవ్వటానికి వీలు లేదు. అయితే in the year 2006, CA Institute permitted the concept of multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants. Originally, CA Institute prohibited entering of partnership by a chartered accountant with any person other than a chartered accountant in practice. But by this amendment, CA Institute allowed a chartered accountant in practice to enter into partnership with some persons having qualifications prescribed by them. CA Institute had identified certain persons having prescribed qualifications. Now, a chartered accountant in practice can enter into partnership with such persons, although they are not the members of CA Institute, with whom you can enter into a partnership with a cost accountant, with a company secretary. A chartered accountant in practice can enter into a partnership with a cost accountant, with a company secretary, if with a lawyer, an auctioneer, engineer, etc. ఎవరెవరితో ఎంటర్ అవ్వచ్చమ్మా? You can enter into a partnership with the cost accountant, company secretary, lawyer, auctioneer, engineer. ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళతో ఎవరితో అన్నా కూడా మీరు పార్ట్నర్షిప్ లోకి ఎంటర్ అవ్వచ్చు. అలాంటప్పుడు the partnership firm will not only contain chartered accountants but may also contain others other than chartered accountants, members other than chartered accountants. So such type of partnership firms wherein chartered accountants and non-chartered accountants are partners can be technically called as dash multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants. కాబట్టి ఒక chartered accountant ఇప్పుడు వీళ్ళతో లాయరు, ఇంజనీరు, ఆక్షనీరు, లాయరు, ఇంజనీరు, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్, కంపెనీ సెక్రటరీ ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళందరితో కూడా మనం పార్ట్నర్షిప్ లోకి ఎంటర్ అవ్వచ్చు. అలాంటి దాన్ని మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ అంటారు. ఆ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందే? ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి రూల్స్ చదవండి. మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద పార్ట్నర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫర్మ్ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా మస్ట్ బి క్వాలిఫైడ్ ఫర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్. Now, I will try to provide you with an example. Please listen to the example carefully. Who are the non-members with which you can enter into partnership? You can enter into a partnership with a cost accountant, a company secretary, an engineer, a lawyer, an actuary, otherwise called as a valuer. Now, the following is the example. Please go through the example carefully. And another important point is, originally, a partnership firm is nothing but an unlimited liability partnership firm. Yes or no? A traditional partnership firm is an unlimited liability partnership firm wherein the liability of the partners is unlimited and it may extend even to personal assets. ఇవన్నీ మీకు చెప్పక్కర్లేదమ్మా. సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటరీ కన్సర్న్ కేసులో liability of the proprietor is unlimited and it may extend even to the personal assets of the proprietor. Similar to that, in case of a partnership firm also, the liability of the partners is unlimited and it may extend even to the personal assets of the partners. However, there is a new concept which is known to you called as LLP Act 2008. If I am right, it has been introduced in the year 2008. LLP Act. What is LLP? A limited liability partnership firm. The traditional partnership firm was an unlimited liability partnership firm. Now, chartered accountants can form either an unlimited liability partnership firm, or even you can establish a limited liability partnership firm. There is no rule that chartered accountant should establish only partnership firm with unlimited liability. So there are partnership firms of chartered accountants which are having unlimited liability, and there are partnership firms of chartered accountants which are having limited liability. Rendu cheyotchu. Ippudu chudandi, the name of the firm is XYZ and Co. Total number of partners in the firm are 5. Number of partners practicing in India are 5. You need to consider this point. Why? Because this point specifies that majority of the partners of the firm practicing in India. We must consider partners who are residing and practicing in India. In the given example, how many partners are there in the firm? 5. How many partners are practicing in India? How many partners are practicing in India? 5. And number of partners residing outside India? 0. Qualification of partners. All 5 partners are chartered accountants. In that case, can XYZ and Co. be appointed as the auditors of the company? If your answer is yes, what is the base number of partners residing in India? 5. Are practicing in India? 5. What is majority out of 5? 3. 2.5 అనలేం కదా, మరి 2.5 మనుషులు లేరు కదా. మెజారిటీ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 5 ఈజ్ 3. అంటే అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 5 అట్లీస్ట్ 3 షుడ్ బి చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. Out of 5, at least 3 should be chartered accountants. Fortunately, all 5 are chartered accountants. Therefore, in the first case, XYZ and company can be appointed as the auditors of a company. Coming to the second case, total number of partners in the partnership firm is 5. Number of partners practicing in India is 4. Number of partners residing outside India is 1. Now, all 5 are chartered accountants. There is no cost accountant, there is no company secretary, there is no lawyer, there is no engineer, there is no valuer, otherwise called as actuary. Now, can this firm be appointed as the auditor? The answer should be yes. What is the logic? How many partners are there practicing in India? 4. Out of 4, what is the majority? 3. So, out of partners practicing in India, at least 3 should be chartered accountants. How many chartered accountants are there? All 4 are chartered accountants. Persons practicing in India, 4 are chartered accountants. Person residing outside India is also a chartered accountant. మీకు అర్థం కాకపోయినా పర్లా, ఇంకొక 2 నిమిషాల్లో తేలిపోతుంది. మూడోది, total number of partners is 5. Partners residing in India is 5. Out of which 4 are chartered accountants and 1 is a cost accountant. Now, can this firm be appointed as an auditor? How many partners are practicing in India? What is majority out of 5? 3. At least 3 should be chartered accountants. How many chartered accountants are there? 4. So, can this firm be appointed as the auditor? Yes. The next one, total number is 5. Residing in India is 5. Residing outside India is 0. Out of which 2 are chartered accountants and 3 are cost accountants. Oh, మీరు ఏదో ఆన్సర్లు చెప్పేస్తున్నారే అనుకున్నాను నేను అమాయకంగా. పక్కనే ఉన్నాయా? Now, can this partnership firm be appointed as the auditors? No. ఎందుకనంటే total 5. దాంట్లో మెజారిటీ 3. At least 3 should be chartered accountants. How many chartered accountants are there? Chartered accountants firm లో వేరే వాళ్ళు ఎవరన్నా ఉండొచ్చు కానీ వేరే వాళ్ళ firm లో chartered accountants ఉండటం కాదు. అర్థమైందా? మెజారిటీ సీఏలు అయ్యి ఉండి ఒకళ్ళు ఆరో వేరే వాళ్ళు ఉండొచ్చు కానీ అందరూ వేరే వాళ్ళు అయ్యి ఉండి మనం ఒక్కడే బిక్కుమంటూ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ అయితే మన అపాయింట్ ఇలా 6 కాస్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్లు అమ్మా, నేను ఒక్కడనే చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ని, మేమందరం పార్ట్నర్స్, మా ఫర్మ్ని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చా? చేయటానికి వీలు లేదు. నా బాధ మీకు ఏమన్నా అర్థమైందా? డన్. ఇది about conditions to be satisfied to become the auditor of a company in case of an individual or in case of a partnership firm. Only these individuals or only these partnership firms can be appointed as the auditors of the company. Why the name of the section has been fixed as eligibility? If you are having qualifications, if you are not suffering with disqualifications, then only it is said that you are eligible to be appointed as the auditors of the company. And hence, the name of section 141 is eligibility, qualifications and disqualifications, out of which section 141 subsection 1 is completed. Now, section 141 subsection 2, which is very easy to understand. In case where a partnership firm has been appointed as the auditors of a company, only chartered accountant partners are allowed to act. Only chartered accountant partners can act and can sign for and on behalf of the partnership firm. Only chartered accountant partners can act and chartered accountant partners can sign for and on behalf of the partnership firm. Before having a detailed discussion on this, first of all, since the term sign or signature is appearing, let us have a discussion about the signature on the auditor's report by an auditor. Section 145. What is that? Section 145 of the Companies Act deals with the concept of signature on the auditor's report. Auditor report ante telusa? auditor report is nothing but technically called as an end product of audit. After completion of audit, auditor may have formed an opinion. The opinion so formed by the auditor shall be expressed to the users of the financial statements. Such an expression of opinion will be done by the auditor through providing a report, which should be technically called as audit report or auditor's report. So auditor's report is required to be signed. How an auditor is required to sign his report? The provisions relating to signature on the auditor's report were contained both in section 145 of the Companies Act as well as in SA 700, Standard on Auditing 700. అంటే సిగ్నేచర్ గురించి మీకు కంప్లీట్గా తెలియాలంటే మీకు 145 మీద నాలెడ్జ్ ఉండాలి, అలాగే SA 700 స్టాండర్డ్ ఆన్ ఆడిటింగ్ 700 మీద కూడా నాలెడ్జ్ ఉండాలి. ముందర 145 ఏడుద్దాం, అవసరమైతే SA 700లో ఉన్నవి కూడా చెప్పేస్తా. 145లో చెప్పిన పాయింట్ చాలా సింపుల్. Where an individually practicing chartered accountant or a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern, where an individually practicing chartered accountant or a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern has been appointed as an auditor, that individual or proprietor alone, that individual or proprietor alone had the authority to sign on the auditor's report. They cannot delegate their authority of signing the auditor's report to somebody else. ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా, ఆ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తో మీకు క్లారిటీ వస్తుంది. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice, and X is practicing individually. This X has been appointed as the auditor of A Limited. Now X completed the audit. X prepared the auditor's report, but before making his signature on the auditor's report, X met with an accident. He is unable to sign on the auditor's report and it is getting delayed. The company is insisting X to provide signed copy of the auditor's report. Now, since X is unable to sign on the auditor's report, X delegated his authority of signing the report to another chartered accountant called as Y. There is another person called as Y. Y is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. Y is working as an employee of Mr. X. So X is an employer, Y is an employee. X is appointed as the auditor of A Limited in his individual capacity. He is unable to sign on the auditor's report. Therefore, X delegated the authority of signing the report to Mr. Y, who is also a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. Now, Y signed on behalf of X. Is the signature made by Y a valid signature? The answer is no. ఎందుకన్నో అంటే అకార్డింగ్ టు ద ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 145 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్, ఇఫ్ అన్ ఇండివిజువల్ హ్యాస్ బిన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్ ఆర్ ఎ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ ప్రొప్రైటరీ కన్సర్న్ హ్యాస్ బిన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్, దట్ ఇండివిజువల్ ఆర్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఎలోన్, దట్ ఇండివిజువల్ ఆర్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఎలోన్ హ్యాడ్ ద అథారిటీ టు సైన్ ఆన్ ద ఆడిటర్స్ రిపోర్ట్. దే కెనాట్ డెలిగేట్ ద పవర్ ఆఫ్ సైనింగ్ ఆన్ ద ఆడిటర్స్ రిపోర్ట్ టు సంబడి ఎల్స్. వాళ్ళే సంతకం పెట్టాలి, ఇంకెవరు సంతకం పెట్టడానికి వీలు లేదు. ఇక్కడ ఎక్సెస్ సైన్ చేయాలి కానీ ఇంకెవడు సైన్ చేయడానికి కుదరదు. However, where a partnership firm has been appointed as an auditor, any chartered accountant partner, ఏంటది ఇదివరకైతే ఎనీ పార్ట్నర్ అనేవాళ్ళు, ఇప్పుడు ఏమంటున్నాం అంటే ఎనీ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ పార్ట్నర్ అంటున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎగ్జిస్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ చార్టర్డ్. ఒకప్పుడు సిఏ ఫర్మ్ లో సిఏలే ఉండేవాళ్ళు అమ్మ పార్ట్నర్లు, ఇప్పుడు సిఏ ఫర్మ్ లో సిఏలే ఉండాలని రూల్ ఏమన్నా ఉందా? సిఏలతో పాటు నాన్ సిఏలు కూడా ఉంటున్నారుగా. అందుకని ఇన్ కేస్ ఎ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ హ్యాస్ బిన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్, ఎనీ chartered accountant partner can sign for and on behalf of the partnership firm. For example, there is a partnership firm of chartered accountants. There are in all 4 partners. వాళ్ళ ముగ్గురు నేను నలుగురం partners. Those 3 partners carried out a particular audit. They prepared the audit report, but before signing on the auditor's report, they went to pilgrimage. మేము నలుగురం పార్ట్నర్స్, వాళ్ళ ముగ్గురు కలిసి ఒక కంపెనీ ఆడిట్ చేశారు. ఆడిట్ అంతా అయిపోయింది, మన రిపోర్ట్ కూడా రెడీ చేశారు. ఇక సంతకం పెట్టాలి. సంతకం పెట్టబోయే ముందర వాళ్ళ ముగ్గురు బద్రీనాథ్ కేదార్నాథ్ వెళ్ళిపోయారు, పారిపోయారు. ఈ లోపల కంపెనీ వాడు ఫోన్లు చేసి వాళ్ళని చంపడం మొదలుపెట్టాడు. మాకు రిపోర్ట్ ఇవ్వండి, మాకు రిపోర్ట్ ఇవ్వండి అంటున్నాడు. దే ఆర్ నాట్ అవైలబుల్ ఫర్ సైనింగ్ ఆన్ ద రిపోర్ట్. నౌ దే డైరెక్టెడ్ మీ టు సైన్ ఆన్ ద రిపోర్ట్ for and on behalf of the partnership firm. Remember, I am also a partner in that partnership firm. Also remember that I have not participated in conducting the audit. Audit నేనేం చేయలా, కానీ నా పార్ట్నర్స్ చేశారు. వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు అవైలబిలిటీలో లేరు. వాళ్ళ బదులుగా నేను సంతకం పెట్టచ్చా? The answer is yes. Because ours is a partnership firm of chartered accountants. In case where section 145 says that in case where a partnership firm has been appointed as an auditor, any chartered accountant partner can sign for and on behalf of the partnership firm. This is all about rules relating to signature which were mentioned under section 145 of the Companies Act. Not only this, you should also consider rules that were mentioned in SA 700. SA 700 లో రూల్స్ ను కూడా కన్సిడర్ చేయాలి. నౌ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ యూ వాట్ ఈస్ మెన్షన్డ్ ఇన్ SA 700. నేను ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పేశాను. వాట్ ఈస్ మెంట్ బై ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇండివిజువల్లీ? What is meant by practicing individually? My name is CV Sharma. My trade name is also CV Sharma. There is no difference between my personal name and my trade name. In that case, it is said that I am practicing individually. If I am appointed as an auditor, how I should sign? This has been mentioned in SA 700. I have to sign on the auditor's report. Below that, I need to affix my name and address stamp along with my membership number. So here I will sign name of the person signing on the report, address of the person signing on the report, tarvata membership number of the person. This is proprietor is not applicable for individuals, it is applicable for sole proprietary concern. Membership number. Along with that, I need to mention unique document identification number. Mali cheptunanamma. My name is CV Sharma. I am also practicing in the name and style of CV Sharma. That means I am practicing individually. This is my signature. Below this, I need to provide my name as well as my address. Along with that, I need to provide my membership number and unique document identification number. You know very well about what is unique document identification number. Previously, some people who are not chartered accountants are used to pose as chartered accountants, and they use it to sign on the auditor's report saying that they are chartered accountants, although they are not chartered accountants. To check that, CA Institute has introduced a concept called as unique document identification number. Every time we need to sign on the auditor's report, we need to generate a number. That number generated by a chartered accountant is technically called as unique document identification number. You cannot generate that unique document identification number. Only I can generate a unique document identification number because I am a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice and I registered myself with CA Institute. నేను మాత్రమే ఒక unique document identification number ని generate చేయగలను. Once a number is generated, the number is required to be written on the auditor's report. If somebody is making use of this report and if that person gets a doubt about whether the person who signed on the auditor's report is really a chartered accountant or not, then they can go to a site maintained by the company called as by the institute called as UDIN. UDIN site out undi. ఆ site లో గడతారు. వెళ్ళి they will provide this number to the site. Then the site will mention who is the person who signed on the auditor's report, what is his name, what is his membership number, whether he is a chartered accountant or not. Everything will be displayed. Then the users will get a confidence that okay, the person who signed on the auditor's report is a chartered accountant. Concept of UDI అని అర్థమైందా మీకు? CA కాని వాళ్ళు కూడా మేము CAలం అని సంతకాలు పెట్టడం మొదలు పెట్టేశారు. ఎవడ CAనో ఎవడ CA కాదో తెలియట్లా. అవి తెలుసుకోవడం కోసం CA ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు ఒక సిస్టమ్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశాడు. ఆ సిస్టమ్ పేరే యూనిక్ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ నెంబర్. మీరు సంతకం పెట్టినప్పుడల్లా ఒక నెంబర్ని జనరేట్ చేయాలి. ఆ నెంబర్ని రిపోర్ట్ మీద రాయాలి. అలా రిపోర్ట్ మీద రాసినప్పుడు ఎవడన్నా వేరే వాడికి నేను CAనా కాదా అని డౌట్ వచ్చిందనుకో, వాడు అదే సైట్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఆ నెంబర్ని మెన్షన్ చేస్తాడు. అప్పుడు సైన్ చేసిన వాడి డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని కూడా డిస్ప్లే అవుతాయి. అప్పుడు వాడు CAనా కాదా అనేది ఈజీగా తెలుస్తుంది. అందుకని యూనిక్ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ నెంబర్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశారు. ఫాలో అవుతున్నారమ్మా? How an individually practicing chartered accountant should sign on the auditor's report? He should sign on the auditor's report. He should affix name and address stamp. Along with that, he need to mention his membership number and unique document identification number. Now I am practicing as a sole proprietor of a proprietary concern. Now, how to sign? I have been appointed as the auditor of a particular company. I completed audit. Now I need to sign on the auditor's report. I affixed a first stamp. on the auditor's report. జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి దీన్ని. I affixed a first stamp on the auditor's report. What is the first stamp? For CVS and associates. What is the importance of CVS and associates in the given example? My name is CV Sharma, but my trade name is CVS and associates. I am signing on behalf of CVS and associates. So it is for is used for CVS and associates. There is a gap in the brackets. I need to mention the name of the person, the name of the person signing on the report. I need to provide the designation of the person signing on the report. I should also provide membership number of the person signing on the report. I should also provide unique document identification number. In between these two lines, I will sign as a chartered accountant. This is the way to be followed by a chartered accountant while signing on the auditor's report, particularly where he is practicing as a sole proprietor. Remember, these are all the rules that were mentioned in SA 700 and not in section 145. Section 145 లో ఏం చెప్పారో ఆల్రెడీ నేను మీకు చెప్పేశా. అదే పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ అయితే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, there is a firm called as AB and Co. Now C is a partner. He wants to sign on the auditor's report. జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలమ్మా ఇవన్నీ. ఫర్ AB and Co. signature పెడతాం. Who is C? C is the name of the person signing on the report. Partner, designation of the person signing on the report. Membership number of the person signing on the report. Unique document identification number. You can observe that in case of sole proprietary concern and partnership firm, the items that are required to be disclosed are one and the same. Name, designation, membership number, and unique document identification number. Along with this, there is a separate number generated by CA Institute called as firm registration number. What is that? Firm registration number. This firm registration number is given to sole proprietary concerns and partnership firms only. To have more clarity, I will provide my firm registration number. My firm registration number is 016383S. What is that? 016383S. My membership number is 207792. So, membership number is different. Firm registration number is different. My firm registration number is 016383S. This firm registration number is given by the CA Institute only to sole proprietary concerns and to partnership firms. This will not be given to individually practicing chartered accountants. So what you need to understand is the most important thing while you are signing on the report to provide for is your membership number, your name, your designation, unique document identification number. Apart from that, your firm registration number. All these things are required to be mentioned. Then only it is said that the signature made by you is valid. This is all about signature. Coming back to our original discussion, what is section 141 subsection 2? According to section 141 subsection 2 of the Companies Act, when a partnership firm has been appointed as an auditor, any chartered accountant partner can sign for and on behalf of the partnership firm. ఈ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందే? ఇది about 141 subsection 2. From now onwards, it is very important and time taking. I will try to complete the point as early as possible because most of you people will have very good knowledge about the disqualifications of the auditor, particularly the disqualifications of the auditor. Now, what are the disqualifications with which an auditor shall not suffer? Section 141 subsection 3 deals with disqualifications. According to section 141 subsection 3 clause a body corporate cannot be appointed as the auditor of a company. A body corporate cannot be appointed as the auditor of a company. You know very well that a company can be included in the term body corporate. There are two persons, A and B, both qualified CA in the same attempt. They got certificate of practice. they established a company called as AB Private Limited. And the objective behind establishment of this company is to provide chartered accountancy services to the general public. Chartered accountancy services to general public. I repeat the facts of the case once again. There are two persons called as A and B, both qualified the CA course in a single attempt, in the same attempt. They applied for a certificate of practice. They want to practice the profession of chartered accountancy. For that purpose, they have established or incorporated a company. The name of the company incorporated by them is AB Private Limited. The objective is to provide CA services to general public. Now there is a company called as XYZ Limited. This XYZ Limited wants to appoint AB Private Limited as their auditors. The question is it possible for XYZ Limited to appoint AB Private Limited as their auditors? Yes or no? Maatadandamma. This is AB Private Limited. Private Limited company. This is a company form of organization. A company will be included in the definition of a body corporate. Therefore, AB Private Limited is nothing but a body corporate. 141 subsection 3 clause A mentions that a body corporate cannot be appointed as the auditor of a company. Since AB Private Limited is a body corporate, it cannot be appointed as the statutory auditor of any company. That is about 141 subsection 3 clause A. A body corporate cannot be appointed as the auditor of the company. 141 subsection 3 clause B. An officer or an employee of a company cannot be appointed as the auditor of the company. An employee or an officer of a company cannot be appointed as its auditor. ఒక కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తున్న ఆఫీసర్ని కానీ ఒక కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తున్న ఎంప్లాయీని కానీ ఆ కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. హూ ఈజ్ అన్ ఆఫీసర్? ఆఫీసర్ అంటే ఎవరు? ద టర్మ్ ఆఫీసర్ ఇంక్లూడ్స్ ఆల్ డైరెక్టర్స్. ఏంటిది? ఆల్ డైరెక్టర్స్, మేనేజర్స్ అండ్ కీ మేనేజీరియల్ పర్సనల్. కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తున్న డైరెక్టర్లు అందరూ కూడా ఆఫీసర్లే. ఆల్ ద డైరెక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ విల్ ఫాల్ అండర్ ద డెఫినేషన్ ఆఫ్ డాష్ ఆఫీసర్. All the directors of the company will fall under the definition of officer. Officer, all the directors ante evaru? Director, managing director, whole time director, part time director, nominee director, executive director, non-executive director and so on. ఎవరైనా సరే కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తున్న అందరు డైరెక్టర్లు కూడా ఆఫీసర్లే. మళ్ళీ వినండి, the term officer includes any director, manager and key managerial personnel. Any director ante the term any director includes director, managing director, whole time director, part time director, executive director, non-executive director, nominee director, independent director and so on. And who is a key managerial personnel? You know it very well. CEO, CFO, CS. CEO ante Chief Executive Officer. CFO ante Chief Financial Officer. CS ante Company Secretary. WTD, Whole Time Director. MD, Managing Director. Manager. And the last one is very important. Any other person in accordance with whose directions the company is accustomed to act. Very recently, the Companies Act has given an authority to the Board of Directors to mention officers. So, any officer who is below the rank of any officer who is the rank of who is below the rank of board of directors may be mentioned or specified as key managerial personnel by passing a resolution by the board of directors. Okkalakana arthamainde? Miranta board of directors amma, you have passed a resolution saying that so and so shall also be considered as key managerial personnel from today. ఈ రోజు నుంచి వాళ్ళు కూడా కీ మేనేజరియల్ పర్సనల్ అని అంటే వాళ్ళను కూడా కీ మేనేజరియల్ పర్సనల్ అంటారు. ఎవరిని పడితే వాళ్ళని అంటానికి వీలు లేదు. దోస్ ఆఫీసర్ షుడ్ బి వెల్ బిలో ద ర్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్. బోర్డు తర్వాత ఉండే వాళ్ళని కీ మేనేజరియల్ పర్సనల్ గా బోర్డు రికగ్నైజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇది డెఫినేషన్ ఆఫ్ కీ మేనేజరియల్ పర్సనల్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకీ ఇదంతా ఎందుకు చెప్పుకోవాల్సి వచ్చింది? అకార్డింగ్ టు సెక్షన్ 141 subsection 3 clause B of the Companies Act, an officer or an employee of a company cannot be appointed as the auditor. Who is an officer? The term officer includes any director, manager or key managerial personnel. The term officer key managerial personnel includes CEO, CFO, CS, MD, whole time director, managing director, manager and a person in accordance with whose directions the entity is accustomed to act and the recent amendment. ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళని ఎవరిని కూడా ఆడిటర్లుగా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. Similarly, a person who is working as an employee of the company cannot be appointed as the auditor. Now the point is, why they cannot be appointed as the auditors. The most important point is why an officer cannot be appointed as the auditor. Why an employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. If an officer is allowed to be appointed as an auditor, if an employee is allowed to be appointed as an auditor, since he is an officer, since he is an employee, he may certainly listen to the words of the management. He may certainly try to follow the instructions or directions given by the management. If the auditor is following the directions or instructions given by the management, then it is said that the auditor is not independent. When the auditor is not independent, the very purpose for which the auditor is appointed will get defeated. That is the reason why Companies Act specifically mentions that an officer of the company cannot be appointed as the auditor. Similarly, an employee of the company cannot be appointed as the auditor, for the simple reason that if they are allowed to be appointed as the auditors, they may not be able to maintain independence. They may not be able to maintain independence, and hence the very purpose for which the auditor is appointed will get defeated. Therefore, ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళని అపాయింట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు సరైన ఒపీనియన్ చెప్పలేరు. ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయటం వెనకాలన్న ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ డిఫీట్ అవుతుంది. అందుకని అలాంటి వాళ్ళని ఆడిటర్లుగా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, వాట్ ఆర్ ద డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ విత్ విచ్ ఏ పర్సన్ షల్ నాట్ సఫర్? ఏ బాడీ కార్పొరేట్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ అన్ ఆడిటర్. An officer or employee of the company cannot be appointed as the auditor. Point number C or clause C, 141 subsection 3 clause C. A partner, this point can be explained, better explained by showing that particular point so that I can save some time. This is the most important point. An officer cannot be appointed as the auditor. An employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. Do you agree with this or not? An officer cannot be appointed, an employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. Why an officer cannot be appointed? Why an employee cannot be appointed? If they are allowed to be appointed as the auditors, the independence will get affected. Therefore, the opinion given by them is not reliable to the users of the financial statements. Hence, clause B says that they are disqualified from being appointed as the auditors. Now, I will try to provide you with an example. Listen this example carefully. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called, మీరు చకచక ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాలి. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. He is practicing individually. Apart from practicing individually, this X is acting as a director of A Limited. Now A Limited wants to appoint their director Mr. X as their auditor. Is it possible for the company to do so? No. Why? Why? Because director of the company will fall under the definition of officer, and clause B says that officer cannot be appointed as the auditor. So company wants to appoint their director as their auditor. You said that it is not possible for the company to do that. Now there is another chartered accountant called, assume that there is another chartered accountant called as Y. Y is also a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. He is practicing individually. Now there are two chartered accountants, X and Y. Both are chartered accountants. Both are having a certificate of practice. Both are practicing individually. Both are practicing individually. Apart from this, they both are practicing as partners of a firm called as XY and Associates. It is a partnership firm. There are two partners in XY and Associates. They are X and Y. Now you said that A Limited cannot appoint X as their auditor. Therefore, A Limited came up with another proposal. Now A Limited wants to appoint XY and Associates, a partnership firm, as their auditor. Is it possible for A Limited to appoint XY and Associates, a partnership firm, as their auditor? Yes or no? No అని ఎందుకు అన్నారమ్మా? If XY and Associates are allowed to be appointed as the auditors, since it is a partnership firm, as already discussed earlier, if a firm is appointed as an auditor, any chartered accountant partner can act for and on behalf of the firm. How many partners are there in XY and Associates? X and Y. When XY and Associates were appointed as the auditors, then either X can carry out the audit or Y can carry out the audit. If X is carrying out the audit, X is already working as the director of the company. In that case, it implies that your officer has been indirectly appointed as your auditor. Therefore, X cannot be నా మాట అర్థమైందే? ఎక్స్పాండ్ అసోసియేట్స్ ని అపాయింట్ చేశారమ్మా. ఎక్స్పాండ్ అసోసియేట్స్ లో పార్ట్నర్స్ ఎవరు? ఎక్స్ వై. ఎక్స్ ఆల్రెడీ మన దగ్గర డైరెక్టర్ కదా, మన డైరెక్టర్ మనం ఇండైరెక్ట్ గా ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకున్నట్టు అవుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఎక్స్పాండ్ అసోసియేట్స్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ది ఆడిటర్. నౌ ద కంపెనీ కేమ్ అప్ విత్ అనదర్ ప్రపోజల్. A Limited now wants to appoint Mr. Y as their auditor in his individual capacity. What is the first option of the company? What is the first proposal of the company? The company firstly proposed to appoint Mr. X, their director, as their auditor. You said no. The second proposal of the company is the company wants to appoint XY and associates as their auditor. You said no. Now the company came up with another proposal. Now the company wants to appoint Mr. Y as their auditor in his individual capacity. The question is it possible for the company to appoint Y as their auditor? Yes or no? No. Why? Why? Because he is not Y. Why? Because Y is already a partner. Y is already a partner. Partner of whom? X. So Y is a partner of X. Who is X? X is an officer. So who is Y? Partner of an officer or officer's partner. Partner of an officer or officer's partner. If an officer is appointed, he cannot maintain independence. So officer cannot be appointed. Now the company is proposing to appoint partner of an officer. If partner of an officer is allowed to be appointed as the auditor, what happens? If the auditor is not listening to the words of the management, then what the management will do? Management will try to influence their officer. Officer will try to influence his partner. In that case, partner has to listen to the words of the management. Therefore, the auditor cannot be said to be independent. In that way, you are affecting the independence of the auditor. Ila zarakkanna undalante officer cannot be appointed. Are you getting my point? Malli cheppala. Emma? Officer cannot be appointed. If officer's partner is allowed to be appointed as an auditor, and if this partner is not listening to the words of the management, what the management could do? Management will try to influence their officer. Officer will be able to influence his partner. Ultimately, the auditor is getting affected. The auditor may have to listen to the words of the management. Therefore, the auditor cannot be said to be independent. Therefore, officer cannot be appointed. Officer's partner cannot be appointed. Ardhamavutundhe? Next, officer cannot be appointed, officer's partner cannot be appointed. Now, let us assume the same example. Now, X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. He is acting as a director of A Limited. There is another chartered accountant called as Y. Y is also holding a valid certificate of practice, but Y is working as an employee of X. In the previous example, X and Y are partners. Now X is an employer, Y is an employee. Now A Limited wants to appoint Mr. Y, the employee of their officer, as their A Limited wants to appoint Mr. Y, the employee of their director, as or officer, as their auditor. Is it possible for the company to appoint the officer's employee as auditor? Can you appoint your officer's employee as your auditor? If yes, what may happen? మీ ఆఫీసర్ ఎంప్లాయీని మీరు ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది? మీరు ఫాలో అవుతున్నట్టు అనిపించట్లా, నేను స్పీడ్గా ఏమన్నా చెప్తున్నానా? ఆఫీసర్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్, ఆఫీసర్స్ పార్ట్నర్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్, ఆఫీసర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్. వై ఆఫీసర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్? If employee is not listening, the company will try to influence officer. Officer will try to influence employee. So auditor may have to listen to the words of the management. The auditor may not be said to be independent. Purpose will get defeated. Similarly, employee cannot be appointed. This is known to you. Employee's partner cannot be appointed as the auditor. Employee's employee cannot be appointed as the auditor for the same reasons. Yadi meer ippudu malli cheptanu nenu venta. Can an officer of a company be appointed as the auditor? Yes or no? Can an employee of the company can an employee be appointed as an auditor? No. Why? Because it affects independence. This is as per section 141 subsection 3 class B. Can an officer's partner be appointed as an auditor of a company? No. Can an officer's employee be appointed as an auditor of a company? No. Can an employee's partner be appointed as an auditor? No. Can an employee's employee be appointed as an auditor? No. Why you are saying no for everything? Because if these people are allowed to be appointed as the auditors, they cannot maintain independence. They may have to listen to the words of the management, or they may have to act in accordance with the directions or instructions given by the management. In such case, the purpose for which the auditor is appointed gets defeated. Therefore, this clause says that a partner or an employee, according to 141 subsection 3, 141 subsection 3, clause C, a partner or an employee of an officer or an employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. I repeat, a partner or an employee of an officer or employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. This is about 141 subsection 3, clause C. The next one is 141 subsection 3, clause D. This clause D is having 3 subclauses: subclause 1, subclause 2, and subclause 3. Let us start our discussion with subclause 2. Later on, we continue with subclause 3. Later on, we will discuss about subclause 1. 141 subsection 3, clause D, subclause 1, subclause 2, subclause 3. ఇది స్లోగా ఇంజెక్ట్ చేయాలి, కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా మీరు వినాలని కోరుకుంటున్నా. రెడీ? ఇఫ్ ఏ పర్సన్ ఈజ్ ఇండెటెడ్ టు ఏ కంపెనీ ఫర్ an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, he is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. I repeat, if a person is indebted to a company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, that person is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. Why a person who is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs cannot be appointed as the auditor, or why he is disqualified to be appointed as the auditor? I will try to explain this with an example. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. He is practicing individually. A Limited is a finance company. X approached A Limited for grant of a loan of 10 lakhs. A Limited evaluated the repayment capability of X, satisfied with the same, and hence A Limited granted a loan of 10 lakhs to X. Now X is indebted to A Limited for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs. After sanction of a loan of 10 lakhs, A Limited came to know that X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. Now A Limited wants to appoint X as their auditor. The question is it possible for A Limited to appoint X as their auditor? Say yes or no. No. Why? Because X in the given case is indebted to A Limited for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs. If the amount of loan taken by X is say 5 lakhs, can X be appointed as the auditor? Yes or no? X has, okay, that is point number 1. Now, A Limited is running a supermarket. A Limited is running a supermarket. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. X is the regular customer of supermarket run by A Limited. Very recently, A Limited has introduced a policy whereby it wants to provide a credit period of 2 months to all of their known customers. ఈ మధ్య A Limited వాళ్ళు క్రెడిట్ పాలసీని తీసుకొచ్చారు. దాంట్లో తెలిసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ 2 months క్రెడిట్ ఇద్దామని అనుకుంటున్నారు. Now X purchased goods worth ₹6 lakhs from the supermarket run by A Limited. X wants to make the payment, but the company says that you are a regular customer to us. We are granting you a credit period of 2 months. You can make the payment of this ₹6 lakh within a period of 2 months. After 2 days of this transaction, Now A Limited wants to appoint X as their auditor. Is it possible for the company to appoint X as their auditor? The answer is no. Why? In the given case also it is said that X is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs. So there are some differences between example number 1 and example number 2. In case of example number 1, X is indebted to the company because he has taken a loan from the company. In the second case, X is indebted to the company because he purchased some goods from the company. Whatever be the reason, if you are indebted to the company for an amount exceeding if you are indebted to a company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. Why? Why? Because if you are allowed to be appointed as the auditor and if you do not listen to the words of the management, then the company may ask you to make the repayment immediately. When you are able to make the repayment, there would not be any problem. When you are unable to make the repayment, then you may have to listen to the words of the management. మిమ్మల్ని అపాయింట్ చేశారనుకో, రేపొద్దున మీరు కంపెనీ చెప్పిన మాట వినలేదనుకో, అప్పుడు కంపెనీ వాడిని మిమ్మల్ని థ్రెటన్ చేస్తాడు. నేను చెప్పిన మాట వింటావా, నా డబ్బులు నాకు ఇమీడియట్ గా రీపే చేస్తావా అంటాడు. మీరు రీపే చేయలేని పరిస్థితుల్లో ఏం చేయాలి? కంపెనీ చెప్పినట్టు వినాలి. అప్పుడు యూ విల్ certainly lose your independence. That is the reason why, presuming that the act says that if you are indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of the company. అర్థమవుతుందమ్మా? హియర్ ఆల్సో ద ఆడిటర్ మే లూజ్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్. మీరు గమనించారు లేదో, 141 subsection 3 clause B, an officer or an employee of the company cannot be appointed as the auditor. Why? Because it may affect the independence of the auditor. 141 subsection 3 clause C, a partner or an employee of an officer or employee cannot be appointed as the auditor. Why? Because it may affect the independence of the auditor. Now 141 subsection 3 clause T subclause 2, if a person who is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, if a person is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, he is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor. Why? Because it may affect the independence of the auditor. Now I will try to increase the scope of this subclause. If a person is indebted to a company, if a person or his relative, if a person or his relative is indebted to the company, if a person or his relative ఆర్ హిజ్ పార్ట్నర్, మళ్ళీ ఇంకోసారి ఎందుకులే, ఒకేసారి చెప్తా. మీకు కానీ మీ రిలేటివ్ కానీ మీ పార్ట్నర్ కానీ ఇండెట్నెస్ ఉంటే, ఇందాకేమన్నా ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ఇండెటెడ్ టు ద కంపెనీ ఫర్ అన్ అమౌంట్ ఎక్సీడింగ్ 5 lakhs, యు ఆర్ డిస్క్వాలిఫైడ్. ఇప్పుడేమంటున్నా, ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ యువర్ రిలేటివ్ ఆర్ యువర్ పార్ట్నర్ ఈజ్ ఇండెటెడ్ to a company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor. Who is relative? మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు. The term relative includes members of Hindu undivided family, husband and wife, and the following are also said to be relatives. Father including stepfather, mother including stepmother, son including stepson, son's wife, daughter, there is no stepdaughter, daughter's husband, brother including stepbrother, sister including stepsister. వీళ్ళందరినీ రిలేటివ్స్ అంటారు. మీకు గాని మీ రిలేటివ్ గాని మీ పార్ట్నర్ గాని, మీకు గాని మీ రిలేటివ్ గాని మీ పార్ట్నర్ గాని ఏదన్నా ఒక కంపెనీలో more than 5 lakhs indebtedness ఉంటే, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. I am repeating, if a person or his relative or his partner is indebted to a company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, they are disqualified from being appointed as the auditors of the company. Now I will further extend this subclass. If a person or his relative or his partner is indebted either to a company or to its subsidiary company or to its holding company or to any other subsidiary of such holding company or to its associate company. చూడండి ఎంత ఎక్స్టెండ్ అయిపోతుందో. మీకు కానీ మీ రిలేటివ్ కానీ మీ పార్ట్నర్కి కానీ మిమ్మల్ని ఏ కంపెనీలో అయితే ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేద్దామని అనుకుంటున్నారో ఆ కంపెనీలో కానీ, ఆ కంపెనీ సబ్సిడరీ కంపెనీలో కానీ, ఆ కంపెనీ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీలో కానీ, ఆ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీకి వేరే ఏమన్నా సబ్సిడరీస్ ఉంటే దాంట్లో కానీ, ఆ కంపెనీ అసోసియేట్ కంపెనీలో కానీ, ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ఇండెటెడ్ ఫర్ అన్ అమౌంట్ ఎక్సీడింగ్ 5 lakhs, యు ఆర్ డిస్క్వాలిఫైడ్ ఫ్రమ్ బీయింగ్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ దట్ కంపెనీ. ఈ ఒక్కటి 3 గంటలు చెప్పగలను నేను, ఈ ఒక్క పాయింట్. కానీ అంత టైం మనకు లేదుగా, అందుకని అంతటితో ఆపేద్దాం. ఏది చెప్పండి? 141 subsection 3 clause D subclause 2, if a person or his relative or his partner if a person or his relative or his partner is indebted either to a company or to its subsidiary company or to its holding company or any other subsidiary of such holding company or to its associate company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs, they are disqualified from being appointed as the auditors of the company, because in such case they may lose independence. ఇది సబ్ క్లాజ్. ఇంకా ఈ పాయింట్లన్నీ సబ్ క్లాజ్ 2కి 3కి 1కి అన్నిటికీ వస్తాయి. ఏ పాయింట్లు? పర్సన్, రిలేటివ్, పార్ట్నర్. దిస్ ఇస్ కామన్. లైక్ దట్ కంపెనీ, subsidiary company, holding company, any other subsidiary of such holding company, associate company is also common. Now 141 subsection 3 clause D subclause 3. Please listen to it carefully. If a person, mali same point, if a person or his relative or his partner has given any guarantee, if a person or his relative or his partner has given any guarantee or security to a company or its subsidiary company or its holding company or any other subsidiary of such holding company or its associate company for an indebtedness exceeding 1 lakh rupees. ఇందాకేమో exceeding 5 lakhs, ఇక్కడేమో exceeding 1 lakh. ఇందాకేమో you are indebted. Now you are not indebted. Somebody is indebted for an amount exceeding 1 lakh for which you stood as a guarantor, or you have provided some security in the form of movable property or immovable property. Don't expect this point to be elaboratively explained. As already said to you, it is very difficult for me to explain this point in detail, because it may take not less than 2 to 3 hours to explain that point in full. So assuming that you are having some idea about this point, I am just giving a brush on that. అంతేగాని మొత్తం ప్రతి మొక్క దాంట్లో చెప్పడం ప్రాక్టికల్లీ ఇంపాసిబుల్. సో కాబట్టి if a person or his relative or his partner has given any guarantee or security in connection with an indebtedness exceeding 1 lakh to the company or its subsidiary company, etc., then that person is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor. Why? Again, the logic is same. What is the logic? You are my relative. You have taken a loan amounting to 4 lakhs from the company for which I stood as guarantor. Now, if I am allowed to be appointed as the auditor of the company, if I do not listen to the words of the management, what the company could do? The company may ask the borrower to make the repayment immediately. When the borrower fails to make the repayment, then the company may start insisting the guarantor to make the payment. Or if I provide some security, the company will start threatening me, saying that the security will be sold at a lowest price. ఆవిడ పే చేయాలో నువ్వు పే చేస్తావా లేదా, లేకపోతే నా మాట వింటావా, లేకపోతే నీ ₹1,00,000 ప్రాపర్టీ 10 రూపాయలకు అమ్మేమంటావా అని కంపెనీ వాడు నన్ను బెదిరించడం మొదలు పెడతాడు. అప్పుడు నేను ఖచ్చితంగా కంపెనీ మాట వినాల్సి వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి ఇఫ్ ఐఎమ్ ఇండెటెడ్ టు ద కంపెనీ, ఐఎమ్ డిస్క్వాలిఫైడ్. ఇఫ్ సంబడి ఈజ్ ఇండెటెడ్ టు ద కంపెనీ ఫర్ అన్ అమౌంట్ ఎక్సీడింగ్ 1 lakh for which I stood as a guarantor, or if I provide some security in respect of such indebtedness exceeding 1 lakh, then also my independence may get affected. Therefore, I cannot be appointed as the auditor of that company because of that reason. So 141 subsection 3 clause D, subclause 2 and subclause 3 are over. Next one is 141 subsection 3 clause D, subclause 1. If a person, mali same, if a person or his relative or his partner is holding any security or interest in the company, if you are holding any security or interest in the company or its subsidiary company or its holding company, etc., then you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of the company. Now, what is meant by security? Equity share or equity shares, holding voting rights. If you are holding any security having voting rights, it is said that you are holding a security. Shares, debentures kuda securities emma. Securities definition lo even debentures are also included. Sorry, if you are holding some equity share or equity shares in a company, it is said that you are holding securities in the company and you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ మీకు గుర్తుందో లేదో, సెల్ఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనే ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉంది. వాట్ ఈస్ సెల్ఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఐ పర్చేజ్డ్ 1 equity share in a company with an amount of 10 rupees. Within 3 years, the share price of the company rose to 1 crore rupees. I purchased a share, a single equity share in a company worth rupees 10. Within 3 years, now the share price of the company is quoting in the market at 1 crore. Why? Because for these 3 years, the company got a profit of 1 lakh crores. Within 3 years, the company got a profit of 1 lakh crores, because of which the share price of the company rose from 10 rupees to 1 crore. Now, for the current year, the company wants to appoint me as its auditor. I am holding an equity share in the, I am holding an equity share in the company. Now, can I be appointed as the auditor of the company? No. Why? Because of the requirements of section 141 subsection 3 clause D subclause 1. What that clause says, if a person or his relative or his partner is holding any securities in the company or interest in the company, he is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor. I am holding a security in the company. Since I am holding a security in the company, I am disqualified. Why I am disqualified? I want to focus on that point. Disqualification is known to you. నేను ఎందుకు డిస్క్వాలిఫై అవుతా అంటే, if I am appointed as the auditor of this company for the current year, now for the 4th year of operations, the company suffered with a loss of 2 lakh crores. Assume for the 4th year of operations, the company suffered with a loss of 2 lakh crore rupees. For that year, I was the auditor of the company. After going through the profit and loss account, I was shocked to find that for the 4th year of operations, the company suffered with a loss of 2 lakh crores. For the first 3 years, the company got a profit of 1 lakh crores. In the 4th year itself, the company suffered with a loss of 2 lakh crores. If the company report this loss of 2 lakh crores, what may happen? The share price of the company will come down to 1 rupee. When the share price of the company comes down from 1 crore to 1 rupee, who will get affected? Me as an auditor of the company will also get affected, because I am already a shareholder. So if the company reports this loss, I know very well that my share price will fall. So meanwhile, company came to me and company say that they want to reflect a profit of 1 lakh rupees as against a loss of 2 lakh crore rupees. Sir, మాకు 2 lakh crores లాస్ వచ్చిందండి, కానీ మేము 1 lakh ప్రాఫిట్ చూపిద్దామని అనుకుంటున్నాం అని చెప్పి నన్ను అడిగారు. If you were in my position, would you accept the proposal made by the company? Certainly yes. Why? Because if the company reports a profit of 1 lakh rupees, your share price will be there, so that there would not be any loss to you. So to protect your self-interest, what you did is you have given a wrong report. That is the reason why, if an auditor is having a self-interest, he cannot be appointed as the auditor of that company. If you are holding any securities in a company, it is said that you are having a self-interest. But there is an exception to this rule. What is the exception? నేను మీ దగ్గర నుంచి ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నా కానీ మీరు ఎవరు మాట్లాడట్లా. A relative can hold shares up to a face value of 1 lakh rupees. An auditor cannot hold any shares. You cannot hold any shares. Your partner cannot hold any shares. Your firm cannot hold any shares. You cannot hold even a single share having a value of even 1 rupee. But your relative can hold securities up to a face value of 1 lakh rupees. Market value is nothing to do. The relatives can hold shares or securities up to a face value of 1 lakh. Mere na relative, you are holding shares in a company having a face value of 10,000. Can I be appointed as the auditor of that company? Certainly yes. This is about section 141 subsection 3 clause D subclause 1. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, 141 subsection 3 clause A. A body corporate cannot be appointed. Class B, an officer or employee of the company cannot be appointed. Class C, a partner or an employee of an officer or employee cannot be appointed. Class D, subclass 1, a person who is holding any security cannot be appointed. Subclass 2, a person who is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs cannot be appointed. Subclass 3, a person who has given any guarantee or security for an indebtedness exceeding 1 lakh cannot be appointed. These are all the rules that have been framed to ensure that appointed auditors maintain independence. If these persons are allowed to be appointed as the auditors, they may not be able to maintain independence. This is about 141 subsection 3 clause D. The next one is section 141 subsection 3 clause E. If a person or a firm, if a person, wording different amma, if a person or a firm, the term relative is not there in clause E. మీరు కావాలంటే మెటీరియల్ చెక్ చేసుకోండి. ఏంటి? The person relative is not there in clause E. In clause D, a person or his relative or his partner has been used. In clause E, if a person or a firm is having a business relationship either directly or indirectly with the company or its subsidiary company or its holding company or any other subsidiary of such holding company or its associate company or subsidiary of such associate company. There is a difference between clause D and clause E. In clause D, subsidiary of associate is not covered. In clause E, subsidiary of associate is also covered. So if you are having a business relationship, if you or your firm is having a business relationship either directly or indirectly, either with the company for which you are proposed to be appointed as an auditor, or to its subsidiary company, or to its holding company, or to any other subsidiary of such holding company, or to its associate company, or to the subsidiary of such associate company, you are disqualified. Why? You are having a business relationship. Obviously, you are having some interest in the company. If you are having some interest in the company, obviously, you may not be able to maintain. You will always try to protect your interest. To protect your interest, you may listen to the words of the management, and hence, you may lose independence. So, if a person is having a business relationship, either directly or indirectly, then it is said that the person is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. Then what is a business relationship? The term business relationship has been defined as transactions entered with a commercial purpose. What is that? The term business relationship has been defined as transactions entered with a commercial purpose. If you enter into any transaction with a commercial purpose, it is said that you are having a business relationship. Then what is meant by transactions entered with a commercial purpose? Unfortunately, this term has not been directly defined in the Companies Act. నేను మాట్లాడుతుంది ఫాలో అవుతున్నారా? కొంచెం స్పీడ్గా చెప్తున్నానమ్మా, నాకు కూడా టెన్షన్గా ఉంది. టైం అయిపోతుంది కానీ 141 అవ్వట్లా. అందుకని దీన్ని ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే టైం పడుతుంది కాబట్టి కొంచెం స్పీడ్ చేశా. అందుకని మీ మొహాల్లో పెద్ద వెలుతురు లేదు. మీరు యూ మే హ్యావ్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ సమ్ మోర్ ఫ్రమ్ మీ ఇన్ సెక్షన్ 141. ఐ కెనాట్ డూ దట్. అదే చెప్తోంది నేను. సో బిజినెస్ రిలేషన్షిప్ కెన్ బి డిఫైన్డ్ కన్స్టిట్యూడ్ యాజ్ transactions, and business relationship can be construed as transactions entered with a commercial purpose. What is meant by transaction entered with a commercial purpose? This was not directly defined in the Companies Act, but the Companies Act said that the following transactions cannot be said to be entered with a commercial purpose. The following transactions cannot be said to be entered with a commercial purpose. జాగ్రత్తగా వినాల్సిన పాయింట్ ఇది, చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా. ఈ కింద చెప్పే ట్రాన్సాక్షన్లు కమర్షియల్ పర్పస్కి ఎంటర్ అయినట్టు కాదు. అంటే వాళ్ళకి అలాంటప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి మధ్య బిజినెస్ రిలేషన్షిప్ ఉండదు. దర్ ఈజ్ ఎ కంపెనీ కాల్డ్ as A Limited. This A Limited is running a supermarket. A Limited is running a supermarket. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. X is practicing individually. X is a customer of supermarket run by A Limited. He used to purchase the required items from A Limited. A Limited is selling the items to X at the same price at which they are being sold to others. మిగతా వాళ్ళకి ఎంత రేటుకి అమ్ముతున్నారో ఏ కూడా అంతే రేటుకి అమ్ముతున్నారు. A Limited is not giving any credit to A. A Limited is not giving any credit to A. A Limited is not giving any credit to X. X is not indebted to A Limited. Now, A Limited wants to appoint Mr. X as their auditor. A Limited wants to appoint Mr. X as their auditor in the coming annual general meeting. Meanwhile, some of the shareholders of the company objected for that, saying that already X is purchasing some items from A Limited. That means some transactions have taken place in between A Limited and X. Those transactions are nothing but commercial transactions. Therefore, it is said that there is already a business relationship between A Limited and X. Hence, X cannot be appointed as the auditor of A Limited. This is the contention of the shareholders of the company. Do you agree with the contention of the shareholders of the company? Yes or no? ఎందుకన్నో అంటే ఇందాక మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం. In the given case, this transaction cannot be said to be entered with a commercial purpose. This is an exemption that is mentioned in the Act itself. These type of transactions cannot be said to be entered with a commercial purpose. So in the given case, it is said that there is no dash between dash and dash. there is no business relationship between A Limited and X. Hence, X can be certainly appointed as the auditor of A Limited. This point ardhamainde. Rondo point. You know very well that an auditor may provide different types of services to a company. An auditor may provide different types of services to a company. What type of services can you provide as an auditor? You can provide audit related services to the company. Apart from that, you can provide services relating to taxation matters, services relating to company law matters, services related to others. Taxation matters, company law matters ante enti. Meelo evarkana idea unte cheppandi. You are a practicing chartered accountant. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant. He is holding a valid certificate of practice. The company need to prepare income tax returns and GST returns. The company do not know how to prepare and how to file income tax returns and GST returns. And for the sake of preparation and filing of income tax and GST returns, A Limited appointed Mr. X, chartered accountant, holding a valid certificate of practice. X is providing such services to the company. In the given case, it is said that X is providing taxation related services to the company. What is meant by taxation related services? Preparation of income tax returns, preparation of GST returns on behalf of the company, filing the same with respective authorities. These are all technically called as taxation related services. In the given case, chartered accountant is providing some taxation related services to the company, and the company is making some payment to the chartered accountant concerned. Now, the company wants to appoint this person as their statutory auditor in the ensuing annual general meeting. బాగా చేస్తున్నాడు వీడు సర్వీసులు, అందుకని కంపెనీ వాడు రాబోయే AGM లో ఈ ఎక్స్ నే ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేద్దామని అనుకుంటున్నాడు. ఈజ్ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్ ఫర్ ద కంపెనీ టు డూ సో? అంటే నౌ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ హ్యాస్ రైజ్డ్ అన్ అబ్జెక్షన్ స్టేటింగ్ దట్ ఎక్స్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ బికాస్ ఆల్రెడీ ఎక్స్ ఇస్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ సమ్ సర్వీసెస్ టు ద కంపెనీ. కంపెనీ is making some payment to the auditor. Hence, there is already a business relationship between the company and X. Since they are having business relationship, that person cannot be appointed as the auditor of the company. The Companies Act specified that this type of service cannot be construed as a transaction entered with a commercial purpose. Therefore, these two are exempted categories. If these two types of transactions were there between an auditor and a company, it is said that there is no business relationship between the company and the auditor. Such person can certainly be appointed as the auditor of that company. This is about business relationship. So class A, body corporate; class B, officer or employee; class C, a partner or employee of an officer or employee; class D, a person who is holding any securities or is indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs or has given any guarantee or security in connection with an indebtedness exceeding 1 lakh cannot be appointed. Class E, a person who is having a business relationship, either directly a person or a firm having a business relationship directly or indirectly, cannot be appointed as the auditor, because in that case also independence gets affected. So class B, class C, class D, class E, all these classes have been introduced in the Companies Act merely to safeguard or to protect the independence of the auditors. And class F, so this class is somewhat easier to understand. If your relative is working as either a director or as a key managerial personnel in a company, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. I repeat, if your relative is working as director or as a key managerial personnel in a company, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. There is a company called as A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant. There is a person called as Y. This Y is the managing director of A Limited. And there is a relationship between X and Y. X is the son of the managing director of the company. X is the son of the managing director of the company. Who is the managing director of the company? Y. Now X is proposed to be appointed as the auditor of A Limited. Is it possible for the company to appoint X as their auditor? The answer is no. Why? Why? Because X is disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of this company. Why X is disqualified? Because his father is a relative, is working as a key managerial personnel in the company. Your father is working as a key managerial personnel in the company, hence you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of that company. If you are allowed to be appointed as the auditor of the company, what will happen? Your father would be in a position to influence you. In that case, you may not be independent. The opinion given by you may not be reliable to the users of the financial statements. కాబట్టి మీ రిలేటివ్ ఎవరన్నా ఏదన్నా కంపెనీలో డైరెక్టర్గా కానీ కీ మేనేజరియల్ పర్సనల్గా కానీ వర్క్ చేస్తుంటే మిమ్మల్ని ఆ కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. రిమెంబర్, దెర్ ఇస్ నో సబ్సిడరీ కంపెనీ, నో హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ, నో అదర్ సబ్సిడరీస్ ఆఫ్ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ, నో అసోసియేట్ కంపెనీ, నో సబ్సిడరీ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేట్. దోస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ అప్లికబుల్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ క్లాస్ డి అండ్ క్లాస్ ఈ. దే ఆర్ నాట్ అప్లికబుల్ ఫర్ క్లాస్ ఎఫ్. దిస్ పాయింట్ ఈస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండ్ కీ. For example, there is a company called as A Limited. There is another company called as B Limited. There is a person called as Y. Y is acting as the managing director of A Limited. There is a person called as X. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. This A Limited and B Limited are having a relationship. A Limited is the holding company, B Limited is the subsidiary company. Now B Limited wants to appoint X as their auditor. Please explain me whether it is possible for the B Limited to appoint X as their auditor. Question అర్థమైందా? మళ్ళీ చెప్పనా? How many companies are there? 2. What are they? A Limited and B Limited. A Limited is a holding company. B Limited is a subsidiary company. Y is working as the managing director of A Limited. Mr. X is a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. X is the son of Y. Now B Limited wants to appoint Mr. X as their auditor. Is it possible for the company to appoint Mr. X as their auditor? Yes or no? Yes. Why? Why? Because the clause says that if your relative is working as a director or a key managerial personnel in that company, you cannot be appointed as the auditor of that company. In the given example, the father of X is not working in B Limited. Therefore, X can be appointed as the auditor of B Limited, but he cannot be appointed as the auditor of A Limited. So the points like holding, subsidiary, etc. are applicable only for class D and class E and not for class F. ఈ పాయింట్ మీకు క్లారిటీ వచ్చిందమ్మా? దీంతో 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1 క్లాస్ ఈ క్లాస్ ఎఫ్ అది కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయింది. ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాస్ జి సీలింగ్ ఆన్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిట్స్. An individual chartered accountant who is not in whole-time employment elsewhere, can accept a maximum of 20 company audits. నేను ఎన్ని కంపెనీలు పడితే అన్ని కంపెనీల ఆడిట్లు యాక్సెప్ట్ చేస్తానంటానికి వీలు లేదు. Maximum number of audits that can be accepted by an individual chartered accountant shall not exceed 20. Before explaining this point further, let us have some more discussion on the term whole-time employment. CA Institute in Professional Ethics says like this: a chartered accountant in practice, this is clause 11 of part 1 of first schedule, clause 11 of part 1 of first schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act. That clause says that a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he enters into, a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he was involved in some other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy unless permitted by the council so to engage. If you were involved in some other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy unless permitted by the council so to engage. Then meaning enti, if you are holding a valid certificate of practice, you need to carry out practice only. You should not involve yourself in any other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy. If you do that, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. మీకు CA సర్టిఫికేట్ ఉంటే, సర్టిఫికేట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ ఉంటే, ప్రాక్టీస్ తప్ప ఇంకా ఏ బిజినెస్ కానీ ఏ ప్రొఫెషన్ కానీ మీరు క్యారీ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. అలా క్యారీ చేస్తే యూ విల్ బి డీమ్డ్ టు బి గిల్టీ ఆఫ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కాండక్ట్ అండ్ యూ విల్ బి పనిష్డ్ బై ద CA ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ అకార్డింగ్లీ. వెంటనే మీకు డౌట్ వస్తుంది, మరి మీరేం చేస్తున్నారండి అని. Although I am a chartered accountant, although I was involved in some other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy, I will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Why? Because I haven't explained you the clause in full. Now I will try to explain the clause in full. A chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he engages in any other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy, unless permitted by the council so to engage. Council, CA Institute council permission తీసుకోకుండా CA ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నవాడు ప్రాక్టీస్ కాకుండా ఇంకా ఏదన్నా బిజినెస్ కానీ ఇంకా ఏదన్నా ప్రొఫెషన్ కానీ క్యారీ చేస్తే దట్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ షాల్ బి డీమ్డ్ టు బి గిల్టీ ఆఫ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కాండక్ట్. ఈ పాయింట్ మీకు అర్థమైందా? మళ్ళీ చెప్పాలా? ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ హోల్డింగ్ ఎ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు క్యారీ అవుట్ ఓన్లీ ప్రొఫెషన్. యూ కెనాట్ ఎంగేజ్ ఇన్ ఎనీ అదర్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్ ఆక్యుపేషన్. ఇఫ్ యూ ఇన్వాల్వ్ ఇన్ సమ్ అదర్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్ ఆక్యుపేషన్ అదర్ దెన్ ద ప్రొఫెషన్ ఆఫ్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెన్సీ యూ విల్ బి డీమ్డ్ టు బి గిల్టీ ఆఫ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కాండక్ట్. బట్ దెర్ ఇస్ అన్ ఎక్సెప్షన్ టు దిస్. ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టేకన్ ప్రయర్ పర్మిషన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద CA Institute, you can engage in some other business or some other occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy. So many chartered accountants started writing letters to the CA Institute requesting the institute to allow them to involve in some other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy. చాలా మంది CAలు లెటర్లు రాయటం మొదలు పెట్టారు CA Institute కి. ఏమంటే ఓ పక్కన మేము ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకుంటాం, ఓ పక్కన ఇంట్లో బడ్డీ కొట్టు పెట్టుకుంటాం అంటాడు ఒకడు, ఓ పక్కన ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకుంటాం, ఓ పక్కన ఇంకోటి ఏదో చేస్తాం అంటాడు ఇంకోడు. వీళ్ళందరూ గోల పడలేక CA Institute వాడు ఏం చేశాడంటే ఒక నోటిఫికేషన్ ఇష్యూ చేశాడు. దట్ నోటిఫికేషన్ గివెన్ బై ద CA Institute has been divided into two broad categories. The first one is permissions granted generally. What is the heading of the first one? Permissions granted generally. The second heading is permissions to be granted specifically. Permissions to be granted specifically. If any activity falls under the category permissions granted generally, there is no need for the chartered accountant to take any permission at all from the CA Institute. మీరు పక్కన CA ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోండి. దీంట్లో 14 పాయింట్స్ చెప్పారు. వెన్ మీ CA ఫైనల్లో వస్తే ఎన్ని పాయింట్లు చెప్పారమ్మా? 14 activities have been listed by the CA Institute under the heading permissions granted generally. దాంట్లో ట్యూషన్లు చెప్పుకోవటం ఒకటి. ప్రైవేట్ ట్యూటర్షిప్ is the first one. సో ఓ పక్కన CA ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయొచ్చు, పక్కన ట్యూషన్లు కూడా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అందుకని చెప్పుకుంటున్నా. దట్ ఈస్ అన్ యాక్టివిటీ. ఎస్, దట్ ఈస్ అన్ యాక్టివిటీ విచ్ ఇస్ పర్మిటెడ్ జనరల్లీ బై ద CA Institute for which there is no need for me to take any permission at all from the CA Institute. So 14 activities were mentioned by the CA Institute under the heading permissions granted generally, and they said that a chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice can carry out practice on one hand and can carry out any one or more of these activities on the other hand, for which there is no need for him to take any permission from CA Institute. However, if any activity falls under the category permissions to be granted specifically, that chartered accountant must take prior and specific permission from the CA Institute. ఈ కేటగిరీలో ఏమన్నా పడితే అప్పుడు మాత్రం CA Institute పర్మిషన్ తీరాలి. తీసుకోకుండా చేయటానికి వీలు లేదు. వాటిలో ఫస్ట్ ఏంటో తెలుసా? యాక్సెప్టింగ్ ఎ పార్ట్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఎయిదర్ ఇన్ ఎ బిజినెస్ కన్సర్న్ ఆర్ ఇన్ ఏ నాన్ బిజినెస్ కన్సర్న్. రెండోది ఏంటో తెలుసా? accepting a full-time employment either in a business concern or in a non-business concern. Part-time employee ఓ పక్కన CA ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తూ ఎక్కడన్నా పార్ట్-టైం ఎంప్లాయీగా జాయిన్ అవ్వాలన్నా, ఓ పక్కన CA ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తూ ఫుల్-టైం ఎంప్లాయీగా జాయిన్ అవ్వాలన్నా యూ నీడ్ టు టేక్ ప్రయర్ అండ్ స్పెసిఫిక్ పర్మిషన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద CA Institute. ఆ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందా? సరే. సో పార్ట్-టైం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఫుల్-టైం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ చేయాలంటే పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి. CA Institute వాడు పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తే ఇస్తాడు. ఇచ్చేప్పుడు ఒక లింక్ పెడతాడు CA Institute వాడు. ఏం పెడతాడో తెలుసా? ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ పర్మిటెడ్ టు బికమ్ ఎయిదర్ ఎ పార్ట్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయీ ఆర్ ఎ ఫుల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయీ, యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్డ్ టు క్యారీ అవుట్ యువర్ అటెస్ట్ ఫంక్షన్. యు కెనాట్ క్యారీ అవుట్ యువర్ అటెస్ట్ ఫంక్షన్. వాట్ ఈస్ మెant by attest function? Attesting means making your signature. You cannot carry out your attest function. That means you cannot sign on the auditor's reports. When you are unable to sign on the auditor's reports, what is the purpose of getting permission from the CA Institute? ఈ మొక్క మీకు అర్థమైందా? మళ్ళీ చెప్పాలా? ఏమన్నాడు CA Institute వాడు? నువ్వు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకో, ఫుల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆర్ పార్ట్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ చేసుకో, అలా చేసుకోవాలంటే నా పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలంటాడు. మనం పర్మిషన్ తీసుకుంటాం. అప్పుడు వాడేమంటాడు తెలుసా, యూ కెనాట్ క్యారీ అవుట్ యువర్ అటెస్ట్ ఫంక్షన్ అంటాడు. వాట్ ఈస్ ద లాజిక్ ఇన్ దిస్? ద లాజిక్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. Generally, attestation is required only for company audits. What is that? If you carry out a company audit, you are supposed to issue a report on which you need to sign on the report. That is called as attestation. Sometimes an individual may come to the auditor asking you to file his income tax return. That individual, in case where you are filing an income tax return of an individual, nowhere the auditor is required to sign. That means you can carry out those activities which do not require your dash. You can carry out those activities which do not require your attestation. Such activities can be carried out as an auditor on one hand, and you can become a part-time employee or a full-time employee on the other hand. By this you should understand that, okay, if we are in full-time employment, we cannot carry out our attest function. Since we cannot carry out our attest function, we cannot be appointed as the auditor of a company. మనం ఫుల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో ఉంటే సంతకం పెట్టడానికి వీలు లేదు. సంతకం పెట్టడానికి వీలు లేకపోతే మన ఆడిటర్ గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకోవడానికి వీలు లేదు. అందుకని మళ్ళీ కమింగ్ బ్యాక్ టు సెక్షన్ 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాస్ G that deals with ceiling on number of audits. That means maximum number of audits that a chartered accountant can accept were specified in this section, that is technically called as ceiling on number of audits. That section says that an individual chartered accountant, I am practicing individually or as a sole proprietor, an individual chartered accountant in practice who is not in whole time employment. If I am in whole time employment, మీ దమ్ముంటే చెప్పండి, మీరు నేను తేలిపోవాలి. ఇఫ్ ఐ ఎమ్ ఇన్ హోల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్, ఫర్ హౌ మెనీ కంపెనీస్ కెన్ ఐ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్? 0. Very good. If I am not in whole time employment, for how many companies can I be appointed as an auditor? 20. నేను whole time employment లో ఉంటే అసలు audit accept చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. If I am not in whole time employment, that means I am in full time practice. If I am in full time practice, I can be appointed as the auditor of 20 companies. That is with respect to individual. Follow అవుతున్నారా? An individual chartered accountant in practice can accept a maximum of 20 company audits. Who is not in whole time employment. Taravata. What about a partnership firm? For how many companies a partnership firm can be appointed as an auditor? There is a partnership firm of chartered accountants called as ABCD and Co. There are 4 partners in it, A, B, C and D. Now the question is, all the partners are holding valid certificate of practice. They are not in whole time employment. For how many companies this firm can be appointed as an auditor? Chaka Japali. For an individual it is 20. How many partners are there in the partnership firm? 4. 4 into 20. 80. So in order to arrive at this 80, what you did is you multiplied this 20 with the number of partners in the partnership firm. If there are 2 partners in the firm, for how many companies they can be appointed as an auditor? 40. If there are 3 partners in the partnership firm, for how many companies they can be appointed as the auditor? 60. If there are 5 partners in the partnership firm, for how many companies they can be appointed as an auditor? 100. So you just have to multiply the number of partners in the partnership firm with the specified number. What is specified number? Specified number being 20. So individual అయితే 20. ఫోమ్ అయితే ఒక్కొక్క పార్ట్నర్ కి 20. ఇద్దరుంటే 2 20 40, నలుగురుంటే 4 20 80, ఐదుగురుంటే 5 20 100. ఇదే ఉంది పిల్ల పాయింట్. అసలు పాయింట్ ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది. However, if any partner of such a partnership firm, if any partner of such a partnership firm is in whole time employment or full time employment elsewhere, that partner who is in whole time employment or full time employment elsewhere shall be excluded for the purpose of calculation of ceiling on number of audits. In the previous case you said that this ABCD and company can be appointed as the auditors of 80 companies. Now assume that A is in whole time employment. He is a partner in ABCD and Co. By taking prior permission from the CA Institute, he is also in whole time employment. Now the question is, for how many companies this ABCD and company be appointed as an auditor? ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ ఏం మనుషులమ్మ నాలిక తాటి మట్ట అది. ఇందాకేగా 80 అన్నారు, ఇప్పుడు 60 అంటున్నారే. అవునండి, ఎవడన్నా పార్ట్నర్ హోల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో ఉంటే, ఎవడైతే హోల్ టైమ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లో ఉన్నాడో వాడిని ఎక్స్క్లూడ్ చేయాలి. టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్ట్నర్స్ ఆర్ 4, out of which 1 is in whole time employment. Now you need to consider the number of partners as 3. 3 into 20, 60. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, an individual chartered accountant who is not in whole time employment can accept a maximum of 20 company audits. In case of a partnership firm, the total number of audits that can be accepted by the firm can be calculated by multiplying the number of partners in the firm with the specified number. However, if any partner of the partnership firm is in whole time employment or full time employment elsewhere, that partner who is in whole time employment or full time employment shall have to be excluded for the purpose of calculation of ceiling on number of audits. దీని తాత ఒకటి ఉంది. ఏమ్మా, నా పేరు ఎక్స్, నేను చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ని, నేను ఇండివిజువల్గా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నా. ఐఎమ్ ఏ పార్ట్నర్ ఇన్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ నెంబర్ 1, పార్ట్నర్షిప్ నెంబర్ ఫర్మ్ 2, 3 and 4. నౌ ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ ఆర్గ్యూయింగ్ లైక్ దిస్. ఐఎమ్ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇండివిజువల్లీ. I am not in whole time employment. So as an individual, I can accept 20 company audits. I am a partner in partnership firm number 1. As a partner of partnership firm, I can accept 20. As a partner of partnership firm number 2, 20. Partnership firm number 3, 20. Partnership number firm number 4, 20. In total, I can accept 100 audits. That is my contention. Do you agree with this contention? The answer is no. What the act says is this 20 is per person and not per capacity. మనిషికి 20, అంతేగాని కెపాసిటీకి 20 కాదు. ఇండివిజువల్గా 20, దాంట్లో 20, దాంట్లో మొత్తం అన్ని నువ్వే తినేస్తే కొత్తవాడు ఏం చేస్తాడు అమ్మా? అందుకని ఈ 20 అనేది పర్ పర్సన్ కానీ పర్ కెపాసిటీ కాదు. మనిషికి 20, నువ్వు ఎన్ని కెపాసిటీల్లో ఉన్నా. ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఐఎమ్ ఏ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్, ఐఎమ్ ప్రాక్టీసింగ్ ఇండివిజువల్లీ యాజ్ వెల్ as a partner of this firm. Now, individually, I signed on 18 audits, 18 audit reports. Now, for how many companies can I be appointed as the auditor on behalf of the firm? It is only 2. నా ఇండివిజువల్గా 18 అయిపోయింది, మ్యాక్సిమం ఎంత 20, వాళ్ళ తరఫున 2 చేయగలను. అంతేగాని ఇట్ ఈస్ పర్ పర్సన్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పర్ కెపాసిటీ. ఈ పాయింట్ అర్థమైందే? ఇది అబౌట్ సీలింగ్ ఆన్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ audits. Only 3 points have been explained under the heading ceiling on number of audits. What are they? చెప్పండి. An individually practicing chartered accountant who is not in whole time employment can accept a maximum of 20 company audits. In case of a partnership firm, the number of audits that can be accepted by the firm can be calculated by multiplying the number of partners with the specified number. However, if any partner of the partnership firm is in whole time employment or full time employment elsewhere, that partner who is in whole time employment or full time employment shall have to be excluded for the purpose of calculation of ceiling on number of audits. And where a person is practicing individually as well as a partner in many number of partnership firms, this 20 is per person and not per capacity. And there are some exceptions to this 20. ఈ 20 క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసేప్పుడు కొన్నిటిని ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయాలి. ఈ 20 క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసేటప్పుడు కొన్నిటిని ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయాలి, కొన్నిటిని ఎక్స్క్లూడ్ చేయాలి. వాట్ ఈస్ టు బి ఇంక్లూడెడ్? జాయింట్ ఆడిట్స్ ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి ఇంక్లూడెడ్. దీనికోసమే ముందరే జాయింట్ ఆడిట్ అంటే ఏంటో చెప్పా. ఇఫ్ మోర్ దెన్ 1 person has been appointed as an auditor, the auditors so appointed are technically called as joint auditors, and the audit conducted by them is called as joint audit. Joint audits are to be counted for the purpose of calculation of ceiling on number of audits. I will try to provide an example for this. There is a person called as X practicing individually. Y is another person practicing individually. X has already been appointed as the auditor of 19 companies. So is Y. So both have been appointed as the auditors of 19 companies. Now there is a company called as A Limited. This A Limited appointed Mr. X and Mr. Y as their auditors, as their joint auditors. They jointly carried out the audit of A Limited. 50% of audit of A Limited has been carried out by X, and remaining 50% of audit of A Limited has been carried out by Y. Now X started arguing like this. I carried out audit of 19 full companies and 1 half company. Therefore, the total number of audits accepted by me shall be considered as 19 and half. Therefore, I can be appointed as the auditor of another half company. ఏమంటాడు? నేను 19 ఫుల్ కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్లు అండి, 50% చేసే కదా దీంట్లో, కాబట్టి నేను 19 and half కంపెనీస్కి ఆడిటర్ని, ఇంకో అర కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్ అవ్వచ్చు అంటాడు ఎక్స్ గాడు. వీడి మాట విని వై అంటాడు, నేను కూడా అంతే అంటాడు. అప్పుడు సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు మీ ఇద్దరు ముయ్యండి అన్నాడు. అని ఏమన్నా అంటే, ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ జాయింట్ ఆడిట్స్, each and every joint auditor shall have to consider the audit assignment as a single audit assignment. That means although they both carried out audit of A Limited, it should be counted as one for each. That means X has to consider this audit of A Limited as one audit assignment. Y is also required to consider audit of A Limited as one audit assignment, although they carried out only 50% of the audit. X కు వాటి కౌంట్ అయిపోతుంది, వైకి ఒకటి కౌంట్ అయిపోతుంది. అంటే X20 కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయినాయి, Y20 కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయినాయి. కాబట్టి జాయింట్ ఆడిట్స్ ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి ఇంక్లూడెడ్ ఫర్ ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ ఆఫ్ సీలింగ్ ఆన్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిట్స్. దెన్ వాట్ ఈస్ టు బి ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ వైల్ క్యాలిక్యులేటింగ్ ద సీలింగ్ ఆన్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిట్స్. అంటే OPSD అని గుర్తుపెట్టేసుకున్నామ్మా నేనైతే. ఓ పన్నీర్ సెల్వం డి అని గుర్తుపెట్టేసుకున్నా. ఓ అంటే 1 person కంపెనీ, ఏంటది 1 person కంపెనీ. ఈ అంటే ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ హ్యావింగ్ ఎ పెయిడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆఫ్ లెస్ దాన్ 100 crores ఉంటుంది. లెస్ దాన్ బోడి ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీకి 100 కోట్ల క్యాపిటల్ ఎక్కడన్నా ఉంటుందమ్మా. మూడోది స్మాల్ కంపెనీ అండ్ నాలుగోది డార్మెంట్ కంపెనీ. ద ఫస్ట్ వన్ అండ్ లాస్ట్ టూ ఆర్ నాట్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్డ్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ దట్? You can be appointed as the auditor of any number of 1 person companies. 1 person company is not required to be calculated for the purpose of sealing on number of audits. That means you have been appointed as the auditor of 19 companies. Now you are appointed as the auditor of 1 person company. With this, can you complete your sealing of 20? No. Again, it is said that you are appointed as the auditor for only 19 companies. You can be appointed as the auditor of any number of 1 person companies, because 1 person company is not required to be considered for the purpose of calculation of sealing. Similar is the case with small companies and dormant companies. Then what about private limited companies? Even private limited companies are excluded from the purview of calculation of sealing on number of audits, provided the private limited company's paid up capital is less than 100 crores. That means almost all private companies will be excluded from the purview of sealing on number. ప్రైవేట్ కంపెనీకి అంత ఎక్కడ ఉంటుందమ్మా? అలా ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీలన్నీ కూడా సీలింగ్ లోంచి బయటికి వెళ్ళిపోతాయి. ఇలాంటి కంపెనీలకు ఎన్నిటికన్నా మిమ్మల్ని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. యాక్చువల్గా సెక్షన్ 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాజ్ డి సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాజ్ జి ఇది కాదు. అసలు దాంట్లో ఏం చెప్పాడో తెలుసా? ఇఫ్ యూ వర్ ఆల్రెడీ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ 20 కంపెనీస్, ఏంటది? If you were already appointed as the auditor of 20 companies, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of any other company. If you were already appointed as the auditor of 20 companies, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of any other company. I explained you what is 20 companies and how to calculate it. Okay? Alage, if you are in whole-time employment, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of the company. This is what section 141 subsection 3 clause G says. Chepandi 141 subsection 3 clause G lo em chepparu? If you are in whole-time employment, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor. If you have already appointed as the auditor of 20 companies, you cannot be appointed as the auditor of any other company because you have already reached the ceiling limit. Since you reached the ceiling limit, you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of any other company. This is about 141 subsection 3 clause G of the Companies Act. The next one is section 141 subsection 3 clause H. If the auditor himself was involved in fraud and has been convicted by a court, ఏదో పనులు చేయకూడదని చెప్పేవాడే ఏదో పని చేశాడు, and auditor has been convicted by a court of an offense involving fraud. An auditor has been convicted by a court of an offense involving fraud. In that case, after elapsing of 10 years only, that person can be appointed as the auditor. Within 10 years of that you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditor of the company. Ante court eppudaithe mimmalni tappu chesina vadini declare chesindo, appadi nunchi 10 years paatu you are disqualified from being appointed as the auditors of the company. That is what is mentioned in section 141 subsection 3 clause H. క్లాజ్ ఐ మనం 144 చెప్పేటప్పుడు చెప్పుకుందాం. సెక్షన్ 144. దిస్ ఈజ్ అబౌట్ సెక్షన్ 141 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్. దీంతో నేను ఏమేం కంప్లీట్ చేశానంటే ఇప్పటిదాకా 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ చెప్పా. అంతకు ముందరే ఎప్పుడు 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 చెప్పా. ఆ తర్వాత 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 7, 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 5, 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 6, 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1 చెప్పా. ఇప్పుడు సెక్షన్ 141లో 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1, సబ్సెక్షన్ 2, సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 చెప్పా. సబ్సెక్షన్ 4 ఒకటి చెప్తే 141 కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయిపోతుంది, ఎక్సెప్టింగ్ 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాజ్ ఐ. దాంతో 141 అయిపోయింది. ఇంకేం చెప్పానంటే సెక్షన్ 145 చెప్పా, సిగ్నేచర్ ఆన్ ద ఆడిటర్స్ రిపోర్ట్. ఇంకేం చెప్పానంటే సెక్షన్ 146 చెప్పా, రైట్ టు రిసీవ్ ద నోటీసెస్ ఆఫ్ ద మీటింగ్స్ of the shareholders and to attend such meetings అని చెప్పి 146 కూడా చెప్పా. గుర్తుందమ్మా? Done. What is section 141 subsection 4? Disqualification to the auditor may occur or may arise at any point of time. Disqualification to the auditor may occur or may arise at any point of time. It may be either before appointment of the auditor or even after appointment of the auditor. Auditor may get a disqualification either before appointment or after appointment. If you are disqualified even before appointment, you cannot be appointed. If you are disqualified after appointment, it is deemed that the auditor has vacated his office immediately, and hence there will arise a vacancy in the office of the auditor called as dash. Appointment ki mundara meekem disqualification ledu. Ante at the time of your appointment, the company checked whether you are having any disqualifications. You don't have any disqualifications. You are having qualifications. You are not suffering with disqualifications. You have been appointed as the auditor by the company. After appointment, you get a disqualification. For example, you have been appointed as the auditor of A Limited. After your appointment, you have borrowed an amount of 10 lakhs from the company being audited by you. Now you are indebted to the company for an amount exceeding 5 lakhs. This disqualification occurs to the auditor after his appointment. If disqualification occurs before appointment, you cannot be appointed. If disqualification occurs after appointment, you cannot continue to be the auditor of that company. You need to vacate your office as an auditor immediately, and hence there is no auditor to the company. When there is no auditor to the company, that situation is technically called as casual vacancy. Follow here. It is about section 141 subsection 4. Dinto 141 lo 141 subsection 1, 2, 3, 4 are set to be completed. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చెప్పుకుందామంటే, let us have a discussion on section 139 subsection 2 of the Companies Act, which deals with rotation of the auditor. Let us assume that you have been appointed as the auditor for a company for the past 30 years. You have been appointed as the auditor of a company for the past 30 years. In that case, there will be some problem to the auditor. What is that problem? You would have established some friendly relationships with the company. Because you are the auditor of the company for the past several years, obviously the auditor would have established some friendly relationships with the company. When the auditor is able to establish friendly relationships with the company, the auditor may lose his independence. In that case, company may be able to influence the auditor. Ante kadamma, ivalle first time mimmalni nenu chustunna. నేను పాఠం చెప్పడం మొదలుపెట్టే ఈ అమ్మాయి పక్కన అమ్మాయితో మాట్లాడటం మొదలుపెట్టి, ఎందుకు వస్తారమ్మా మా ప్రాణాలు తీయటానికి ఎడి తిరుగు అంట. నాకేం మొహమాటం లేదు. అదే నేను ఒక 1 month 2 months మీకు పాఠాలు చెప్తున్నా, పాపం ఎప్పుడూ వింటున్న అమ్మాయి ఇవాళ ఒక్కరోజు పక్కన అమ్మాయితో మాట్లాడింది, ఇప్పుడు అమ్మాయిని నేను ఏమన్నా తిడతానా? వల్ల ఎప్పుడు వింటుందిగా, ఇవాళ ఒక్కరోజేగా అనే సాఫ్ట్ కార్నర్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. సాఫ్ట్ కార్నర్ ఎందుకు వచ్చిందంటే, చాలా కాలం నుంచి మనం ఒకళ్ళతో ఒకళ్ళకి రిలేషన్షిప్ ఉంది కాబట్టి సాఫ్ట్ కార్నర్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. రిలేషన్షిప్ లేకపోతే దేర్ వుడ్ నాట్ బి ఎనీ సాఫ్ట్ కార్నర్. ఇఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఇస్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎ కంటిన్యూస్ రిలేషన్షిప్ విత్ ద కంపెనీ, ద ఆడిటర్ మే హ్యావ్ సమ్ సాఫ్ట్ కార్నర్ అబౌట్ ది కంపెనీ, ఇన్ విచ్ కేస్ కంపెనీ వుడ్ బి ఏబుల్ టు ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ది ఆడిటర్, ఇన్ విచ్ కేస్ ద వెరీ పర్పస్ ఫర్ విచ్ ఆడిటర్ ఇస్ అపాయింటెడ్ గెట్స్ defeated. In order to overcome this problem, Companies Act had introduced a new concept in Companies Act 2013, which is technically called as rotation of auditors. Of course, this provision is not applicable for all companies. అన్ని కంపెనీల వాళ్ళు ఆడిటర్లని రొటేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ప్రతి కంపెనీ ఆడిటర్ని రొటేట్ చేయక్కర్లా. కొన్ని కంపెనీల వాళ్ళు మాత్రం ఆడిటర్స్ని రొటేట్ చేయాల్సిందే. రొటేట్ చేయటం అంటే ఏంటి? వాళ్ళనే కన్సిస్టెంట్ గా ఆడిటర్లుగా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. కొంతకాలం పోయిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళని మార్చాలి. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ రొటేషన్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ రొటేటింగ్ ద ఆడిటర్స్? If the existing auditor has been removed and some other person has been appointed in place of the existing auditor, since the company is not having friendly relationships with the new auditor may be able to maintain independence. That is the reason why the concept of rotation of auditors has been introduced in the Companies Act under section 139 subsection 2 of the Companies Act. So what the section says? As already said to you, this section is not applicable to all companies. This section is made applicable to only few companies which are specified in section 139 subsection 2 that we will discuss at the end of the discussion on section 139 subsection 2. నేను ఇందాకే మీతో చెప్పా, who can be appointed as the auditor of a company? Either an individual can be appointed as the auditor of a company or a partnership firm can be appointed as the auditor of a company. Supposing that there is a company called as A Limited. There is a company called as A Limited. A Limited is a company for which rotation is made applicable. Why? Because this is a listed company. For all listed companies, rotation is made applicable. Meeku surprising fact chepana, before introduction of section 139 subsection 2, Reliance Industries used to appoint the same person as their auditor for the past 25 years. Gata 25 ఏళ్ల నుంచి ఒకడే auditor. బిఫోర్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 2. అప్పుడు మరి వాళ్ళిద్దరికి మధ్య ఫ్రెండ్లీ రిలేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి కదమ్మా, అలాంటివి కట్ చేయడం కోసమే సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 2 హ్యాస్ బీన్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్డ్. సో ఆల్ లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ అండర్ అబ్లిగేషన్, వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టం ఉన్నా ఇష్టం లేకపోయినా ఆల్ లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ అండర్ అబ్లిగేషన్ టు రొటేట్ దేర్ ఆడిటర్స్. This is point number 1. As already said to you, either an individual can be appointed as an auditor or a partnership firm can be appointed as an auditor. In case where an individual has been appointed as an auditor, the maximum term, what is that? The maximum term for which such an individual can be appointed as the auditor shall not exceed one term of 5 consecutive years. The maximum term for which that person, such individual, can be appointed as the auditor cannot exceed one term of 5 consecutive years. ఒక్కసారి 5 consecutive years వాడు చేశాడంటే వాడిని మళ్ళీ ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. దీనికి ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. దెర్ ఇస్ ఎ కంపెనీ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఏ లిమిటెడ్ విచ్ ఈస్ ఎ లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ. దేర్ ఫార్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 2 ఆర్ మేడ్ అప్లికబుల్ to it. Now A Limited appointed Mr. X, an individually practicing chartered accountant, as their auditor in their first annual general meeting, and he held office till the conclusion of the 6th annual general meeting. That means he completed 5 consecutive years of service. Now in the 6th coming or ensuing 6th annual general meeting, A Limited wants to reappoint Mr. X as their auditor again. The question is it possible for the company to reappoint Mr. X, their existing auditor, as the auditor of that company? Yes or no? No. Why? Because for this company dash is made applicable. Rotation is made applicable. The company appointed an individual as its auditor. What is the rule applicable to individual? An individual chartered accountant, an individual cannot be appointed as the auditor for a period of more than one term of 5 consecutive years. In the given case, individual has completed one term of 5 consecutive years. Therefore, he cannot be reappointed as the auditor. Can't he be reappointed as the auditor in the lifetime of the company? No. He can be reappointed as the auditor of the company, for which he need to wait for some minimum period. That period for which he need to wait to become the auditor of that company again. The period for which he need to wait to become the auditor of that company again is technically called as dash cooling period. That cooling period is 5 years. Now what is the meaning of this? X has been appointed as the auditor of the company in the first AGM. He held office up to 6th AGM. He cannot be reappointed as the auditor in the 6th annual general meeting. In the 6th AGM, Y has been appointed as the auditor. Y held office till 11th AGM. Now in the 11th AGM, the company wants to appoint Mr. X as their auditor again. Is it possible for the company to do that? The answer is yes. Why? Because he has already waited for a period of 5 years. If the cooling period is 5 years, and that means he should not be appointed as an auditor for a period of 5 years. After 5 years, he can again be appointed as the auditor of the same company. Here, same company is most important. In the given example, in the previous example, X cannot be reappointed as the auditor of A Limited in the 6th annual general meeting. But there is another company called as B Limited. This B Limited is either a holding company or a subsidiary company of A Limited. Now this B Limited wants to appoint X as their auditor. Is it possible for this B Limited to appoint X as their auditor? It's a challenging question for you. Malli chepana, if an individual has completed one term of 5 consecutive years, he cannot be appointed as the auditor of the same company. He cannot be appointed as the auditor of the same company. అదే కంపెనీకి వాడిని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయడానికి వీలు లేదు. దానికి సంబంధం లేదు, దానికి వేరే ఏదన్నా కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్ అవ్వచ్చు. అంటే ఏ లిమిటెడ్కి అవ్వలేడు, కానీ ఏ లిమిటెడ్ హోల్డింగో ఏ లిమిటెడ్ సబ్సిడరీనో అయితే అవ్వచ్చు. దాని మీనింగ్ అది ఎక్కితే మంచిది, ఎక్కపోతే తూచి. నేనేం మాట్లాడలా, మీరేం వినలా. అర్థమవుతుందమ్మా? ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఎక్స్ గార్డ్ ఎన్నేళ్ళు వెయిట్ చేశాడు? 5 years. 5 years తర్వాత మళ్ళీ హీ కెన్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ as an auditor for one term of 5 consecutive years. Later on he has to wait for another 5 years. That is called as cooling period. Now in case of a partnership firm, A partnership firm can be appointed as the auditor of a company for a maximum of 2 terms of 5 consecutive years. 2 terms of 5 consecutive years. ఏముందమ్మా, ఇండివిజువల్ అయితే 5 years కన్నా ఎక్కువ కాదు, ఫర్మ్ అయితే 2 10 ఏళ్ల పాటు. అంటే if a firm is appointed as the auditor of a company in its first AGM, initially they will hold office up to 6th AGM. In the 6th AGM, again the firm can be reappointed as the auditor for another 5 years. Now the firm served as an auditor till 11th AGM. In the 11th AGM, again the same firm is to be appointed as the auditor. Is it possible for the company to appoint the same partnership firm as their auditor in the 11th annual general meeting? No. Why? Why? Because the company has already completed 2 terms of 5 consecutive years. Na మాట అర్థమైందా? మాట్లాడాలి. The firm has already completed 2 terms of 5 consecutive years. Here the most important point is, since a firm can be appointed as 2 terms of 5 consecutive years, you cannot appoint the firm for a continuous period of 10 years at a stretch. Company వాడు ఏమనుకున్నాడు, ఫర్మ్ కదా, 2 ఏదులు కదా, 2 ఏదులు అంటే 10 కదా, అందుకని ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎంలోనే షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ పాస్డ్ ఎ రెజల్యూషన్ లైక్ దిస్: resolved to appoint so and so a partnership firm as the auditor of our company at a remuneration of so and so to hold office from the conclusion of first annual general meeting till the conclusion of 11th annual general meeting. ఫర్మే కదండి, 2 terms చేయొచ్చు కదండి, 2 terms అంటే 10 ఏళ్ళు కదండి, ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎంలో చేస్తే 11th ఏజిఎం కదండి, ఒకేసారి 10 ఏళ్ళకి చేయటానికి వీలు లేదు. ముందర 5 years చేయండి, తర్వాత కావాలంటే మళ్ళీ 5 years రీఅపాయింట్ చేసుకోండి. అటెస్ట్ వచ్చి 10 years చేయటానికి వీలు లేదు. నా మాట మీకు అర్థమైందా? దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ రొటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్. ఇక మిగిలింది ఏంటంటే రొటేషన్లో ఉన్న కండిషన్స్. ఆ కండిషన్స్ ఒక్కసారి చూసేస్తే రొటేషన్ అయిపోతుంది. అప్పుడు ఐ విల్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ టు సెక్షన్ 139 subsection 1. మీకు గుర్తులేదు కానీ నాకు గుర్తుంది. 139 subsection 1లో అదర్ కండిషన్స్ అని నేను చెప్పలా, అవి ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పలేను. 141 139 subsection 2 అయిన తర్వాత చెప్తానన్నా. ఇప్పుడు 139 subsection 2 అయిపోతుంది కాబట్టి విల్ గో బ్యాక్ టు సెక్షన్ 139 subsection 1. Appointment of regular auditor of a company other than a government company. It may take 2 minutes to complete that. 2 నిమిషాల్లో అది కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది. అప్పుడు బ్రేక్ ఇస్తా. జస్ట్ ఒక 2 minutes అమ్మా, స్పేర్ విత్ మీ ఫర్ 2 minutes. ఇక మా రొటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్ టపటపా చూసేయండి. సెక్షన్ 139 subsection 2 is applicable to the following types of companies. Listed companies చెప్పానా? Rotation is made applicable to even unlisted public companies. If the paid up share capital of that unlisted public company is 10 crores or more. If it is a private limited company, if the paid up share capital of that private limited company is 50 crores or more, such a company is also required to rotate their auditors. And whether to rotate auditors or not is dependent upon paid up capital in case of unlisted companies and private limited companies. If it is a listed company, we need not consider the paid up capital of that company. A company paid up capital 10 రూపాయలు ఉన్నా సరే, లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ అయితే వాడు ఖచ్చితంగా డాష్ చేయాలి. లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ అయితే వాడు ఖచ్చితంగా ఆడిటర్ని రొటేట్ చేయాలి. అన్లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ అయితే ఇఫ్ ద పేడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆఫ్ దట్ అన్లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ ఇస్ 10 crores or more, ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ అయితే ఇఫ్ ద పేడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆఫ్ దట్ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ ఇస్ 50 crores or more. ఈ పిల్ల పాయింట్లు ఇప్పుడు చెప్పేది అసలు పాయింట్ ఇస్తానమ్మా. ఒక్క 2 minutesలో ఇస్తా బ్రేక్. ఏమ్మా నన్ను చూసిన తర్వాత కూడా బ్రేక్ ఎట్టాడకపోతుందమ్మా? మీకు ఒక 5 నిమిషాలు చెప్పనండి అమ్మా. ఒక 5 నిమిషాలు వదులుకోగలరా? మీ బ్రేక్ని వదులుకోగలరా? మీరు వదులుకోగలరా? 5 ఏంటంటే 10 నిమిషాలు తీసుకోండి అంటారు, నాకు తెలుసు. ద కంపెనీ డు నాట్ ఫాల్ ఎయిదర్ అండర్ కేటగిరీ బి ఆర్ అండర్ కేటగిరీ సి. దట్ మీన్స్ ద కంపెనీ ఈజ్ అన్ అన్లిస్టెడ్ పబ్లిక్ కంపెనీ బట్ ద పెయిడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆఫ్ దట్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ లెస్ దాన్ 10 crores. అన్లిస్టెడ్ పబ్లిక్ కంపెనీ పెయిడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ 10 crores కానీ అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువగా కానీ ఉంటే వాడు రొటేట్ చేయాలి. ఒక కంపెనీ అన్లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ, దాని పెయిడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ మరీ 1 కోటి రూపాయలే ఉంది అంటే అది అన్లిస్టెడే కానీ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ క్లాస్ బి. పోనీ ఓ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ ఉంది, అది ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ కానీ దాని పెయిడ్ అప్ క్యాపిటల్ 50 లక్షలు. 50 లక్షలు అంటే మళ్ళీ 50 కలిపేస్తారు మీరు, అమ్మో 10 లక్షలు ఏమ్మా అంటే లెస్ దాన్ 50 crores. అంటే దట్ ఈస్ ఎన్ అన్లిస్టెడ్ పబ్లిక్ కంపెనీ ఆర్ ఎ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ, బట్ అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ దే ఆర్ నాట్ ఫాలోయింగ్ ఎయిదర్ అండర్ బి ఆర్ అండర్ సి, బట్ దే హ్యావ్ బారోడ్ సమ్ మనీస్. దే అంటే దే కంపెనీస్, ఏ కంపెనీస్ అమ్మా? that unlisted public company or private limited company may have borrowed, they are having some public borrowings. Public borrowings అంటే ఏం చెప్పాడు తెలుసా? బ్యాంకుల నుంచి కానీ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ నుంచి కానీ పబ్లిక్ దగ్గర నుంచి డిపాజిట్ల రూపంలో కానీ వాళ్ళు అమౌంట్స్ బారో చేశారు వర్త్ ₹50 crores ఆర్ మోర్. సో ఏది మీరు దమ్ముంటే చెప్పండి, దమ్ము లేకపోయినా చెప్పండి. An unlisted company is required to rotate their auditors if either of the following two conditions are satisfied. What are they? If the paid up capital of such an unlisted company is 10 crore rupees or more, or if the public borrowings of such unlisted public company is 50 crore rupees or more. Then a private limited company, what are the situations in which a private limited company has to rotate their auditors? If the paid up capital of such private limited company is 50 crores or more, or if the public borrowings of such private limited company is 50 crores or more, then such a private limited company is under obligation to rotate their auditors. Followed or not? ఏంటర్ బాబు అరుస్తున్నాడు అనుకుంటున్నారా? నేనేం చేయలేను, నేను అట్టగా అరుస్తా, నా పద్ధతి అది. నేనే ఇది ఉన్నా కూడా లేనట్టుగానే అరుస్తా. నాన్ అప్లికబిలిటీ ఇందాక ఓపీఎస్డి అన్నంగా 1% కంపెనీ, ప్రైవేట్ కంపెనీ, స్మాల్ కంపెనీ, డార్మెంట్ కంపెనీ అని P1 ఎత్తేయండి. ఎందుకు ఎత్తాలండి? ఎందుకు ఎత్తాలంటే పైన ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ కంపెనీ కూడా కవర్ అయింది కాబట్టి. అర్థమైందా అన్న మీకు? అర్థం కాకపోతే చదువుకోండి. 1% కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ రొటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, స్మాల్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ రొటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, డార్మెంట్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ రొటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్. దట్స్ ఇట్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇండివిజువల్ అయితే 1 term of 5 consecutive years, ఫోమ్ అయితే 2 terms of 5 consecutive years, కూలింగ్ పీరియడ్ ఫర్ బోత్ ఆర్ 5 years. Cooling period for both are 5 years. Whether it is an individual or a partnership firm, the cooling period is only 5 years. Remember that the individual or firm cannot be appointed as the auditor of the same company. They can be appointed as the auditor of different companies. They can even be appointed as the auditors of the same company provided they maintain the cooling period of 5 years. Followed or not? Done. Next. 139 subsection 3 ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పేశా. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఏం చేయాలంటే 139 subsection 1 లోకి వెళ్ళాలి. ఫర్దర్ కండిషన్స్ ఆర్ ఫర్దర్ కండిషన్స్ ఆర్ అదర్ కండిషన్స్ వేర్ ఎనీ కంపెనీ వాంట్స్ టు అపాయింట్ an auditor in its annual general meeting, the company had to follow some more conditions. Condition number 1, the company has to take prior consent from the auditor and a written consent and written certificate from the auditor before appointment of the auditor. ఏంటది? ఈవెన్ బిఫోర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్. మీరు నవ్వుతున్నారు, నేను నవ్వట్లా. ఇదివరకు రోజుల్లో ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేసి అప్పుడు కన్సెంట్ తీసుకునేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు అట్టా కాదు. ఈవెన్ బిఫోర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్, ద కంపెనీ హ్యాడ్ టు టేక్ రిటర్న్ కన్సెంట్ అండ్ రిటర్న్ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది ఆడిటర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇఫ్ యూ వేర్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎ బ్యాంకర్, ద బ్యాంకర్ విల్ సెండ్ అస్ ఎ ప్రపోజల్ లెటర్. మాకు బ్యాంక్ వాళ్ళు ప్రపోజల్ లెటర్ పంపిస్తారు. డూ యూ యాక్సెప్ట్ ఫర్ దిస్ ప్రపోజల్ అంటారు. ఎస్, we are accepting for this proposal, or we are accepting for the appointment if made by you అంటాం. మేము ఏమంటాం? we are accepting for your proposal if made by you అంటాం. అంటే ఈవెన్ బిఫోర్ అవర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ అవర్ కన్సెంట్ ఈస్ బీయింగ్ టేకెన్ బై ది కంపెనీ. ఎందుకో తెలుసా? దీని వెనకాల పెద్ద లాజిక్ ఉంది. ఆ లాజిక్ ఒకటి చెప్పి మీకు బ్రేక్ ఇస్తా ఒక 5 minutes లో మ్యాక్సిమం. పాత రోజుల్లో అంటే ప్రీవియస్ కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ 1956 లో there is a specific provision. AGM of the company has been held. AGM of the company has been concluded. The company fails to appoint an auditor. In that case, the company can intimate the same to the central government. In such case, the company can, for example, X has been appointed as the auditor of a company in the AGM. Subsequent to the appointment, the same is intimated to X. Now X can either accept the appointment or reject the appointment. If X accepted the appointment, there would not be any problem. However, unfortunately, X rejected the appointment. When X rejected the appointment, it is said that no auditor is appointed in the AGM. Unfortunately, AGM is already concluded. So no auditor is appointed, AGM is concluded. In such case, what the company could do? The company can make an application to the central government as per 1956 Act. Then the central government is having the authority to appoint the auditor. But corresponding provisions are not there in the Companies Act 2013. అంటే ఒకప్పుడు పొరపాటున మనం అపాయింట్ చేసిన ఆడిటర్ నో అంటే ఆడిటరే ఉండడు. ఆడిటర్ లేకపోతే హ్యాపీగా సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్కి అప్లికేషన్ పెడితే సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ వాడు ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేసేవాడు. ఇప్పుడు అలాంటి ప్రొవిజను లేదు. మరి ఇప్పుడు మనం అపాయింట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఆడిటర్ నో అన్నాడు అనుకో, ఏం చేయాలి? తూర్పు తిరిగి దండం పెట్టాలి. అందుకని ఇప్పుడు ఒకప్పుడు అంటే మనం అపాయింట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఆడిటర్ నో అంటే వుడ్ హ్యావ్ మేడ్ an application to the central government. Now it is not possible for us to do that because central government is not having power to appoint the auditor. In that case, there would not be any auditor to the company. Keeping that in view, the Companies Act says that even before appointment of the auditor, the company had to take written consent from the auditor as well as a written certificate from the auditor. Auditor ని అపాయింట్ చేయబోయే ముందరే ఆడిటర్ దగ్గర నుంచి రిటర్న్ కన్సెంట్, రిటర్న్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకోవాలి. వాట్ ఈస్ రిటర్న్ సర్టిఫికేట్? ఆ రిటర్న్ సర్టిఫికేట్ లో ఆడిటర్ ఏమనాలో తెలుసా? ఐఎమ్ క్వాలిఫైడ్, ఐఎమ్ నాట్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎనీ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్. I am qualified and I am not having any disqualifications. Even if I am appointed as an auditor of your company, it will be well within the ceiling limits specified under section 141 subsection 3 clause G of the Companies Act. Even if I am appointed as the auditor of your company, it will be well within the term specified under section 139 subsection 2 of the Companies Act. ఒక్కడికన్నా అర్థమైతే ఒట్టు. ఎప్పుడు పోదామని ఉంది కదా, ఎట్లా అర్థం అవుతుందమ్మా? ఏంటిది? The company had to take a written consent as well as a written certificate from the auditor. Written consent is now known to you. What is written certificate? Auditor shall provide a written certificate to the company before his appointment. In that written certificate, the auditor shall include matters such as he is qualified for appointment, he is not having any నేను క్వాలిఫైడ్ కాదో నాకే తెలుసు. ఎవడికి తెలుసమ్మా? నేను డిస్క్వాలిఫైడ్ కాదో నాకే తెలుసు, ఎవరికి తెలియదు. అందుకని నేను కంపెనీకి చెప్పాలి ఐఎమ్ క్వాలిఫైడ్, ఐఎమ్ నాట్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎనీ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్. నన్ను మీరు ధైర్యంగా అపాయింట్ చేసుకోండి. మీరు అపాయింట్ చేసుకున్నా సరే, ఐ విల్ నాట్ ఎక్సీడ్ ద సీలింగ్ లిమిట్స్ స్పెసిఫైడ్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 3 క్లాస్ G ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్. ఈ అపాయింట్మెంట్ తో కలిపి కూడా నా టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిట్స్ ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి? 20 ఆర్ లెస్ దాన్ 20 ఉంటాయి. ఇట్ విల్ నాట్ బి మోర్ దాన్ 20. మీకేం భయం లేదు. Please appoint me. Even after this appointment, the term will be well within the limit specified under section 139 subsection 2. నాది పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్. ఇంతమంది నన్ను ఒక్కసారి అపాయింట్ చేశారు, ఇంకోసారి చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇంకోసారి చేసినా కూడా ఇట్ విల్ బి వెల్ విత్ ఇన్ ద టర్మ్ స్పెసిఫైడ్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 139 subsection 2. So what the auditor is saying, he is not violating section 141, he is not violating ceiling on number of audits, he is not violating section 139 subsection 2. అర్థమవుతుందా? In that certificate, the auditor should also mention that there are no cases or proceedings pending against me or our firm before any court or before CA institute. CA institute ముందర కానీ, కోర్టులో కానీ, నాకు ఎగనెస్ట్ గా కానీ, నా పార్ట్నర్స్ కి ఎగనెస్ట్ గా కానీ, నా ఫర్మ్ కి ఎగనెస్ట్ గా కానీ ఏ ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ పెండింగ్ లో లేవు అనే విషయాన్ని చెప్పాలి. ఒకవేళ if some proceedings are pending before any court or before ICAI against you or your partner or your firm, the fact may be specified by the auditor. చెప్పటంలో తప్పేమీ లేదు. ఉంటే ఉన్నాయని, లేకపోతే లేవని కూడా మెన్షన్ చేయాలి. దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ది అదర్ కండిషన్స్ దట్ ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి కంప్లైడ్ విత్ బిఫోర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 1. అదుగో other conditions. Before appointment of the auditor, the company should obtain a written consent and a written certificate from the auditor. 4 points are required to be reported by the auditor or included by the auditor under the heading written certificate, that he is qualified and is not disqualified, that even the appointment is made, it will be well within the limits, ceiling limits specified under section 141 subsection 3 class G. Even if he is appointed as an auditor, it will be well within the terms specified under section 139 subsection 2. There are no proceedings pending against the auditor or audit firm before court or ICAI. If there are some cases pending, the same shall have to be intimated by the auditor. This is about section 139 subsection 2 and subsection 1. 1 కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయింది, 2 కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయింది. మీరు టకటక వెళ్ళరండి, 5 కల్లా వచ్చేసేయండి, ఏమనుకోకండి. తొందరగా వెళ్ళి వచ్చేయండి, ఏముంది, పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. 5 కల్లా వచ్చేయండి, 6 దాకా చెప్పుకుందాం, వెళ్ళిపోదాం. ఇప్పుడు 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 8 చెప్పుకుందాం, పిల్ల సెక్షన్. దాని పేరు ఏంటంటే, ఎట్లాగో క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ అనే మాట అన్నా కదా, ఓ ఫ్లో చార్ట్ చూపించేసారంటే ఒక దెబ్బతో అయిపోతుంది అది. క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. వాట్ ఈస్ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ చెప్పండి? క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ అనే మాట ఎప్పుడు వచ్చింది? 141 సబ్సెక్షన్ 4లో వచ్చింది. అప్పట్లో ఏం చెప్పా? డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్ టు ద ఆడిటర్ మే అక్కర్ ఆర్ మే అరైజ్ ఎట్ ఎనీ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. ఇట్ మే బి ఎయిదర్ బిఫోర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆర్ ఆఫ్టర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్. If disqualification occurs after appointment auditor cannot continue in his office. He has to vacate his office, and hence there will arise a vacancy in the office of the auditor called as casual vacancy. Ante when there is a casual vacancy, there is no auditor to the company. అసలు క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? వై క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ మే అరైజ్ ఇన్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్? దెర్ ఆర్ 4 reasons ఫర్ విచ్ దేర్ మే అరైజ్ ఎ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ ఇన్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్. ద ఫస్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ డెత్, ద సెకండ్ వన్ ఈజ్ disqualification, the third one is dissolution of the firm of auditors, and the fourth one is resignation. Because of these 4 reasons, sometimes there may arise a vacancy in the office of the auditor called as casual vacancy. మనం ఒక ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేసాం, వాడు ఆడిట్ మొదలు పెట్టాడు, ఓ రోజు ఫ్లైట్ యాక్సిడెంట్లో పోయాడు, పైనుంచి పైకే వెళ్ళిపోయాడు. అపాయింట్ చేసిన ఆడిటర్ రెడీ లేడు, పోయాడు. దెర్ ఇస్ నో ఆడిటర్ టు ద కంపెనీ, అండ్ హెన్స్ దెర్ అరైజెస్ ఎ వేకెన్సీ ఇన్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ కాల్డ్ యాస్ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. అలాగే డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్, పైన వెతకండి ఇంకా దొరకడు వాడు. తర్వాత డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్, ఎవరినో నిన్న ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశా, అపాయింట్ చేసే ముందర యు ఆర్ నాట్ అట్రాక్టెడ్ విత్ ఎనీ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్. ఆఫ్టర్ యువర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ యూ గెట్ అట్రాక్టెడ్ విత్ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్. ఇన్ సచ్ ఎ కేస్ యూ నీడ్ టు వికెట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్ ఇమీడియట్లీ, అండ్ హెన్స్ దెర్ అరైజ్ ఎ వేకెన్సీ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. డిసల్యూషన్, వీళ్ళిద్దరు మంచి ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఇద్దరు ఒకేసారి CA పాస్ అయ్యారు, ఇద్దరు పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫోమ్ పెట్టారు, ఓ 1000 రూపాయలు వస్తే తలో 500 తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు నేను కంపెనీ, నేను వీళ్ళ ఫోమ్ని ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశా అట్ ఎ రెమ్యూనరేషన్ ఆఫ్ 1 crore rupees. ఈవిడ అంటుంది, ఆయన నాకు తెలిసిన ఆయన, అందుకే అపాయింట్ చేశాడు, కాబట్టి 1 crore 50% నాకు 50 lakhs, మిగతా 50 lakhs ఇద్దరం హాఫ్ తీసుకుందాం అంది ఆవిడ. ఏమందమ్మా? 50 ఆవిడ తీసుకుంటుందట, మిగతా 50 మళ్ళీ మీ ఇద్దరు హాఫ్ తీసుకో. పెచ్చగా ఉందా నీకేమన్నా అంది ఈవిడ. నీకు పెచ్చగా ఉందా అంది ఆవిడ. కాసేపు అప్పటికి వీళ్ళిద్దరు పెద్దగా తిట్టుకుంటున్నారు. ఇంకాసేపు అప్పటికి ఒకళ్ళు జుట్టు ఒకళ్ళు పట్టుకున్నారు. ఇంకాసేపు అప్పటిపా నీ మొహం నాకు చూపించకంటే నీ మొహమే నాకు చూపించపా అన్నారు. ఇవి డిట్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది, ఇవి డిట్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది. ఏది ఫర్మ్, ఏది డిసాల్వ్డ్. ఇదే మాట నేను 141లో చెప్పా. Yadi, when a firm is appointed as an auditor, it will be appointed in the name of the firm and not in the name of the individual partners. This has been appointed as a firm. Now the firm gets dissolved. When the firm gets dissolved, there is no auditor to the company, and hence there arises a vacancy in the office of the auditor called as casual vacancy. Yadi ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, casual vacancy ఎందుకు arise అవుతుంది? డెత్ వల్ల కానీ, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్ వల్ల కానీ, డిసల్యూషన్ వల్ల కానీ, రిజిగ్నేషన్. దీన్ని చెప్పక్కర్లా, మిమ్మల్ని కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు. ఫస్ట్ ఎంట్రీ క్యాష్ అకౌంట్ డెటార్ టు స్టేషనరీ అని ఉంది. ఇదేంట్రా బాబు, జీవితంలో ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు ఇట్టంటే ఎంట్రీ అనుకుని, సరే కింద చూస్తే నేరేషన్ బీయింగ్ స్టేషనరీ ఐటమ్స్ పర్చేజ్డ్ అని ఉంది. పొరపాటున ఏదో రాసి ఉంటారులే అని చెప్పి స్టేషనరీ టు క్యాష్ అని మార్చారు. కిందకు వచ్చేప్పటికి క్యాష్ అకౌంట్ డెటార్ టు బ్యాంక్ అని ఉంది. అప్పుడు అనుకున్నారు కాంట్రా ఎంట్రీ, ప్రాబబ్లీ సమ్ క్యాష్ వుడ్ హ్యావ్ బిన్ విత్డ్రాన్ అనుకున్నారు. కిందకు వస్తే క్యాష్ డిపాజిటెడ్ ఇంటూ బ్యాంక్ అని ఉంది. ఏమ్మా, ఒక 4 ఎంట్రీలు చదివేపటికి మీకు భయం వేస్తుంది. మనకు వచ్చింది పోయేట్టుందిరా బాబు, అరే బాబు నీకు నీ కంపెనీకి వద్దాడో, నేను నీ కంపెనీకి ఇంకా ఆడిటర్గా కంటిన్యూ అవ్వలేనని చెప్పి యూ హ్యావ్ రిజైన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ది ఆడిటర్. నౌ దెర్ ఇస్ నో ఆడిటర్ టు ద కంపెనీ, సో దెర్ అరైజెస్ ఎ వేకెన్సీ ఇన్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ కాల్డ్ as casual vacancy. So casual vacancy in the office of the auditor may arise because of death, disqualification, dissolution or resignation of the auditor. Now how to fill that casual vacancy? You cannot keep the vacancy as it is. You need to fill up the vacancy with some other person. How to fill that casual vacancy? Provisions relating to filling casual vacancy were mentioned in section 139 subsection 8 of the Companies Act. 139 subsection 8 లో ఒక casual vacancy వస్తే దాన్ని ఎలా ఫిల్ చేయాలో చెప్పాడు. అపాయింట్మెంట్ లాగానే ఇక్కడ కూడా డివైడ్ చేశారమ్మా. అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్ ఎలా డివైడ్ చేసాం? ఫర్ ద సేక్ ఆఫ్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ డివైడెడ్ బ్రాడ్లీ ఇంటూ 2 categories. The first one is government companies, the second one is other than government companies. Similar to that, even in case of filling of casual vacancy, companies can be classified broadly into 2 categories. The first one is government companies, the second one is other than government companies. Now let us have a discussion about how to fill a casual vacancy in case of a government company. ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీలో క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ అరైజ్ అయితే ఎవరు ఫిల్ చేయాలి? గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీకి అన్నిటికీ మెయిన్ వాడు ఎవడు? కంట్రోలర్ అండ్ ఆడిటర్ జనరల్. Therefore C&AG is made responsible to fill the casual vacancy within 30 days from the date of occurrence of such vacancy. వేకెన్సీ ఎప్పుడు వచ్చిందో అప్పటి నుంచి 30 రోజుల లోపల C&AG ఆ వేకెన్సీని ఫిల్ చేయాలి. Some other auditor should be appointed in place of the auditor who had vacated from his office by C&AG within 30 days from the date of occurrence of such vacancy. If at all C&AG fails to appoint the auditor to fill the casual vacancy, then the board of directors of the company are made responsible to fill the vacancy within next 30 days. Board fail అయితే కుదరదు, ఎవరో ఒకళ్ళు చేయాల్సిందే. అయితే డాష్ లేతే డాష్. అయితే సిఎండ్ఏజీ లేకపోతే బోర్డ్ ఇద్దరికి ఎన్ని రోజులు టైం ఇచ్చారమ్మా? వాడికేమో 30 days ఫ్రమ్ ద డేట్ ఆఫ్ అకరెన్స్, వీడికేమో నెక్స్ట్ 30 days. In this case, the vacancy could have arisen because of any reason. It may be either due to death, disqualification, dissolution, resignation, etc. కారణం ఏదైనా సరే క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ వస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ కేసులో such a vacancy shall have to be filled up by C&AG within 30 days from the date of occurrence, if not by board of directors within next 30 days. అయిపోయింది. మరి అదర్ దెన్ గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ కేసులో హౌ టు ఫిల్ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ, దట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ డివైడెడ్ ఫర్దర్ ఇంటూ 2 broad categories. The first one is casual vacancy arising out of death, disqualification, dissolution. The second one is casual vacancy arising out of resignation. Death, disqualification, dissolution వల్ల అరైజ్ అయ్యే క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీని అయితే ఒక రకంగా ఫిల్ చేయాలి, రిజిగ్నేషన్ వల్ల అరైజ్ అయిన క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీని అయితే ఒక రకంగా ఫిల్ చేయాలి. డెత్, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్, డిసల్యూషన్ వల్ల అరైజ్ అయిన క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీని ఎలా ఫిల్ చేయాలి, ఎవరు ఫిల్ చేయాలి? బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్. ఎప్పటి లోపల? విత్ ఇన్ 30 days ఫ్రమ్ ద డేట్ ఆఫ్ అకరెన్స్. అదే రిజిగ్నేషన్ వల్ల అరైజ్ అయిన క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ అయితే బోర్డ్ హ్యాడ్ టు రికమెండ్ ఫర్ ద అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ auditor to fill the casual vacancy, and the shareholders of the company had to approve it through passing a resolution in an extraordinary general meeting, and that approval shall be given within a period of 3 months. Within a period of 3 months from the date of recommendation made by the board of directors. అంటే బోర్డుకి అపాయింట్ చేసే అథారిటీ లేదు, ఓన్లీ రికమెండ్ చేసే అథారిటీ ఉంది. రికమెండ్ చేసిన దాన్ని ఎవరు అప్రూవ్ చేయాలి? షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. అంటే ఆడిటర్ని ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు అపాయింట్ చేస్తున్నారు? బోర్డు అపాయింట్ చేస్తుందా? షేర్ హోల్డర్లు అపాయింట్ చేస్తున్నారా? ఏ షేర్ హోల్డర్లకు ఎందుకు ఇచ్చారు అథారిటీ? బికాస్ ద ఆడిటర్ హ్యాస్ రిజైన్డ్. There may be some compelling reasons why the auditor had resigned from his office. Shareholders of the company should know the reasons why the auditor had resigned from his office. Therefore, in case of resignation, shareholders' involvement should be there. వచ్చే డబ్బులు ఎవడన్నా వదులుకుంటాడమ్మా? వచ్చే డబ్బులు వదులుకుని ఎవడన్నా రిజైన్ చేస్తాడా? రిజైన్ చేసే అంతటి దారుణమైన పరిస్థితులు ఆడిటర్కి ఏమున్నాయి అనేది షేర్ హోల్డర్లు తెలుసుకోవాలి. అందుకని రెసిగ్నేషన్ అప్పుడు ఎవరిని ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేశారు? షేర్ హోల్డర్ని ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేశారు. అదే డెత్, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్, డిసల్యూషన్ అయితే there is no involvement of shareholders. Vacancy will be filled up directly by the board of directors. ఇక్కడ అన్నిటికన్నా ముఖ్యమైన పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే, నన్ను ఫస్ట్ ఏజిఎంలో అపాయింట్ చేశారు. I held office till second AGM. In between second and third AGM, I get attracted with disqualification. In between second and third AGM, I get attracted with disqualification. Therefore, I vacated my office. In my place, you have been appointed as an auditor. First to second ఉన్నా నేను, సెకండ్ టు థర్డ్ మధ్యలో డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్ వచ్చింది నాకు, నేను బయటకు వెళ్ళిపోయా. ఇప్పుడు నా ప్లేస్లో ఈవిడ ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు. ఈవిడ అడ్డదడ్డంగా వాదించడం మొదలుపెట్టింది. అది కరెక్టా కాదో మీరు చెప్పాలి. హ్యాడ్ ద ప్రీవియస్ ఆడిటర్ ఈస్ దేర్, హీ వుడ్ హ్యావ్ కంటిన్యూడ్ హిస్ ఆఫీస్ టిల్ 6th annual general meeting. Since I have been appointed in his place, I will continue to be the auditor of this company till the conclusion of the 6th annual general meeting. That is her contention. Do you agree with her contention? అసలు ఆవిడ కంటెన్షన్ ఏంటో మీకు అర్థమైందే? నేను ఎవరి ప్లేస్లో అపాయింట్ అయ్యా? ఈయన ప్లేస్లో అపాయింట్ అయ్యా. ఆయన ఉండుంటే ఎప్పటిదాకా ఉండేవాడు? 6th AGM దాకా ఉన్నాడుగా. ఆయన ప్లేస్లో నన్ను అపాయింట్ చేశారు కాబట్టి నేను కూడా కుదరదు. The auditor appointed in a casual vacancy shall hold office only till the conclusion of the next day. అదో టెంపరీగా అపాయింట్ చేశారు అంతే నిన్ను, అంతేగాని నువ్వు పర్మనెంట్ అయిపోతానంటే కుదరదు. నెక్స్ట్ ఏజిఎం దాకా మాత్రమే నువ్వు ఆడిటర్గా ఉంటావు. దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ 139 subsection 8. ఒకసారి చదవండి. ఫిల్లింగ్ క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ అరైజింగ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ డెత్, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్, డిసల్యూషన్, రెసిగ్నేషన్. ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ ఎ గవర్నమెంట్ కంపెనీ, C&AG has to fill the vacancy within 30 days from the date of occurrence of such vacancy. If the C&AG fails, then the board of directors had to appoint the auditor within next 30 days. In case of companies other than government companies, if vacancy is due to death, disqualification or dissolution, board has to fill up the vacancy within 30 days from the date of occurrence. If it is due to resignation, the board of directors of the company had to, within 30 days, the board of directors had to recommend for the appointment of the auditor. The auditor so recommended by the board of directors shall have to be approved by the shareholders within 3 months of recommendation. Tenure of office, tenure of office ఏంటంటే only till the conclusion of the next annual general meeting. He will not hold the office of the auditor till the conclusion of the 6th annual general meeting. This is all about dash. Casual vacancy section. రామాయణం అంతమైన రాముడికి సీత ఏమవుతుంది అన్నట్టు మీలంటే క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. అమ్మా వైఫ్ కళ్ళు తెరిపించాయా? క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. నౌ దీంట్లో రిజిగ్నేషన్ అనే మాట వచ్చింది కదా, ఎట్టాగో రిజిగ్నేషన్ అనే మాట వచ్చింది కాబట్టి దాని సంగతి తేల్చేద్దాం. దేని సంగతి? రిజిగ్నేషన్. మనం మాట్లాడుకుంది ఇందాక క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీ. క్యాజువల్ వేకెన్సీలో డెత్ వల్ల కానీ, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్ వల్ల కానీ, డిజల్యూషన్ వల్ల కానీ, రిజిగ్నేషన్ వల్ల కానీ అన్నారు కదా. రిజిగ్నేషన్ గురించి ఎక్కడ చెప్పారంటే సెక్షన్ 140లో చెప్పారు. 140 ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ 4 subsections. 140 subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 3 and subsection 4. 2 and 3 deals with resignation and 1 and 4 deals with removal. ఏంటి, ఒకే సెక్షన్లో ఆడిటర్ని రిమూవ్ చేయటం గురించి చెప్పారు, ఆడిటర్ రిజైన్ చేయటం గురించి చెప్పారు. మొత్తం ఎన్ని సబ్సెక్షన్లు? 140 subsection 1, 2, 3 and 4. 2 and 3 deals with resignation, 1 and 4 deals with removal. ఎలాగో రిజిగ్నేషన్ అనే మాట అనుకున్నాం కాబట్టి 2, 3 చెప్పేస్తానమ్మా. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ 140 subsection 2 deals with resignation. If those provisions that were mentioned in section 140 subsection 2 are not followed, then the company is penalized, then the auditor is penalized under section 140 subsection 3. మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నా, మీరు ఆడిటరా? అవునానండి. మీరు రిజైన్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారా? అయితే మీరు డాష్ ఫాలో అవ్వాలి, 140 subsection 2 ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. అవ్వకపోతే అనండి, అవ్వకపోతే you will get penalized under section 140 subsection 3. కాబట్టి provisions relating to resignation of the auditor were contained in dash section 140 subsection 2, where the auditor resigns from his office. Where the auditor resigns from his office, it is the responsibility of the auditor. It is the responsibility of the auditor to intimate about his resignation, just like a company. మీకు గుర్తుందో లేదో, కంపెనీ వాడు మన అపాయింట్ చేసినప్పుడు విత్ ఇన్ 15 days ఫ్రమ్ ద డేట్ ఆఫ్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ద కంపెనీ ఇస్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు ఇంటిమేట్ అబౌట్ ద అపాయింట్మెంట్ టు ద అపాయింటెడ్ ఆడిటర్. ద కంపెనీ షల్ ఆల్సో నోటిఫై ద సేమ్ టు ద రిజిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ త్రూ ఫైలింగ్ ఎ ఫార్మ్ కాల్డ్ as ADT 1. Similar to that, if you resign from your office, you need to intimate about your resignation not only to the company but also to the register of companies. But some more time has been given to the auditor. For company it is only 15 days, for the auditor it is 30 days. అంటే మీరు ఏ రోజైతే రిజైన్ చేశారో ఆ రోజు నుంచి 30 days లోపల, ఒరే బాబు నీకు నీ కంపెనీకి దండం, నేను రిజైన్ చేశాను అనే విషయాన్ని కంపెనీకి చెప్పాలి, ఆర్ఓసికి చెప్పాలి. ఫర్ దట్ యూ నీడ్ టు ఫైల్ ఎ ఫార్మ్ విత్ ఆర్ఓసి కాల్డ్ as ADT 3. కంపెనీ వాడు ఆర్ఓసికి ఇంటిమేట్ చేయడానికి ADT 1, ఆడిటర్ ఆర్ఓసికి ఇంటిమేట్ చేయడానికి ADT 3. ఐఎమ్ రిజైనింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఆఫీస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ కంపెనీ ఫర్ సో అండ్ సో రీజన్స్. ద రీజన్స్ వై యూ ఆర్ రిజైనింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఆఫీస్ షుడ్ ఆల్సో బి మెన్షన్డ్ in ADT 3. ఏ కాపీ ఆఫ్ ద సేమ్ ఈజ్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి ప్రొవైడెడ్ టు ది కంపెనీ. అయితే ఒకవేళ if at all you are the auditor of a government company, if at all you are the auditor of a government company, a copy of ADT 3 is also required to be provided to Comptroller and Auditor General. ఏదో ఒకసారి చదివేస్తున్నా అంతే, ఎందుకంటే చెప్పేసా. సెక్షన్ 140 subsection 2 resignation. If the auditor has resigned from the company, he shall file a statement in form number ADT 3 with the company and with register of companies within a period of 30 days from the date of resignation. Where the auditor of a government company resigned from his office, he has to file a copy of ADT 3 with C&AG also along with the company and with the register of companies. In such a statement, the auditor shall indicate the reasons and other facts with regard to the resignation. అయిపోయింది. ఏం చెప్పావా? ఏం చెప్పలా. యూ నీడ్ టు ఫైల్ ఎ ఫార్మ్ కాల్డ్ as ADT 3 with ROC. If you are an auditor of a government company, you need to file a copy of the same with C&AG also. That copy is required to be filed within 30 days from the date of your resignation. In that ADT 3, you need to mention the reasons why you have resigned from your office. If you fail to follow these requirements, you will get penalized under section 140 subsection 3. అయిపోయింది. This is 140 subsection 2 and 140 subsection 3. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చదువుకుందాం అంటే ఒక వెరైటీ సెక్షన్ చదువుకుందాం. దాని పేరు ఏంటంటే సెక్షన్ 143 subsection 8. ఏంటమ్మా? సెక్షన్ 143 subsection 8. టపటపా చెప్పేస్తా వినండి. సెక్షన్ ఇది వినంగానే మీరు మొహం ఎలా పెట్టాలంటే గుర్తొచ్చినారా పైన ఎప్పుడో చెప్పాడు అన్నట్టు పెట్టాలి. అది పెట్టండి. ఊరికే మొహం పెట్టమేగా పెట్టచ్చు. ఇందాక రైట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిటర్ చెప్పాడు, ఎప్పుడు చెప్పానమ్మా. ఇది 143 subsection 1 has given 2 rights, 146 has given 1 right, 143 subsection 8 has given another right. General right of lien is a general right given to the auditor అని చెప్పా. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఏం చెప్పబోతున్నా, ఏ సెక్షన్ చెప్పబోతున్నా? 143 subsection 8 of the Companies Act. Section 143 subsection 8 of the Companies Act deals with dash. Deals with branch audit. Branch audit. What is a branch? అసలు అద్భుతమైన భూతో నా భవిష్యత్ అలాంటి డెఫినేషన్ ఇచ్చారు బ్రాంచ్కి. జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి, మళ్ళీ జీవితంలో మీకు అర్థం కాదు. A branch can be defined as any establishment which is described as such by the company. ఏంటిది? A branch can be defined as any establishment which is described as such by the company. నేను దీన్ని చూపించేది నా బ్రాంచ్ అన్నాను అనుకో, ఇదే బ్రాంచ్ అంతే. అమ్మా, ఎనీ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్మెంట్ విచ్ ఇస్ నువ్వు కాదులేవు ఎనీ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్మెంట్ విచ్ ఇస్ డిస్క్రైబ్డ్ యాజ్ బ్రాంచ్ బై ద కంపెనీ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ బ్రాంచ్. అది నా బ్రాంచ్ అంటే అది నా బ్రాంచ్ అంతే. అండ్ ఫర్ ద సేక్ ఆఫ్ అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, branches of a company can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is Indian branch. The second one is foreign branch. Indian branch can also be called as inland branch. The other one is a foreign branch. Who can be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch and who can be appointed as the auditor of a foreign branch? Either ఈ మాట వినంగానే మీరు ఈ అనాలి, విన్న తర్వాత అదే మరి తొందరపడి ఎందుకన్నారో చెప్పాలి, అడుగుతా. Who can be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch? Two options are given. Either the statutory auditor of the company can also be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch, or some other chartered accountant in practice can be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch. ఎందుకన్నారు? ఇందాక రైట్ చెప్పేటప్పుడు చెప్పావు కదా, ఎక్స్ అనే ఆడిటర్ ఉన్నాడు, వాడినే హెడ్ ఆఫీస్కి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు, వాడినే బ్రాంచ్కి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు. ఆప్షన్ నెంబర్ 1. ఎక్స్ నేమో హెడ్ ఆఫీస్కి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు, వై అనే ఇంకో చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ బ్రాంచ్కి ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేశారు. అది ఆప్షన్ నెంబర్ 2 అయిపోయింది. ఏది మీరు అనండి వెంట ఈ కాదు అంటాం ఈసారి. హూ కెన్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ అన్ ఇండియన్ బ్రాంచ్? ఎయిదర్ ద head office auditor can also be appointed as the branch auditor, or any other chartered accountant in practice in India can be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch. Then who can be appointed as the auditor of a foreign branch? Foreign branch కి auditor గా ఎవరిని అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చు? వీళ్ళిద్దరిలో ఎవరో ఒకళ్ళని చేయొచ్చు, or a person who is qualified to be appointed as the auditor of the company under the laws and regulations of that other country can also be appointed as the auditor of the foreign branch. దీనికి ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. X Limited is a company which is an Indian company. It is having a branch in USA. Now there are 3 options available for X Limited in respect of appointment of auditor of branch at USA. Option number 1, the statutory auditor of the company can also be appointed as the branch auditor branch located at USA, or any other chartered accountant in practice in India can be appointed as the auditor of branch located at USA. In these 2 cases it becomes very difficult because these are stationed in India whereas the branch is located in a foreign country. These persons are made responsible for carrying out audit of a foreign branch. They need to travel across the they need to travel to USA to carry out the audit. It is time consuming and costly as well. అందుకని ఆ టైం తగ్గించుకోవాలన్నా, కాస్ట్ తగ్గించుకోవాలన్నా ఇంకో ఆప్షన్ ఇచ్చారు. ఏంటో తెలుసా? Any other person who is eligible to be appointed as the auditor of a company under the laws and regulations of that other country where the branch is located can be appointed. What is the area in which branch is located? USA. As per US laws, a certified public accountant a certified public accountant can be appointed as the auditor of a company located in USA. Simply speaking, a local auditor. What is that? A local auditor. That means a certified public accountant who is holding a valid certificate of practice in USA can be appointed as the branch located in USA, so that there is no need to travel by these persons from India to a foreign country for conducting the audit. So ఇది all about who can be appointed as the auditor of an Indian branch and who can be appointed as the auditor of a foreign branch. Now, who should appoint the branch auditor? Branch auditor ని ఎవరు అపాయింట్ చేయాలి? Always the right of appointing the auditor will be in the hands of shareholders. However, shareholders can delegate in respect of branch audit only. In respect of appointment of statutory auditors, shareholders had to exercise their power. They cannot delegate their authority. But in case of appointment of branch auditors may be done either by the shareholders or they can delegate their power of appointing the auditors to the board of directors. In that case, board of directors of the company can also appoint the branch auditors. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, who can appoint the branch auditors? Generally, shareholders of the company are required to appoint the branch auditors. However, they can delegate the power of appointing branch auditor to the board of directors. In such case, board of directors of the company had the authority to appoint the branch auditors. Now, what are the rights of the branch auditor and what are the duties of the branch auditor? The rights that are enjoyed by the company's auditor will also be enjoyed by the branch auditor. What are the rights that are enjoyed by the company auditor? Under section 143 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, two rights have been enjoyed by the statutory auditor. The first one is right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records. The second one is right to obtain information and explanations. These two rights are also enjoyed by the branch auditor, and these rights can be enjoyed by the branch auditor in relation to the branch. In other words, if you were appointed as the auditor of the branch auditor, you can have a right of access to books, vouchers and other relevant records maintained at the branch level. You can obtain information and explanations either from the branch or from any officer of the branch. Remember, branch auditor will always have a natural right to visit the branch. That is not required to be specifically mentioned. ప్రత్యేకంగా మెన్షన్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఇంకో పాయింట్ ఆల్రెడీ చేశా. Although you are appointed as the branch auditor, statutory auditor of the company will always have a నేను మాట్లాడుతుంది అర్థమవుతుందా? Although you were appointed as the branch auditor, statutory auditor of the company will always have a right to visit the branch, right to verify the books and other related records maintained therein, or they can call for the books and other related records to the company, and sitting at head office they can verify the same. This is the right given to the statutory auditor, although some other person has already been appointed as the branch auditor. So rights of the statutory auditor and rights of the branch auditor are exactly comparable. Similar to that, branch auditor is having the same duties as that of the statutory auditor. Branch auditor shall have the same duties as that of the statutory auditor. What are the duties of the statutory auditor? Statutory auditor is required to inquire into 6 matters under section 143 subsection 1. Statutory auditor is required to inquire into 21 matters under section 143 subsection 11, that is CARO. Statutory auditor is required to make a report under section 143 subsection 12, fraud. These are the duties which are made applicable not only to the statutory auditor but also to the branch auditor. That means if you were appointed as the branch auditor, while conducting audit of the branch, you are supposed to inquire into 6 aspects under section 143 subsection 1. If CARA is made applicable to the company, you are required to verify all 21 points that were mentioned under CARO, and if you observe any fraud while you are carrying out audit, you are supposed to carry out your responsibilities under section 143 subsection 12. Simply speaking, the duties of the statutory auditor and duties of the branch auditor are also very much similar to one another, excepting one. ఏంటంటే అది branch auditor is required to address his report as well as is also required to submit his report to the company's statutory auditor. Branch auditor is required to address the report, is also required to submit the report to the company's statutory auditor. There ends the duty of the branch auditor. Branch auditor is not supposed to make a report to the shareholders. There is no direct link between branch auditor and the shareholders. That is the reason why I am insisting that branch auditor had to address the report as well as to submit the report to the statutory auditor. Then what is the responsibility of the statutory auditor? Statutory auditor is required to consolidate. Statutory auditor is required to consolidate all the reports received from different branches. Then they have to prepare a final report. That final report prepared by the statutory auditor shall be addressed to the shareholders. And shall be submitted to the company secretary, who in turn will circulate copies of the auditor's report to all the shareholders. So, branch auditor will address his report to the statutory auditor, whereas statutory auditor will address his report to the shareholders. So, who is making a report to the shareholders? Statutory auditor is making a report to the shareholders. Whose liability is more? That is the reason why, although a branch auditor is appointed, if there is a doubt to the statutory auditor can certainly visit because his liability is more when compared with the branch auditor, because he is communicating the opinion to the shareholders. Statutory auditor has been given a right to visit the branch, although some other person has already been appointed as the auditor of the branch. నా మాట మీకు అర్థమైందా? అయిపోయింది. తర్వాత ఇంకొక పాయింటే ఉంది, దాంతో 143 subsection 8 కూడా కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది. Sometimes the branch auditor would have given a qualified report. before explaining the term qualified report, I want to explain you the types of auditor's report. As already said to you, audit report is nothing but an end product of audit. Audit report contains the opinion of the auditor. Through audit report, auditor will express his opinion. The audit report are types of opinion that the auditor can express can be classified broadly into 4 categories. The first one is clean report. The second one is qualified report. The third one is adverse report, otherwise called as negative report. And the fourth one is disclaimer of opinion. This is a general explanation, and I will give specific explanation under SA 700 and SA 705. Reports of the auditors can be classified broadly into 4 categories: clean, qualified, adverse, and disclaimer of opinion. When the auditor satisfies that the financial statements are free, when the auditor satisfies that the financial statements are free from material misstatements. దీనికోసమే మెటీరియల్ అంటే ఏంటో చించుకున్నా, మిస్స్టేట్మెంట్ అంటే ఏంటో చించుకున్నా. When the auditor satisfies or concludes that the financial statements are free, not from misstatements. Financial statements are not free from misstatements. They are free from material misstatements. Financial statements could contain some mistakes, could contain some misstatements, but they are not material. So now you have satisfied that financial statements are free from material misstatements. In that case, you need to issue a clean report. When you give a clean report, you said that you are saying to the shareholders that the financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view. Then what is a qualified report? The auditor finds some material misstatements in the financial statements. There are some material misstatements in the previous case. There are no material misstatements. There are misstatements, but they are not material. Now there are some material misstatements. Fortunately, those material misstatements are not pervasive. What is meant by pervasive? They are not as a whole to the financial statements. They are limited or restricted to a particular area. అర్థమవుతుందమ్మా? మొత్తం జుట్టంతా పోయిందనుకో పర్వేసివ్, ఇక్కడ కాస్త పోయిందనుకో దే ఆర్ లిమిటెడ్ టు ఏ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా. నా మాట మీకు ఏమన్నా అర్థమైందా? ఆ ఒక్క ఏరియా తప్ప మిగతా అదంతా ఓకే అని అనుకుంటే అంటే దెర్ ఆర్ సమ్ మెటీరియల్ మిస్స్టేట్మెంట్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ నాట్ పర్వేసివ్. They are limited to a particular area, accepting that everything is good. In that case, the auditor can express an opinion that financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view, accepting this and chepte, that is called as a dash report, qualified report. Then what is adverse report or negative report? The auditor finds material misstatements in the financial statements and they are also pervasive in nature. Pervasive ante ikkada akada ledu, akkada padite akkade, overall to the financial statements. Indu galadu andaledu ani sandeham ledu, hari endendu vetikina andande galadu annattu ekkada chuste akkade tappulu unnai. Emma alantappudu adi edi tappu leni place ledu, everywhere there is a mistake or misstatement. In that case, the financial statements will never reflect a true and fair view. When the auditor concludes that because of the existence of these material misstatements which are pervasive in nature as a whole to the financial state, which is pervasive or as a whole to the financial statements will not reflect a true and fair view. In that case, you have to issue an adverse report or negative report. When the auditor is unable to form an opinion for various reasons that will be explained in SA 705, he need to disclaim an opinion. That means you are not expressing any opinion. You are expressing your inability to express an opinion. You are expressing an inability to express an opinion. Avala kaadu babu nenem cheppalenu, idu baagundo cheppalepothuna, baagundledo cheppalepothuna ante that is called as a disclaimer of opinion. ఈ 4 రకాల రిపోర్ట్లు మర్చిపోకుండా ఉంటాను. మీ జీవితంలో ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా, జాగ్రత్తగా వినండి. పెళ్లి చూపులు జరుగుతున్నాయి. పిల్లాడి గురించి పిల్లకి చెప్తున్నారు. రోజులు మారిపోయినాయి. పిల్లాడు చాలా మంచోడు, చాలా బుద్ధిమంతుడు, మంచి ఆస్తిపరుడు, బాగా చదువుకున్నాడు, మంచి ఉద్యోగం చేస్తున్నాడు, మంచి జీతం వస్తుంది, ఒక్క బ్యాడ్ హ్యాబిట్ కూడా లేదు. ఇప్పుడు పిల్లాడి మీద మీ అభిప్రాయం చెప్పండి. వీ వాంట్ బ్యాడ్ బాయ్స్ అంటే నేనేం చేయలేను, కానీ మామూలుగా అయితే పిల్లాడు పాపం చక్కగా అన్ని మంచి లక్షణాలే కదమ్మా వాడికి, కాబట్టి క్లీన్, ఒక్క తప్పు కూడా లేదు. పిల్లాడు ఇవన్నీ చేస్తాడు, కానీ వాడి పుట్టినరోజు రోజున ఒక ప్యాకెట్ సిగరెట్ తాగుతాడు. ఓ ప్యాకెట్ అంతా తాగేస్తాడు పుట్టినరోజు రోజున, సంవత్సరానికి ఒకసారి, మిగతా రోజుల్లో ముట్టుకోడు. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి, పిల్లాడు మంచోడే కదా, ఆ ఒకటి వదిలేస్తే మంచోడే, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ క్వాలిఫైడ్. పిల్లాడికి పెద్ద ఏం చెడు అలవాట్లు, ఎప్పుడన్నా సిగరెట్ తాగుతాడు, సిగరెట్ కూడా ఎప్పుడు పడితే అప్పుడు కాదు, ఎప్పుడన్నా డ్రింక్ చేసినప్పుడు తాగుతాడు, అది కూడా ఎప్పుడు పడితే అప్పుడు చెడు, హార్స్ రేసులకు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఏదో, లేకపోతే ప్యాకెట్ ఆడేప్పుడు. పిల్లాడు సకల గుణాభి రాముడు, అప్పుడు వాడిని యాడ్వర్స్ రిపోర్ట్ ఆర్ నెగిటివ్ రిపోర్ట్. పిల్లాడు చూడటానికి బాగానే ఉన్నాడు కానీ ఏదో తేడా ఉంది, బాగున్నాడో చెప్పలేకపోతున్నాం, బాగుండలేదో చెప్పలేకపోతే. ఇప్పుడు తేడా అనగానే మీరు పక్కన వాళ్ళని చూపించకర్లా, ఆడు కూడా మిమ్మల్ని చూపిస్తాడు. దాన్ని డిస్క్లైమర్ ఆఫ్ ఒపీనియన్ అంటారు. ఇది అబౌట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్ రిపోర్ట్స్. ద లాస్ట్ 3 types ఆఫ్ రిపోర్ట్స్ ఆర్ టెక్నికల్లీ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ మోడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్స్. ఏమంటారమ్మా? లాస్ట్ 3 types ఆఫ్ రిపోర్ట్స్ మనం మాట్లాడుకుందాం. బయట నేను టైం వెయిట్ చేస్తా, కావాలి చాలా మాట్లాడగలను మీకన్నా, ఎందుకంటే మీ ఊహాలన్నీ నా నిజాలు. సో దీన్ని ఈ మూడింటిని ఏమంటారు? మోడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్ అంటారు. అది మోడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్ కాబట్టి దీన్ని టెక్నికల్గా ఏమంటారంటే అన్మోడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్ అంటారు. ఇదేమో మాడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్టు, ఇదేమో అన్మాడిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్. ఇవన్నీ మీకు SA 700, SA 705 తర్వాత వస్తాయి. ఏదో ఊరికే రిపోర్ట్ అనే మాట వచ్చింది కదా, ఒకసారి చెప్దామని చెప్పాను అంతే. ఇది అబౌట్ సెక్షన్. ఇదంతా ఎందుకు చెప్పాల్సి వచ్చిందంటే, బ్రాంచ్ ఆడిటర్ హ్యాస్ గివెన్ ఎ క్వాలిఫైడ్ రిపోర్ట్. Now, is it necessary for the statutory auditor to include such qualified remarks made by the branch auditor in his final report? Branch auditor ఆయన రిపోర్ట్ లో ఇచ్చిన రిమార్క్స్ ని స్టాట్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ ఫైనల్ రిపోర్ట్ లో కంపల్సరీగా ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయాలా అంటే, ఇట్ డిపెండ్స్. There is no compulsion that statutory auditor shall include all the qualified remarks in his final report. It all depends upon several factors like materiality of the item, like materiality of the item. Materiality of the item ante indake anna, items that are treated as material at branch level may not have been treated as material at head office level. For example, branch auditor said that out of a total purchase of 1 lakh rupees made at branch level, 10% of the purchase do not have supporting documentary evidences. Accepting this, branch accounts are reflecting a true and fair view. Evanadu branch auditor, total purchase made at branch is 1 lakh. 10% of the purchase do not have supporting documentary evidences. Accepting this, everything is good at branch level. This was the report given by the branch auditor. In the given case, it is said that the branch auditor has given a qualified report. Now the question is it necessary for the statutory auditor to consider such a qualified remark in his main report? There is no such necessity. Why? Because item that has been treated as material by the branch auditor may not be treated as material by the head office auditor. For example, total purchase made by the company are 100 crores, out of which 1 lakh purchase were made at branch level, remaining 99 lakh purchase were made at head office level. Head office auditor verified all the purchase with supporting documentary evidences. For every purchase, supporting documentary evidence is available. Now, what is the total amount of purchase as a whole? 100 crores. What is the amount for which supporting documentary evidences are not available? 10,000. 1 lakh లో 10,000 అంటే మెటీరియల్ ఏమో కానీ 100 crores 10,000 అంటే మెటీరియల్ కాదు. అంటే ఒకడికి మెటీరియల్ అనిపించింది, ఇంకోటికి మెటీరియల్ అనిపించకపోవచ్చు. అందుకే స్టాట్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ మే డ్రాప్ ద క్వాలిఫైడ్ రిమార్క్స్ మేడ్ బై ది బ్రాంచ్ ఆడిటర్ ఫ్రమ్ హిస్ ఫైనల్ రిపోర్ట్. అతి తొందరలో SA 600 కూడా చెప్పేసుకుందాం, ఎందుకంటే SA 600 డీల్స్ విత్ యూజింగ్ ద వర్క్ ఆఫ్ అదర్ ఆడిటర్. అదర్ ఆడిటర్ హియర్ ఇంప్లైజ్ ది బ్రాంచ్ ఆడిటర్. స్టాండర్డ్స్ మొదలు పెట్టంగానే ఇవి మొదలు పెట్టేస్తా, టకటక చిన్న స్టాండర్డ్లు కొట్టేస్తా. రైట్, ఇది అబౌట్ 143 సబ్సెక్షన్ 8. ఇంకా ఇప్పుడు ఒక 2-3 పిల్ల పాయింట్లు ఏమన్నా ఉంటే అవి లాగేయటానికి ట్రై చేస్తా. మీరు చెప్పమన్నది నేను చెప్పనమ్మా, నా ఇష్టం. సెక్షన్ 177 బాగా ఇంపార్టెంట్, అందుకని ఆడిట్ కమిటీ దాని గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. ఏమ్మా, మీకు అంతా తెలుసు, సర్వం వచ్చు. సెక్షన్ 177 ఆడిట్ కమిటీ. వాట్ ఈజ్ ఆడిట్ కమిటీ అండ్ what type of companies are under obligation to constitute an audit committee? The most important point that you need to understand is that all companies are not required to constitute an audit committee. Audit committee అనే దాన్ని ప్రతి కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు కన్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. Only some types of companies are under obligation to constitute an audit committee. What type of companies are required to constitute an audit committee? All listed companies are under obligation to constitute an audit committee. All listed public companies are under obligation to constitute an audit committee. మీరు గుర్తుందో లేదో, rotation of auditors lo kuda listed companies ki rotation is made applicable. Similarly, 177 establishment of audit committee is made mandatory for all listed entities, and this establishment of section 177 is also a requirement in case of some unlisted public companies. Sometimes some unlisted public companies are also under obligation to constitute an audit committee when such an unlisted company satisfies any one of the following conditions. Enta conditions ante, if the paid up, ivanni gurtupettukovatame ante. Enni పదుల సార్లు చెప్పాను, ఒక్కోసారి నాకు కూడా గుర్తుండవు, అందుకే రాసుకొచ్చా. నాకేం సిగ్గులేదు ఆ విషయం చెప్పడానికి. నాకు తెలియదంటే సిగ్గుపడాలి కానీ గుర్తులేదంటే సిగ్గెందుకమ్మా, సిగ్గేం అక్కర్లా. సో ఇఫ్ ద paid up capital of the company is 10 crores or more, if the paid up capital of such an unlisted company is 10 crores or more, or if the turnover of such an unlisted public company is 100 crores or more, or if the outstanding borrowings, loans, borrowings, deposits, debentures, ఏంటది, లోన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ బ్యాంక్స్, ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్, డిపాజిట్స్, డిబెంచర్స్, అన్ని రకాల బారోయింగ్స్ కలిపి 50 crores ఆర్ మోర్ యాజ్ పర్ లాస్ట్ ఆడిటెడ్ ఫైనాన్షియల్. అంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద కంపెనీలు దే ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు కన్స్టిట్యూట్ అన్ ఆడిట్ కమిటీ. హౌ డు యూ ఐడెంటిఫై వెదర్ కంపెనీ is a big company or not? Some criteria has been given. If you fit into that criteria, you are under obligation to constitute an audit committee. What is the criteria? If you are a listed company, irrespective of all these things, you must have to constitute an audit committee. In case of unlisted companies, if any one of the following three conditions are satisfied, they are required to constitute an audit committee. What are they? If the paid up capital of such an unlisted company is 10 crores or more, turnover is 100 crores or more, outstanding loans, borrowings, deposits and debentures is 50 crores or more as per last audited financial statement, such a company is required to constitute an audit committee. How many members should be there in the audit committee? A minimum of 3 members should be there in the audit committee. All the members of the audit committee should be directors. So some of the directors of the company shall be constituted as a committee. కంపెనీలో ఉన్న డైరెక్టర్లే కొంతమందిని ఒక కమిటీగా ఫామ్ చేయాలి. కాబట్టి మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ షల్ ఆల్వేస్ బి డైరెక్టర్స్. దేర్ షుడ్ బి మినిమం 3 డైరెక్టర్స్ యాజ్ మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ, అండ్ మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ మస్ట్ బి ఇండిపెండెంట్ డైరెక్టర్స్. ఏంటమ్మా, మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ షుడ్ బి ఇండిపెండెంట్ డైరెక్టర్స్. అంటే ముగ్గురు ఉన్నారు అనుకో కమిటీలో, మెజారిటీ అంటే ఇద్దరు, కనీసం ఆ ముగ్గురులో ఇద్దరున్న ఇండిపెండెంట్ డైరెక్టర్స్ ఉండాలి. ముఖ్యమైన పాయింట్, మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ ఇట్స్ చైర్ పర్సన్, మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ committee including its chairperson shall have an ability to read and to understand financial statements. ఎందుకో 2 నిమిషాల్లో మీకు అర్థం అవుతుంది. ఇది ఫస్ట్ 3 పాయింట్స్ పిల్ల పాయింట్లు చెప్పేయండి చూద్దాం. Audit committee shall be constituted with a minimum of 3 members. All the members of the audit committee must be directors, and majority of the members of the audit committee shall be independent directors. Majority of the members of the audit committee including its chairperson shall have an ability to read and understand financial statements. Then the most important point is what are the duties of an audit committee. This is very important. Unless you understand the duties, you cannot understand why an audit committee is required to be constituted. అసలు audit committee వల్ల ఉపయోగం ఏంటో తెలియకుండా నేర్చుకునే ఉంది. కాబట్టి audit committee వాళ్ళవి కింద చెప్పే duties. Audit committee will recommend for the appointment of the auditors. Not only recommendation, audit committee will also recommend the fees payable to the remuneration payable to the auditor. So recommendation with regard to appointment of auditors as well as recommendation with regard to remuneration payable to the auditors, everything will be decided by the audit committee and will be advised by the audit committee to the company concerned. That is the first duty of the audit committee. That auditor may be either an internal auditor or even a statutory auditor. మీకు తెలుసో లేదో, కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ లో సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 11 అని ఒక సెక్షన్ ఉంది. చాలా మంది పిల్లలకు అసలు తెలియదు అది. Section 139 subsection 11 of the Companies Act. The name is manner and procedure. Name of the section is it is not 143 subsection 11. 143 subsection 11 is Caro. What I am speaking is about 139 subsection 11. Manner and procedure of selection of auditors. Manner and procedure of selection of auditors and section 139 subsection 11 అని ఒకటి ఉంది. ఏమా, ఒక కంపెనీలో మీరే షేర్ హోల్డర్లు తొందరలో ఏజిఎం జరుగుతోంది. ఏజిఎంలో షేర్ హోల్డర్లు 4 డెసిషన్లు తీసుకోవాలి. ఏమేంటవి? అడాప్షన్ ఆఫ్ యాన్యువల్ అకౌంట్స్, అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్, అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, డిక్లరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డివిడెండ్స్. సో అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్ is a decision to be taken by the shareholders. In the coming annual general meeting, you being the shareholders had to take a decision about appointment of the auditor. మీరంతా ఏం చేశారంటే 1,00,000 మంది షేర్ హోల్డర్లు ఉన్నారు. తలో 2 పేర్లు ప్రపోజ్ చేశారు ఏజిఎంలో. ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ షేర్ హోల్డర్ had proposed 2 names of the auditors, and all 1 lakh shareholders proposed 2 names each. Now 2 lakh auditors names have been proposed in the annual general meeting, out of which 1 person should be appointed as an auditor. Please consider how difficult it is for the company to decide 1 person out of 2 lakhs. Emma, ప్రతి షేర్ హోల్డరు ఇగో నేను 2 ఆడిటర్లను చెప్తాను, వీళ్ళనే అపాయింట్ చేయాలంటారు. 1,00,000 మంది షేర్ హోల్డర్లు తలో 2 చొప్పున 2,00,000 మంది ఆడిటర్లను చెప్పారు. వాళ్ళలో ఒక్కళ్ళని అపాయింట్ చేయాలి. ఎంత కష్టం అమ్మా! ఈ యథోగోళంతా లేకుండా how the auditor should be selected. A procedure has been mentioned in the rules. You will not find this in the act. You will find these things in the rules. Rules లో ఏం చెప్పారో తెలుసా? When there is an audit committee in the company, when there is an audit committee in the company, the audit committee is made responsible. The audit committee is made responsible to recommend the name of a person, to recommend the name of a person to be appointed as the auditor of the company. మన కంపెనీకి ఆడిటర్గా ఎవరిని అపాయింట్ చేయాలి అనే రికమెండేషన్ ఎవరు చేస్తారు? ఆడిట్ కమిటీ చేస్తుంది. While taking such a decision, audit committee will consider the qualifications. Audit committee will consider the qualifications of the person. Audit committee will also consider the experience of the person, and so on. Several factors will be considered by the audit committee while selecting. Several factors will be considered by the audit committee while selecting a person to be recommended as the auditor of the company, like qualifications, experience, etc. If required, audit committee will communicate with the auditor to get relevant information from that person. Then the audit committee will recommend. The audit committee will recommend a name to the board of directors. Audit committee will recommend a name to the board of directors. After receipt of a recommendation of name from the audit committee, board of directors may either agree with that or may disagree with that. If the board of directors agreed to the recommendation made by the audit committee, there would not be any problem. If the board of directors disagrees with the recommendation made by the audit committee, then the board of directors reverted back to the audit committee, asking the audit committee to reconsider their recommendation. నేను ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నాను మీకు అర్థం అవుతుందే? ఏజిఎంలో ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయాలంటే ముందర సెలెక్ట్ చేయాలి ఆడిటర్ని. ఆ సెలక్షన్ ఎవరు చేస్తారు? Audit committee. After considering several things, audit committee will select an auditor. The auditor so selected by the audit committee will be recommended to the board of directors. After getting such recommendation from the audit committee, board of directors may either accept for the same or may disagree with the same. If the board disagrees with the same, the board will revert back the same to the audit committee, asking the audit committee to reconsider their recommendation. When audit committee reconsiders their original decision, there would not be any problem. But generally, in most of the cases, audit committee may say that they won't reconsider their recommendation because everything has been considered while making the original recommendation. So when the audit committee decides not to reconsider, when the audit committee decides not to reconsider their original decision, then the board of directors will recommend a name on their own. So first priority has been given to whom? Audit committee. Later the priority has been given to whom? Board of directors. Na point ardham avutunde? This is a system to be followed where the company is having an audit committee. Company lo audit committee unte matram the selection of the auditor should be done by the audit committee only. అర్థం అవుతుంది? ఆడిట్ కమిటీ will also consider whether there are any cases pending against the auditor either in a court of law or before ICA. ఇవన్నీ కూడా కన్సిడర్ చేస్తారు. If the board of directors agreed to the recommendation made by the audit committee, then the board of directors will propose. Then the board of directors will propose the name of that auditor in the annual general meeting. For example, audit committee has selected Mr. X as the auditor. It has been recommended. It has been recommended to board of directors. Board of directors agreed with that recommendation. Now what the board of directors will do? Board of directors will propose the name of that person in the annual general meeting. Assume that this is the annual general meeting. Assume further that I am the chairman of the meeting. I am proposing you like this. It is proposed. It is proposed to appoint Mr. X as the auditor of our company. It is proposed to appoint Mr. X as the auditor of our company. What do you say? నేను చైర్మన్ అమ్మా, ఆడిట్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన వాళ్ళని ప్రపోజ్ చేశా. ఇట్ ఈస్ ప్రపోజ్ టు అపాయింట్ మిస్టర్ ఎక్స్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ కంపెనీ. వాట్ డూ యూ సే? ఎస్ అనకూడదు, నో అనకూడదు. దాట్స్ ఇట్. యూ నీడ్ టు express your opinion through show of hands. Initially, in a company form of organization, voting will be exercised by the shareholders through show of hands. There are 100 shareholders in the company, out of which 51 shareholders raised their hands. Then it is said that an ordinary resolution has been passed because the votes cast in favor of a proposal are more than the votes cast against the proposal. Now it is said that shareholders accepted for the appointment. So selection has been done by whom? Audit committee. Whereas the appointment has been done by whom? Shareholders. Shareholders are not made responsible to select an auditor. If shareholders have been given an authority to select an auditor, it will become a cumbersome process. ఎందుకు అవుతుందో కూడా చెప్పా. ప్రతి షేర్ హోల్డర్ నాకు కావాల్సిన ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయాలి, నాకు కావాల్సిన ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయాలంటే జీవితం గడుస్తుంది, కానీ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయలేరు. అందుకని ఈ ప్రొసీజర్ అంతా ఫాలో అవ్వాలని డాష్ అనే సెక్షన్లో చెప్పారు. 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 11లో చెప్పారు. దీంతో 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 11 కూడా చెప్పేశా. ఏమ్మా, ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ వెనక్కి వద్దాం. అసలు 139 సబ్సెక్షన్ 11కి ఎందుకు రావాల్సి వచ్చింది? ఆడిట్ కమిటీ డ్యూటీస్లో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ డ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ? ఆడిట్ కమిటీ ఈజ్ మేడ్ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ ఫర్ రికమెండింగ్ ఫర్ అపాయింట్మెంట్, రెమ్యూనరేషన్ and other terms of appointment of auditors of the company. Once the financial statements are prepared, they are submitted to the auditors. The auditors will carry out audit, will provide his report to the organization. Then before considering the auditor's report by the board of directors, first of all it is required to be reviewed by audit committee. అంటే బోర్డు చేతుల్లోకి వెళ్ళబోయే ముందర ఆడిట్ కమిటీ ఒకసారి ఆ ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ ని, దాని మీద ఆడిటర్ ఇచ్చిన రిపోర్ట్ ని రివ్యూ చేయాలి. దట్ ఈస్ ద డ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద ఆడిట్ కమిటీ. ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్ విచ్ ఈస్ నోన్ టు యూ, ఇఫ్ యూ డు నాట్ నో ఇట్, యూ విల్ కమ్ టు నో ఇట్ వెన్ ఐ డీల్ విత్ కారో. కారో చెప్పేటప్పుడన్నా అర్థం అవుతుంది. When the company wants to take some loans from other companies or wants to make investments, the company is required to comply with section 185 and 186 of the Companies Act. Whether that has been done or not will be verified by audit committee. Audit committee is nothing but a liaising officer between the company and the board of and different auditors. And before doing anything by the board of directors, first of all it will be considered by the audit committee. Alage evaluation of internal financial controls. Idu meeku telusunu anukuni cheppatame. You know very well that management is made responsible to introduce internal controls. Management's responsibility will not end merely by introducing internal controls. It is the responsibility of the management to supervise the internal controls at periodical intervals. When management is supervising internal controls, then internal controls would be more effective. Generally, the task of supervising internal controls may be carried out by the management. Sometimes it may be given to an internal auditor, and sometimes it may be taken by an audit committee as well. So audit committee may be made responsible to evaluate internal controls or to supervise internal controls. And this is the most important point, monitoring the end use of funds raised through public offers. You know very well that when a company wants to issue shares to the general public, the company is required to issue a prospectus. In the prospectus, the company should clearly mention the purpose or purposes for which they are going to make use of the issue proceeds. And the company is under obligation to spend such monies only as per what is mentioned in the prospectus. Prospectus lo deniki chepparo danike utilize cheyali. That is called as end use of issue proceeds. దీని మీద కారోలో ఆడిటర్కి ఒక డ్యూటీ కూడా ఉంది. ఆ డ్యూటీ ఇప్పుడే చెప్పేస్తా. యూ హ్యావ్ బీన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ. ద కంపెనీ అండర్ యువర్ ఆడిట్ వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాయా ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు. యూ హ్యావ్ బీన్ అపాయింటెడ్, ఎవడన్నా దాని వైపు చూస్తే నేను వాళ్ళ వైపు చూసేస్తా. యూ హ్యావ్ బీన్ అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద, మా ఇంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఊరుకోరమ్మా, నా పిల్లలు ఫోన్ చేసేస్తున్నారు, 6 గంటలకల్లా నువ్వు ఫోన్ చేస్తా బయలుదేరాలంటున్నారు. ఎంతకాలం ఆగుతావు, ఎంతసేపు ఆగుతావు, నువ్వు వచ్చి తీరాల్సిందే, నా చేదస్తాం వాళ్ళకు కూడా తెలుసు, మళ్ళీ 1/2 గంటలు ఆగుతానేమో అని ముందర చెప్పారు, ఫోన్ చేస్తా అని. సో కాబట్టి వెళ్ళిపోతా 6:00 ఒక 5 నిమిషాలు. ఎక్కడున్నావు? When you have been appointed as the auditor of the company issued shares, the company issued prospectus. In the prospectus, the company would have mentioned that these are all the purposes for which we are going to utilize the issue proceeds. In such case, what is your duty as an auditor? You need to check whether the company had actually spent the issue proceeds only for the purpose or purposes which were mentioned in the prospectus. If there are any deviations, the same are required to be reported to the shareholders. That is the duty of the auditor under the heading end use of issue proceeds under కారో ఎప్పుడు చూసినట్లేరు మీ జీవిత కాలంలో, నేను చెప్తాను కాబట్టి అప్పుడు చూద్దరు, కానీ పటపట చెప్పేస్తుంది వేరే విషయం, కానీ బాగా మంచి పాయింట్లు చెప్తా, అంటే మీరు ఎప్పుడు వెన్ని పాయింట్లు గ్యారంటీగా చెప్తా. డన్. ఇది అబౌట్ సెక్షన్ 177 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్. ఇది మరి బండ కాస్ట్ ఆడిట్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. మీకు ఎట్లాగో తెలుసు కాబట్టి కొంచెం చెప్తా. ఇది మరీ పెద్ద బండ అయినా కూడా ఈ బండ వదిలించాలి, మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇది. దీంట్లో ఖచ్చితంగా క్వశ్చన్ మనం ఎక్స్పెక్ట్. ఇగో ఇందాక నేను చెప్పాను సెక్షన్ 139 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 11 మ్యానర్ అండ్ ప్రొసీజర్ ఆఫ్ సెలక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిటర్స్, ఇది అది నేను చూపించాను. ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ 148, వాట్ ఈస్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిట్, వాట్ డూ యూ నో అబౌట్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిట్, చెప్పండి జగజక. సెక్షన్ 148, వాట్ ఈస్ దట్? సెక్షన్ 148 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ డీల్స్ విత్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిట్. సెక్షన్ 148 subsection 1 and 148 subsection 2 are most important subsections. According to section 148 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, sometime చూడొద్దు వినండి, అకార్డింగ్ టు సెక్షన్ 140 దాంట్లో ఉన్నదే నేను చెప్తానమ్మా, నేను చెప్పిందే దాంట్లో ఉంటుందమ్మా, ఎవడిచ్చినా యాక్ట్లోదే అమ్మ చెప్పాల్సింది, కొంచెం వర్డింగ్ అటు ఇటు ఉంటుంది అంతే. దాంట్లో ఉన్నదంటే దాన్ని బాబులాగా చెప్పగలను, నాకు 200 గంటలు ఇస్తే. మరి ఏంటమ్మా ఈ టెర్మినాలజీ ఇవన్నీ నిదానంగా పట్టుబడాలంటే ఎంత టైం పడుతుంది? మీకు ఏదో తెలిసినట్టు యాక్షన్ చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నా, కానీ మీలో ఒకడన్న మొహం ఇట్ట పెట్టాడు అనుకో, అయిపోయింది, నాకు నట్టు పడిపోయినట్టే, నేనేం చెప్పలేను. అప్పటికే 141 చెప్పేప్పుడు ఎనార్మస్ ప్రెషర్ ఫీల్ అయ్యాను నేను, ఇదేంట్రా బాబు ఐదు అవట్లా ఎప్పటికో అవుతుందో ఇదని. సరే, 148 subsection 1. Section 148 subsection 1 says that sometimes central government may direct, sometimes central government may direct a company or companies operating under a specific industry to make and maintain cost accounting records apart from maintaining financial records. ఈ రోజు నుంచి నువ్వు ఫైనాన్షియల్ రికార్డ్స్ తో పాటు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ కూడా మెయింటైన్ చేయాల్సిందే అని డైరెక్షన్ ఇస్తారు. నోరు మూసుకుని చేయటమే, దర్ ఇస్ నో అదర్ ఆప్షన్. According to section 148 subsection 2 of the Companies Act, sometimes central government may direct a company or companies operating under a specific industry to appoint a cost auditor for conducting audit of such cost accounting records. నువ్వు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేసావుగా, వాటిని ఆడిట్ చేయడానికి ఒక ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయంటారు. నోరు మూసుకుని ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయటమే. ఒకప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు స్పెసిఫిక్గా డైరెక్షన్ ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు, ఏమని? నువ్వు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయి, నువ్వు కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేయి అని చెప్పి స్పెసిఫిక్ డైరెక్షన్స్ విల్ బి గివెన్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్ టు ద కంపెనీస్. నౌ దట్ ప్రాసెస్ హ్యాస్ బిన్ డిస్పెన్స్డ్ విత్. ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తుతం అలా డైరెక్షన్స్ ఇవ్వటం లేదు. ఇవ్వకుండా ఏం చేశారంటే కొన్ని కండిషన్లు పెట్టారు గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు కంపెనీ బాధ్యత ఏంటి? ఒక కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే కంపెనీ వాడు ఖచ్చితంగా కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి ఆన్ దేర్ ఓన్, ఎవడు డైరెక్ట్ చేయడు కంపెనీని. ఇంకో 2 కండిషన్స్లో ఏదన్నా కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే కంపెనీ వాడు కంపల్సరీగా కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ని అపాయింట్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఎవడు డైరెక్ట్ చేయడు. అంటే ప్రీవియస్లీ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ యూజ్ టు డైరెక్ట్ కంపెనీస్ టు మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఆర్ టు అపాయింట్ ఏ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్. నౌ దే వర్ మేడ్ ఆటోమేటిక్. సమ్ కండిషన్స్ వర్ గివెన్ బై ద సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్. ఇఫ్ సచ్ కండిషన్స్ ఆర్ సాటిస్ఫైడ్, ద కంపెనీ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ ఆన్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ హ్యాడ్ టు మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ అండ్ హ్యాడ్ టు అపాయింట్ ఏ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకీ ఏ సందర్భాల్లో కంపెనీ వాడు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ని మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి అంటే రూల్ 3 ఏంటది? రూల్ 3లో ఒక కండిషన్ చెప్పారు. ఆ కండిషన్ జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి. మీరు చూపిస్తే అది చూస్తారు. ఆ కండిషన్ ముందర మీరు జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి. ఇఫ్ ద ఓవరాల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఏంటది? ఇఫ్ ద ఓవరాల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్ ఈజ్ 35 crore rupees or more. If the overall annual turnover of the company, including all of its products and services, is 35 crore rupees or more, then the company is under obligation. అంటే లాస్ట్ ఇయర్లో మీ టర్న్ ఓవర్ 35 crores or more ఉంటే ఆ ఇయర్లో చేయక్కర్లా, కరెంట్ ఇయర్లో అంటే వెదర్ టు మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద కరెంట్ ఇయర్ ఆన్వర్డ్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ కెన్ బి వెరిఫైడ్ బై చెకింగ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఓవరాల్ యాన్యువల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఫర్ ద ప్రిసీడింగ్ ఇయర్. నౌ ద కరెంట్ ఇయర్ ఈజ్ 23-24 వచ్చేసామమ్మా 23-24లోకి. సో ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్ ఇస్ 22-23. ఇఫ్ ద ఓవరాల్ యాన్యువల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఇస్ 35 crore rupees or more in the year 22-23, then from 23-24 onwards the company is under obligation to make and maintain cost accounting records which are in addition to financial records. Financial records వేరు, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ వేరు. దీనికి రెండు రకాలుగా కంపెనీస్ని డివైడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఏంటమ్మా చెప్పండి పర్వాలా. రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్, నాన్ రెగ్యులేట్, నేను అది ఎవరన్నా చెప్తారు. ప్రోడక్ట్ ఏ, ప్రోడక్ట్ అదేంటది పోయింది సర్లే. రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్, నాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్. ఒక 6 type of industries have been specified as regulated sector. అంటే ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ని మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేస్తున్న కంపెనీలన్నింటినీ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్ అంటారు. ఒక 33 types ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ని చెప్పారు, అవి నాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్. మొత్తం ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అన్ని 6, 33, 39 ఉంటాయా? 39 ఉంటాయా? ఒరే బాబు నువ్వు సీఎం అని. సో 39 కాదు, అంతకన్నా గ్యారంటీగా ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయి. మరి ఆ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ కూడా తయారు చేస్తూ ఉంటారుగా, వాటిని అదర్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అంటారు. ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అదర్ దాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్ అండ్ నాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్. ఏంటా పాయింట్ మర్చిపోయాను, అదేం ప్రోడక్ట్స్? టేబుల్ ఏ. Regulated sector products are technically called as table A products. Non-regulated sector products are called as table B products. There may be some products which may be manufactured by the company which neither fall under regulated sector nor fall under non-regulated sector. Turnover of regulated sector plus turnover of non-regulated sector plus turnover of other products which do not fall either under regulated sector or under non-regulated sector. ఈ మొత్తం కలిపి 35 crores గానీ, అందుకే దాన్ని చించుకుని ఏమన్నా, ఇఫ్ ద ఓవరాల్ యాన్యువల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఫ్రమ్ ఆల్ ద ప్రొడక్ట్స్, not only from regulated sector or from non-regulated sector, if the overall annual turnover of the company from all of its products and services is 35 crore rupees or more, then the company is under obligation to make and maintain cost accounting records. అర్థం అవుతుందా? సో regulated sector turnover plus non-regulated sector turnover plus others turnover, or table A products turnover plus table B products turnover plus other products turnover, if it is 35 crore rupees or more in a particular year, from the next year onwards the company is under obligation to make and maintain cost accounting records. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి మెయింటైన్ బై ద కంపెనీ ఓన్లీ ఇన్ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ టేబుల్ ఏ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అండ్ టేబుల్ బి ప్రోడక్ట్స్. అంటే కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలా లేదా తేల్చుకోవటానికేమో టేబుల్ ఏ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం, టేబుల్ బి ప్రొడక్ట్స్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం, అదర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం. కానీ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ వేటికి మెయింటైన్ చేస్తే చాలు, టేబుల్ ఏకి టేబుల్ అంటే యు ఆర్ నాట్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ టు మెయింటైన్, యు ఆర్ నాట్ అండర్ ఆబ్లిగేషన్ టు మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఫర్ అదర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్. యు ఆర్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ టు మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ టేబుల్ ఏ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అండ్ టేబుల్ బి ప్రొడక్ట్స్. అర్థమవుతుందా? నౌ దిస్ ఈజ్ the condition that was given under section 148 subsection 1. ఒకప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ చెప్పేది, ఇప్పుడు చెప్పకుండా ఈ కండిషన్ పెట్టాడు. ఈ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే నువ్వు ఆటోమేటిక్గా డాష్ చేయాలి, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి. అర్థమైందా? డన్. ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిట్ 148 subsection 2. రెండు కండిషన్లు చెప్పారు. ఫస్ట్ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే ఏంటది? ఫస్ట్ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అయితే మీరు రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని, సెకండ్ కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై చేస్తే నాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టార్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని, వీటిని మీరు ఆడిట్ చేయించాలి. కొంచెం జాగ్రత్తగా వినాల్సింది ఇది, వినండి ముందర. ఇఫ్ ద ఓవరాల్ యాన్యువల్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఏంటది? If the overall annual turnover of the company from all of its products and services is 50 crores or more, is 50 crores or more, and the turnover of the company in respect of table A products and table B products is 25 crores or more. 50 దాంట్లో సగం 25. మళ్ళీ అన్ని ప్రొడక్ట్స్ టర్న్ ఓవర్ కలిపి 50 కోట్లు, టేబుల్ ఏ ప్లస్ టేబుల్ బి టర్న్ ఓవర్ కలిపి 25 కోట్లు ఉంటే then the company is under obligation to appoint an auditor for conducting audit of cost accounting records maintained in respect of table A products. In respect of table A products ని మాత్రం audit చేయించాలి. ఎప్పుడు చెప్పాలి? If the overall annual turnover of the company from all of its products and services is 50 crores or more, and the turnover of the company from table A and table B is 25 crores or more, the company is required to appoint a cost auditor for conducting audit of table A products, books of account relating to table A products. మరి table B products కి auditorని ఎప్పుడు అపాయింట్ చేయాలి? మీరు ఇప్పటిదాకా నవ్వుతూ ఉంటారు, నేను ఈ మాట చెప్పగానే నవ్వు ఆగిపోతుంది మీకు, ఎందుకంటే కన్ఫ్యూషన్ మొదలవుతుంది. If the overall annual turnover of the company from all of its products and services is 100 crores or more, and turnover from table A and table B products is 35 crores or more, then the company is under obligation to get the books of account of table B products also audited. 35 అనగానే ఎవరికి ఏమి కన్ఫ్యూజన్ రాలేదంటే అసలు మీ బుర్ర అయిపోయిందని అర్థం. ఇందాక 35 అన్నా, ఇప్పుడు 35 అన్నా, మీలో ఎవరన్నా సరిగ్గా ఒక్కళ్ళన్నా వినుంటే ఆ 35కి ఈ 35కి డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందా? డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటో చెప్పండి. అక్కడ 35 ఫ్రమ్ ఆల్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ టేబుల్ ఏ, టేబుల్ బి అండ్ అదర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్. ఇక్కడ 35 ఫ్రమ్ టేబుల్ ఏ అండ్ టేబుల్ బి ప్రొడక్ట్స్. అర్థమవుతుందా? 50 25, 50కి డబల్ 100, 25కి డబల్ లేదు, 35 ఉంది. అప్పుడు టేబుల్ బి ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని కూడా ఐట్ చేయించాలి. అదర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అసలు ఐట్ చేయించక్కర్లా, కాస్ట్ ఐట్ చేయించక్కర్లా, ఎందుకంటే వాటికి డాషే మెయింటైన్ చేయరు, కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్సే మెయింటైన్ చేయరు కాబట్టి. ఇది అబౌట్ సెక్షన్ 148 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 1 అండ్ సెక్షన్ 148 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 2. ఏ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్నిగా ఎవరిని అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చు? వాట్ ఆర్ ద క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బికమ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ? వాట్ ఆర్ ద డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ విత్ విచ్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ షెల్ నాట్ సఫర్? అంటే కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయాలంటే ఇండివిజువల్ అవ్వచ్చు, పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ అవ్వచ్చు, వాడు కాస్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్ అయ్యి ఉండాలి, వాడికి సర్టిఫికేట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ ఉండాలి, ఒక ఫర్మ్ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ని కూడా ఆడిటర్గా అపాయింట్ చేయొచ్చు. మరి వాట్ ఆర్ ద డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్? వాట్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ దట్ వర్ మెన్షన్డ్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 141 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 3 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ అండ్ 4 ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్ వర్ ఆల్సో మేడ్ అప్లికబుల్ టు ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్స్. అంటే మనం స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్స్ ఏ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ అయితే చదువుకున్నామో ఆ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ అన్ని కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్లకు కూడా అప్లై అవుతాయి. వాటితో పాటు కాస్టింగ్ ఐసిడబ్ల్యూ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు ఓవర్ యాక్షన్ చేసి ఒక ఏదో మాట మాట్లాడాడు. ఏమన్నా అంటే ద స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ కెనాట్ సైమల్టేనియస్లీ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ది కంపెనీ అన్నాడు. వెంటనే సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడికి కాలి కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ సైమల్టేనియస్లీ యాజ్ ద స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ అన్నాడు. ఆడన్నాడు స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్స్ పార్ట్నర్ ఆర్ స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ అన్నాడు. వీడన్నాడు కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్స్ పార్ట్నర్ ఆర్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ది స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ అన్నాడు. చివరికి ఇద్దరు కొట్టు చేంజ్ చేశారు తెలుసా? స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్, కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్ సైమల్టేనియస్లీ, స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్స్ పార్ట్నర్ ఆర్ స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్, కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్స్ పార్ట్నర్ ఆర్ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్స్ ఎంప్లాయీ కెనాట్ బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ది స్టాచ్యూటరీ ఆడిటర్. These are all the additional disqualifications that were mentioned in respect of cost auditor. సో దీంతో మనం 148 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 1 చెప్పుకున్నాం, 148 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 2 చెప్పుకున్నాం. కాన్సెప్ట్ ఆఫ్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టర్ అండ్ నాన్ రెగ్యులేటెడ్ సెక్టర్ అదర్వైజ్ కాల్డ్ as టేబుల్ ఏ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అండ్ టేబుల్ బి ప్రొడక్ట్స్. వెన్ షుడ్ కంపెనీ మెయింటైన్ కాస్ట్ అకౌంటింగ్ రికార్డ్స్? వెన్ షుడ్ ద కంపెనీ అపాయింట్ ఏ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్? వాట్ ఆర్ ద క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బికమ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ ఆఫ్ ద కంపెనీ? వాట్ ఆర్ ద డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ విత్ విచ్ ఏ కంపెనీ షుడ్ నాట్ సఫర్ టు అపాయింట్ టు బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్? తర్వాత రైట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్, కంపెనీ ఆడిటర్కి ఏం రైట్స్ ఇచ్చారో కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ కూడా సేమ్ రైట్స్ అండర్ సెక్షన్ 143 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 1. ఇంతకీ కాస్ట్ ఆడిటర్ని ఎవరు అపాయింట్ చేయాలి, ఎప్పటి లోపల అపాయింట్ చేయాలి, అపాయింట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఎవరికి ఇంటిమేట్ చేయాలి, ఇలాంటి వివరాలని రేపు క్లాసులో తెలుసుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం.